I opened my eyes with the taste of blood in my mouth. My head throbbed like it had been split open. A flood of memories that weren't mine poured into my mind. Liang Chun, a hunter from Green Wolf Gully. My father died 2 years ago under a nomad's blade. What was left of the family was an aging mother, a 7-year-old sister named Xiao Zhao, and a sickly wife who had married in just last year. Yesterday, I went up the mountain to check my traps, fell off a cliff, and stopped breathing. Now it was me in this body. The door curtain lifted. "Brother, you're awake?" Xiao Zhao came in holding a chipped bowl. She was thin as a rail, the veins standing out on her neck. The first thing I noticed was her right hand. The nails on her index and middle fingers were chewed down to nothing, the tender pink flesh showing through, fresh teeth marks and all. Hunger. She was so hungry she'd been gnawing on her own fingers. "Xiao Zhao," I said. My throat was as rough as sandpaper. She threw herself at me, clutched my arm, and burst into tears. "I thought you were dead. Mom said if you didn't wake up, our family would." She couldn't finish through the sobbing. I took the bowl and drank it down in one gulp. They called it porridge, but it was really just a few rotten cabbage leaves boiled in water. 3 grains of coarse rice sat at the bottom. I could count them. "Where's Mom?" Xiao Zhao dropped her voice very low. "Mom said she isn't hungry. I just saw her drinking snow water." My heart sank. I pushed aside the curtain to the inner room. My mother was huddled in the corner of the heated bed, the black cotton stuffing poking out of a torn quilt. Her lips were cracked and bleeding, and she was lifting half a bowl of snow water to her mouth. When she saw me come in, she quickly hid the bowl behind her back and forced out a smile. "Chin, you're up?" "I'm fine, just a little thirsty." I didn't say anything. I walked over and took the bowl from her. "Don't drink this. It'll make you sick." "But the well is frozen, and there's no firewood to heat any water. I'll figure something out." I turned and walked out. 3 rundown mud brick rooms. Half the courtyard wall collapsed. The most valuable thing we owned was the notched hunting knife in the corner and an old bow with a broken string hanging on the wall. 3 days without food. The original owner of this body had dragged his sick self up the mountain because the family was starving, and that's how he fell to his death. Fine. Others couldn't survive out here in the snow. I could. 8 years as a scout in my past life. Wilderness survival was carved into my bones. I grabbed the hunting knife. The sheath was worn smooth and shiny. I drew it. A few chips in the blade, but still sharp enough. Then I dug out a coil of hemp rope and wrapped it around my waist. "Brother, where are you going?" Xiao Zhao tugged at the hem of my shirt. "Up the mountain." "No." My mother's frightened voice came from the inner room. "Chun, you're not well yet. There are wolves up there. You can't go." I didn't turn back. I pushed open the door. The cold wind drove snow into my face like knives. "Chun, if something happens to you, how are the 3 of us supposed to live?" My steps faltered for a moment. Then I stepped forward anyway, sinking ankle deep into the snow. About an hour later, I reached the pine forest halfway up the mountain. I slowed down and scanned the ground. A fresh set of tracks ran across the snow, cloven in 2, sunk deep. Nearby, the roots of a pine tree had been torn up in a mess. Wild boar. From these tracks, 200 pounds at least. 200 pounds. Enough to feed the whole family for a winter. I crouched and touched the edge of a print. Not yet covered by snow. It had just passed by, less than an hour ago. I gripped the knife and followed. After about 100 steps, a narrow gully blocked the way. 3 feet wide, steep slopes on both sides. The only path a boar could take. This was the spot. I set down the knife and quickly went to work, cutting branches, sharpening stakes, weaving a snare. But the moment I tied the snare to the pine tree, I heard that grunting and snorting right in my ear. A huge black shape appeared at the other end of the narrow gully. It was even faster than I expected. I rolled behind a pine tree and held my breath. The stakes were driven at an angle into the walls of the gully, points facing inward. The snare hung half a foot off the ground, the other end tied tight to the pine. The boar lowered its head and pushed into the narrow gully. The moment its head passed through the snare, the loop snapped tight. It charged forward like a mad thing, shrieking, but the stakes on both sides pinned its body. The more it struggled, the tighter the snare pulled. The sharp points dug into its flesh, and blood sprayed across the snow. I burst out from behind the tree, gripping the knife in a reverse hold, blade pointing down, and drove it hard into the side of its neck, straight into the artery. Hot blood sprayed all over me. It kicked its legs a few times, then went still. I pulled the knife free, wiped the blood off on its bristles, and slid it back into the sheath. I was gasping for breath, my heart pounding like it might leap out of my throat, but my hands were steady. I'd survived. The whole family had survived. No time to celebrate. It was almost dark, and there were wolves in these mountains. I used the hemp rope to bind the boar's legs together in pairs, ran a pine pole through them, and bent down to hoist it onto my shoulder. 300 pounds bore down on me. My knees buckled. I gritted my teeth and forced myself upright. 1 step, 2 steps. Blood dripped from the pole onto the snow. My shoulders screamed under the weight, but I didn't dare stop. All I could think about was Xiao Zhao gnawing her fingers and my mother drinking snow water. Half an hour later, the village lights flickered through the wind and snow. 1 mile left. That's when I heard footsteps behind me. More than one person. My right hand quietly found the knife handle. I didn't turn around, just glanced out of the corner of my eye. 3 shadows, sneaking along behind me. Well, if it isn't Liang Chun, a shrill voice said. What's that fine thing you're carrying on your shoulder? I stopped and turned. 3 of the village's most notorious layabouts. The leader, a man they called her Lazy, had a big black mole on his face and his eyes were fixed on the boar on my shoulder. Wild boar. My God, that's huge. Liang Chun, you lucky dog. One of the others sidled up. Finders keepers. How about you give us a hind leg? No. Lazy's face darkened. You don't know what's good for you? Hand it over, or don't blame us for what happens. All 3 took a step forward. I set the board down in the snow, gripped the knife handle, and said nothing. I just stared at them. My stare made Lazy take a step back. I drew the knife slowly. Cold light flashed off the blade. I'll say it one more time. My voice was low, every word cracking out like shards of ice. Get lost, or I won't mind putting a few holes in you. Lazy looked at the knife, then at the reckless look on my face, and his legs went weak. Fine, you win. We're leaving. The 3 of them scrambled away. I knew this wasn't over. Lazy would go find the village bully, Pockface Wong. I hoisted the boar and quickened my pace. At last I saw our own broken thatched hut. Xiao Zhao was standing on her tiptoes at the door, watching for me. Brother's back. Brother caught a huge boar. My mother and Su Tan ran out. Su Tan came over quickly and handed me a neatly folded piece of cloth. Wipe your sweat, she said softly. Then she saw the boar on my shoulder and froze too. My mother covered her face and cried. Xiao Zhao ran up and stroked the boar's bristles, jumping high. So much meat. We'll never go hungry again. I set the boar down in the courtyard and took the cloth to wipe my sweat. Outside the gate came a mess of footsteps and cursing. Liang Chun, get out here. The broken gate was kicked open. Pockface Wong charged in with 5 or 6 idlers carrying clubs. When the gate was kicked open, the meat had just gone into the pot. Pockface Wong planted a foot on the stone mill in the yard. A knife scar ran across his face. He was the tyrant of Green Wolf Gully. He pointed at the bloody boar on the ground. You catch a boar this big and don't come tell me? Don't you know the rules? Xiao Zhao hid behind my mother in fright. My mother's face was drained of color, her lips trembling. Su Tin stood in the kitchen doorway clutching a spatula, her nails digging into her palm. I stepped in front of the boar. What rules? Playing dumb. Pockface Wong spat. I won't make it hard on you. Give me half the boar and we'll call it even. Otherwise I'll tear this shack of yours down today. He raised his foot to kick the kitchen door. Bring out that pot of meat first. I'm eating at your place tonight. The gang behind him roared with laughter, their clubs banging against the ground. Half. I repeated. That's right. A hind leg plus half the ribs. I take it, and this all goes away. And from now on, if anyone in the village bothers you, just say the name Pockface Wong. He didn't finish. I drew the knife and brought it down on the stone mill. Sparks flew. The blade sank 3 inches into the stone, the handle humming. The whole courtyard went dead silent. Pockface Wong's mouth still hung open, his raised foot frozen in midair. I straightened up and looked over every man there. Today, anyone who dares touch a single thing in my home. My voice was low, every word like it had been pulled out of an icebox. I take his arm off. No one dared move. Even the scar on Pockface Wong's face was twitching. The Liang Chun he knew was a pushover who took a beating without hitting back and swallowed every insult. But the man in front of him seemed to have a different soul. You just wait. He backed away and nearly tripped. Green Wolf Gully isn't a place for the likes of you to throw your weight around. He and his men scrambled off. The villagers watching outside erupted. That soft coward from before. How'd he come back from the dead this vicious? Pockface Wong finally kicked a steel plate this time. In the corner, old Zhang, whose grain Pockface Wong had once stolen, quietly clenched his fists, a spark of light in his eyes. I pulled the knife out of the stone mill and slid it back into the sheath. Shut the gate. Let's stew the meat. By the time night fell completely, the smell of meat filled the whole courtyard. The fire in the stove lit the whole room red. The big iron pot bubbled and boiled, grease floating golden on the surface of the broth. Xiao Zhao crouched by the stove, her eyes glued to the pot, swallowing again and again. Is it done yet? Is it done? Su Tan poked at it with chopsticks. It's done. She filled a bowl and brought it to my mother first. My mother took it with shaking hands, tears dripping into the bowl. Mom, don't cry. Eat. Xiao Zhao reached out to grab a piece, but Su Tan swatted her hand away, blew on a piece of marbled meat to cool it, and popped it into her mouth. Xiao Zhao's eyes lit up instantly, her cheeks bulging round. So good. It's so good. Su Tan filled the bowl and handed it to me, then sat down beside me. You worked hard. I took a bite. Rich, but not greasy, melting the moment it touched my tongue, so fragrant it made my scalp tingle. The original owner of this body had lived 20 years and probably never once tasted meat this good. My mother wiped her tears and murmured, "We have meat now. Life will get better. It has to get better." Su Tan stole a glance at me, then quickly lowered her head, her ears turning red. Just then, a howl came from outside the courtyard. I set down my bowl and shot to my feet. The wolf howls closed in from every direction, coming nearer. From the sound of it, at least a dozen, and still growing. Xiao Zhao buried herself in my mother's arms with a wail. My mother held her and trembled. It's the wolves from the mountain. They've smelled the meat. Su Tan gripped her spatula, her knuckles white, but she forced her voice to stay steady. Half the wall is down. It won't hold them off. I walked to the door and looked out through the crack. In the darkness, more than a dozen pairs of glowing green eyes circled the yard like will-o'-the-wisps. More than a dozen starving wolves had the courtyard surrounded, and all I had was one hunting knife and a few sticks still burning in the stove. The howls came one after another, closing in from all sides as if answering each other. I looked out through the crack in the door. Under the moonlight, more than a dozen green eyes flickered in the dark. Some had already reached the base of the wall. Half the wall was down, and those few branches and thorns wouldn't hold off a thing. Xiao Zhao, don't cry, I said steadily. Crying won't help. Listen to me. Xiao Zhao bit her lip and choked back her sobs, her little hands clutching the hem of her clothes. I turned and looked over everyone in the room, one task for each. Su Tan, pull all the firewood out of the stove. Mom, bring the rags, the hemp rope, and that bucket of lard. Xiao Zhao, get the pine torches from behind the door. Not one of them hesitated. Su Tan crouched at the stove and pulled out the burning sticks one by one with tongs, the firelight flushing her face red. My mother's hands shook, but she gritted her teeth and hauled over the lard and rags. Xiao Zhao brought a bundle of pine torches. I tore off strips of cloth, wrapped them around the heads of the torches, soaked them in lard, and shoved them into the stove. The torch flared up a foot high. There was a crack from the gap in the wall. The thorns snapped. A gray wolf squeezed halfway through, drool dripping onto the snow, its green eyes locked on the pork in the kitchen. I strode over and swept the torch across its face. The stench of burning wolf fur exploded in the air. The gray wolf let out a shriek and shrank back into the darkness with its tail between its legs. But more wolves closed in. I handed torches to Su Tan and my mother. Hold them high. Don't be afraid. Wolves fear fire. As long as the flames are high, they won't come close. Su Tan's hands were shaking, but she raised the torch over her head and guarded the left side of the gap, not giving an inch. My mother guarded the right, murmuring prayers to the Buddha, and her hands actually steadied. I gripped the knife and held the center. A black wolf slowly emerged from the shadows. A full size larger than the others, a ring of gray-white mane around its neck, its eyes fierce and cunning. The pack leader. I faced it, not moving a muscle. I'd fought wolf packs in my past life. I understood them. They bullied the weak and feared the strong. Take one step back, and they take 10 forward. Only when you're more vicious than they are do they fear you. The leader growled low, baring its fangs, and edged half a step forward. I moved first. I lunged forward in one big stride and let the knife fly straight at its shoulder blade. The blade sank in. The leader let out a howl, turned, and ran, scattering blood the whole way. The moment the other wolves saw their leader flee, they fell into chaos. I grabbed the brightest burning torch and hurled it out of the courtyard. It burst into a shower of sparks, and the nearest wolves leapt back and scattered in terror. Keep throwing. Su Tan and my mother flung the torches out one after another, and a wall of fire flared up beyond the wall. The howls grew farther and thinner, until at last they were gone. The courtyard fell quiet all at once. Nothing left but the crackle of firewood. Xiao Zhao peeked out from behind the door, her voice still trembling. Are the wolves gone? I listened hard for a moment. The mountains were silent. They're gone. The words had barely left my mouth when my mother's legs gave out. Su Tan caught her just in time. Xiao Zhao ran over with a wail and wrapped her arms around my leg. I crouched down and wiped the tears from her face with my sleeve. It's over. We drove them off. Su Tin looked at me, her eyes red at the rims. Her lips moved, but in the end, all she said was, "Your back is soaked with sweat." She pulled that same neatly folded cloth from inside her clothes and handed it over. I wiped the sweat away. My back was long since drenched, and the cold wind cut through me to the bone. I walked into the courtyard to pick up my knife. Wolf blood was still dripping from the blade. That's when my eyes fixed on a spot in the snow beyond the wall. An arrow was planted there. Not the clumsy wooden kind a hunter uses. The head was fine iron with barbs, and the shaft was carved with the twisting script of the nomads. I pulled it out and frowned. A nomad cavalry arrow. This place was still dozens of miles from the border. How could nomads have made it all the way to Green Wolf Gully? I tucked the arrow into my shirt and said nothing to my mother or Su Tan. They'd just escaped the wolves. I couldn't frighten them again. Shut the gate. Build the fire up, I told Su Tan. I'll keep watch tonight. The rest of you sleep. Su Tan wanted me to rest, but seeing the look on my face, she swallowed the words and nodded, then went to add firewood. I sat on the stone by the door, the knife resting across my knees. The iron arrow inside my shirt was ice cold, pressing against my chest until it felt tight. The nomads had come. The peaceful days of Green Wolf Gully were over. The first pale light was just breaking on the horizon when the pounding of hooves came from the distance. Not one horse, more than a dozen. I gripped the knife and stood. Green Wolf Gully didn't see a single horse from one year to the next. The hoofbeats came closer and closer, faster and thicker. I shot to my feet, my right hand landing on the knife handle, quick as a reflex, before I even noticed I'd done it. My mother and Su Tan heard it too. They peeked out from the kitchen, their faces pale. What is it now? My mother's voice shook. Did Pockface Wong come back with his men? No. Too many horses. More than a dozen. Pockface Wong can't afford a horse. Su Tan handed me a torch. Should I go get Zhao Tai? Zhao Tai was an old soldier who'd passed through 3 days ago, falsely branded a deserter, and nearly starved to death on the street. I'd given him a bowl of meat broth and had Su Tan treat the old wound on his leg. The man walked with a limp, but his skills were still there. Last night, he'd volunteered to stand watch. No need. Let me look first. Go back inside and bar the door. No matter what you hear, don't come out. Su Tan opened her mouth to follow, but seeing the look in my eyes, she pulled Xiao Zhao and my mother inside and barred the door. I pushed the door open and stepped out. The sky was dim with early light. The flagstone road glazed with white frost. More than a dozen tall warhorses stood at the village entrance. Every rider wore border army gear, black leather armor spattered with mud, sabers at their waists glinting cold. At the head was a garrison officer around 30, a knife scar slashing diagonally from his forehead to his chin, 10 times more savage than the one on Pockface Wong's face. He sat high on his horse, looking down at village head Zhao, who knelt on the ground. Sir, Green Wolf Gully has only 30-some households, all hunters and farmers. We really have no grain to spare, old Zhao said, his head bowed low. I'm not here for grain. The officer's voice was as hoarse as if he'd been shouting for 3 days and nights. I'm asking you, have you seen any nomads on the mountain these past few days? Zhao's head snapped up. No nomads. Nomad scouts. The officer's voice was flat, but every word landed like a hammer blow. Yesterday, Willow Gully to the north was slaughtered. 23 people. Not one left alive. Even a 3-month-old baby, run through on the point of a spear. Zhao's face went white in an instant. Beside him, a few villagers who'd risen early dropped their firewood with a clatter. I stood in the shadows, my hand moving to the arrow inside my shirt. The cold iron head pressed against my palm like a needle. The officer's gaze swept over the crowd and landed on me. He stared for 2 seconds, then swung down off his horse and strode over. You're a hunter? Yes. I didn't retreat. I met his eyes. Been up the mountain these past few days? Yes. Went up just yesterday. His eyes narrowed like a hawk's. See anything? I fell silent for a moment, then pulled the nomad arrow from inside my shirt and held it out. A wolf pack surrounded my yard last night. After I drove them off, I found this outside the wall. The officer took it. One glance at the nomad's script on the shaft, and his face changed. He handed the arrow back to his deputy and dropped his voice. Send word back. Nomad scouts have reached Green Wolf Gully. The main force is to move this way at once. The deputy's face changed. He swung onto his horse and galloped off with 3 men, hooves kicking up a spray of snow. The officer turned and looked me over again. His gaze paused on the right hand that had gripped the knife, then swept over the boar in the yard that still hadn't been fully butchered, and finally settled back on my face. More than a dozen wolves surrounded your yard. How did you drive them off? Torches. Just torches? And one hunting knife. He was quiet for a few seconds, then suddenly asked something unrelated. You serve in the army? My pupils contracted. The instincts of 8 years as a scout in my past life snapped tight inside me, but I kept my face blank. No, my family's been hunters for generations. He stared into my eyes for a long time, as if weighing the truth of it. In the end, he nodded and didn't press further. My name is Han Wu, garrison officer of the Border Army's left camp. His tone eased a little. Nomad scouts have reached this area. Willow Gully is gone. Green Wolf Gully could be next. You're close to the mountains. You're in more danger than Willow Gully was. Zhao's legs gave out, and he nearly collapsed. Sir, then can the Border Army send troops to guard us? No. Han Wu didn't mince words. The northern line is about to break. Our soldiers can't even hold the Great Wall. We can't spare anything for villages like yours. He paused. Either pack up now and run south, as far as you can go, or make your own preparations and wait to die. Zhao's mouth hung open. He couldn't get out a single word. Move? Move where? Green Wolf Gully was dirt poor. Run south, and they'd starve to death on the road before ever reaching the prefectural city. Han Wu swung back onto his horse. As he left, he tossed the arrow back to me. Keep the arrow. If the nomads really come, use it to gut as many as you can. He dug his heels into the horse's flanks and rode off in a cloud of dust. The hoofbeats faded beyond the mountain. Green Wolf Gully went dead silent again. The wind drove snow into my face like knives. No one spoke. They stood there one by one, faces white, looking like the souls had been drained out of them. I gripped the arrow. The head had pierced my palm and blood was seeping out, but I felt no pain at all. I smelled blood. It wasn't coming from the north. It was drifting over from Willow Gully. The blood of 23 people. Back home, Sutan had already opened the courtyard gate from the inside. She clutched a fire poker, her knuckles white. When she saw me return, she visibly relaxed, and the poker clattered to the ground. Who was it? The Border Army. Bringing word. I didn't hide it from her. Nomad scouts have reached this area. Willow Gully to the north was slaughtered. 23 people, all dead. Sutan's face went white as paper. She swayed and caught herself on the doorframe. Then we're safe for now, but we have to prepare immediately. I set the arrow down on the stone mill. Xiao Zhao peeked out from the inner room, and one look from Su Tan pushed her back in. Zhao Tai came out of the woodshed. A man in his 40s, wearing a patched cotton coat, walking with a limp, but his back was as straight as a spear. He glanced at the arrow on the stone mill, and the muscles in his face twitched sharply. A nomad arrow? Yes. I repeated Han Wu's words exactly as they'd been said. Zhao Tai was silent for a long time, so long I thought he wasn't going to speak, before he said hoarsely, Back in my day, I served in the Border Army. Fought the nomads for 3 years. I know them too well. He pointed north, toward Green Wolf Mountain. They send scouts first. They find out how many people a village has, how many weapons, whether there's a way out. Once the scouts report back, the main body of cavalry comes at night, half a day later at most. They kill every man, carry off the women and children, burn the houses, and leave not one grain behind. Behind Green Wolf Gully is Green Wolf Mountain, and over the other side is the nomad grasslands. If they're coming, they'll be quick. I nodded. I understood all of this. Zhao Tai looked at me, his eyes full of complicated things. There was testing in them, and hope, and a thread of desperate, all-or-nothing resolve. What do you plan to do? I didn't answer right away. I walked to the gap in the wall and looked out at the vast white snow, at the crooked thatched huts, at the crowd of people still standing dazed at the village entrance. I thought of the 23 people of Willow Gully. I thought of that 3-month-old baby run through on the point of a spear. First, we reinforced the courtyard walls. I turned around. My voice was low, but hard. Then we tell the whole village. Anyone willing to listen to me, we build traps, make weapons, and defend the village together. Anyone unwilling, anyone who wants to leave, I won't stop them. Zhao Tai was taken aback, as if he hadn't expected me to say that. He stared at me for a long time, then suddenly laughed. Not a happy laugh. A laugh mixed with bitterness, with relief, and with a thread of gratitude. Good. He nodded hard and slammed a fist against his own thigh. You gave me this life. However you say to do it, that's how I'll do it. If I have to throw my life away here in Green Wolf Gully, so be it. Sutin stood in the kitchen doorway, watching my back, saying nothing. Since last night, she'd known this man had changed. He was no longer the Liang Chun who only sighed and let others push him around. The man he was now was like a freshly whetted blade. Sharp, hard, able to cut through the dark. I picked up the hunting knife leaning against the wall and walked toward the gap. The sky had turned fully bright. Golden sunlight poured over the snow, so blinding it was hard to keep your eyes open. In the distance, Green Wolf Mountain stood in silence, like a great black beast crouched and waiting. Beyond that mountain, countless greedy eyes were fixed on this stretch of land. That afternoon, Pockface Wong came again. This time he brought no men and no clubs. He held a package of pastries in his hands, smiling a smile uglier than crying. Liang Chun, brother, this morning was my fault. Could we talk something over? I didn't take the package of pastries. Leaning against the door frame, the knife across my knees, I looked at him coldly. Pockface Wong stood outside the gate, alone, holding that package of pastries wrapped in coarse paper, his face creased with a smile. Liang Chun, brother, look, these are from Fu Ruxiang in town. 200 coins a package. He pushed the pastries forward, and his throat gave a gulp, like he was swallowing. If you've got something to say, say it. The smile on his face froze, then piled back on. He glanced left and right and lowered his voice. The thing is, word about the border army's message has spread all over the village. Willow Gully, is it really all gone? 23 people. Not one left alive. My voice didn't waver. His face went a shade whiter. He licked his cracked lips and leaned in closer. Liang Chun, brother, let's not talk in circles. If the nomads really attack, the handful of people in Green Wolf Gully, without even a decent wall, we're just meat on the chopping block. So you hunt boar by day and drive off wolf packs by night. You've got to have a plan. His voice took on a whine. I've still got a wife and kids. I can't let them. This morning, when you wanted to tear my house down, that's not what you were saying. I cut him off. He opened his mouth, his expression shifting again, and finally he slapped himself hard across the face. The crack was loud. Blood seeped from the corner of his mouth. I'm no good, he cursed himself after the slap. I, Pockface Wong, threw my weight around Green Wolf Gully for 10 years, and everyone I bullied was an honest man. But the nomads coming is different. That's life and death. Liang Chun, brother, say the word, and I'll do anything. Su Ting came out carrying a bowl, and, seeing him slap himself, stopped short. I shook my head at her, and she set the bowl on the stone mill and went back to the kitchen. I stared at Pockface Wong for a long time. Under my stare, his legs began to shake. Can you keep that gang of yours in line? I said. I can. He nodded like a pecking bird. Anyone who doesn't listen to you, I'll break his legs first. I don't want you breaking anyone's legs. I stood up and slid the knife back into my belt. Go gather everyone. The men of the village split into 3 groups. One group comes up the mountain with me to cut trees. One reinforces the courtyard walls of each house, and one digs a trench at the village entrance. Can you handle that? He was stunned. Dig a trench? Cut trees? Well, hold off the nomads. No, I said it plainly, but it'll buy you another half-hour to live. He stopped smiling. He looked into my eyes and saw something in them he'd never seen before. Not viciousness, coldness. The kind of cold that comes after you've grown used to life and death. All right. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. I'll go take care of it now. He turned to leave, and I called him back. Take the pastries. Take them back for your kids. There was no room to argue. Green Wolf Gully doesn't feed idlers now. If you want to live, trade your strength for it, not pastries. He stood frozen in place, his lips trembling a few times, then tucked the pastries into his shirt and left with red-rimmed eyes. Su Tin brought over a bowl of meat broth and handed it to me. He sure changed fast, she said quietly, with a hint of mockery. He didn't change fast. He got scared. I took a sip of the broth. Scalding, it warmed my stomach. When a man is scared to the bone, there's nothing he won't do. So you still trust him? No. I set the bowl down and looked toward where he'd gone. But he's useful right now. Green Wolf Gully has 30-some households, fewer than 60 able-bodied men. On our own, we can't get anything done. She was quiet for a while, then said in a low voice, Do you really mean to take charge of the whole village? I glanced at her. Her eyes were bright, as if holding back something unsaid. I'm afraid you'll wear yourself out. Her voice dropped lower, her fingers twisting the edge of her apron, and afraid that in the end you'll be left with no one on your side. You can't see into people's hearts. You help them, and they won't necessarily remember the good you did. I was silent for a few seconds, then reached out and took the empty bowl from her hands. The people of Willow Gully, before they died, surely thought the nomads wouldn't come either. My voice sank. Whether they remember the good is a matter for later. First we live through tomorrow. She didn't ask anything more and turned back to the kitchen. The stove fire lit her back, flickering light and dark. By afternoon, Green Wolf Gully came alive. Pockface Wong really did gather everyone. He stood under the big pagoda tree at the village entrance, the handprint on his face still fresh, and shouted at the top of his lungs. Listen up, all of you. From today on, you do whatever Liang Chen says. Anyone who dares slack off or cut corners, don't blame me. Pockface Wong. The villagers below looked at each other. This morning, he was robbing the man, and by afternoon, he's his lackey? Shoo, keep it down, you tired of living? From the crowd, an old man with graying hair spoke up unsteadily. Liang Chun, if we dig a trench, will the nomads really not come? It was old Chun from the east end of the village, past 60, his wife long gone, all alone now. It won't stop them. I didn't lie to him. But it'll drag things out a little longer under the nomads' hooves. The longer we drag it out, the better our chance to live. A young man piped up. With just the likes of us, we can beat the nomads? The border army can't even hold them. What are we supposed to hold them with? My gaze swept over to him. He shrank his neck in, but didn't shut up. If you don't want to work, you can go home and wait to die. My voice was low, every word like a nail driven into the ground. I'm not begging anyone. Those who want to live, work with me. Those who want to wait, shut your door and wait. A moment of silence. No one left. I pulled a sheet of coarse paper from my pocket, a crooked diagram drawn on it. There are hillsides on both sides of the village entrance, with the road in the middle. We dig a trench here, 1 man deep, 10 feet wide, with sharpened stakes planted in the bottom. However fast the nomads' horses are, they can't jump it. We won't build the walls with brick, no time for that. Every household brings out all their timber, branches, and thorns, and adds another layer outside the old walls. Every arrow it blocks is 1 arrow. The mountain crew cuts pine only. Pine has a lot of resin, burns big when lit, works as torches. I shoved the paper into Pockface Wong's hands. Split into groups. Get to work. This time no one stood dazed. Some went home for hoes, some went up the mountain for axes, some hauled timber. No one wanted to be the 23rd body of Willow Gully. By nightfall, the trench at the village entrance was less than half dug. Green Wolf Gully's able-bodied men were in even worse shape than I'd thought. After starving through a winter, they worked 1 hour and rested the next. A few of them collapsed right in the middle of working. Zhao Tai came over on his crutch, looked at the rough, uneven trench, and frowned. At this rate, the trench won't be finished before the nomads arrive. His voice was low. These people have starved a whole winter. They can't even hold a knife steady. I said nothing. He was telling the truth. I looked at the resting villagers. Every one of them worn down to the bone, slumped against the walls, faces covered in dirt, eyes sunk deep in their sockets. That's enough for today. I walked into the middle of the crowd. Everyone go home. We continue at first light tomorrow. No one moved. It wasn't that they didn't want to leave. They couldn't. I turned and went home and hauled out all the leftover boar meat from the kitchen. Sutin followed behind me, opened her mouth, then swallowed the words. The big iron pot went back on, and the smell of meat broth drifted over the whole village. I carried the pot to the village entrance and gave a bowl to each person, no more, no less. Old Zhang took a sip and wept openly. I've lived 56 years, and this is the first winter I've ever had meat broth. I didn't answer. I kept my head down and kept ladling. Pockface Wong crouched at the edge of the trench, panting like a dog, swallowing hard again and again, his eyes flicking toward the meat pot, then quickly away, not daring to come over. I ladled a full bowl and walked over and held it out to him. He froze, looked up, his eyes going wide. You need strength to work, and strength is what keeps you alive. I pushed the bowl into his hands and turned to walk away. He held that bowl of broth, his fingers trembling, lowered his head, and took a sip, and tears dripped one after another into the bowl. No one knew whether it was from the heat or something else. Night fell completely. Everyone had scattered. I stood alone at the village entrance, planting the sharpened stakes into the half-dug trench one by one, unhurried. The moonlight stretched my shadow out long. In the distant mountains, a few wolf howls now and then, but I knew those weren't only wolves. At first light the next day, the lookout on the mountain came stumbling and scrambling down, the brass gong clattering from his hands, his voice cracked from screaming. They're coming. So many of them. The foot of the mountain is covered in horses. A black mass of them. The clang of the falling gong hadn't even faded before I burst out of the courtyard gate. I took the slope at the village entrance 3 steps at a time and looked north. The snow field at the foot of the mountain was a solid black mass. At least 100 horses. The riders wore leather robes and fur hats, gripping curved sabers and long spears. The morning light came from behind them, stretching their shadows long and black, like a horde of demons crawling up out of the earth. Everyone, positions, same groups as yesterday. My voice cracked through the village like thunder. No one hesitated. Pockface Wong was the first to snap into motion. He kicked open the door of the idler next to his. Get up. The nomads are here. Get your ass out here and dig. Men who'd been slumped on their beds came stumbling and scrambling out. Some clutched hoes, some kitchen cleavers, some had a door bolt slung over a shoulder. Zhao Tai stood at the village entrance on his crutch, squinting at the distance, his face graver than the day before. At this rate, the trench won't be finished. His voice was low, carrying the weary knowledge of a man who'd seen battle before. These people have starved a whole winter. They can't even hold a knife steady, let alone fight. I know, I said, but they're all we've got right now. He didn't say more, just planted his crutch in the ground and straightened his back. The hoofbeats drew closer. I crouched behind the trench, gripping my knife, my eyes fixed on the snow field. Beside me, the villagers' breathing came fast and ragged. Some had already started to shake. Don't rush. My voice was steady. Wait till they're close before you move. 100 riders stopped on the snow field outside the village. The one in the lead wasn't tall, but his shoulders were massive, a scar slashing across his face from left eyebrow to right corner of his mouth. He sat his horse and squinted at Green Wolf Gully, and slowly his mouth curled open, showing a row of yellow teeth. A great Liang village. Made of tofu. He said something in the nomad tongue, and laughter rippled around him. He raised his saber and pointed it forward. Leave no one. 50 riders surged forward, hooves throwing up a spray of snow across the sky. I watched the approaching hooves and counted in my head. 100 paces. 80. 50. Everyone down. Keep your heads low. The villagers dropped behind the trenches one, holding their breath. The ground trembled under the hooves. The nomads' war cries were shrill enough to sound like screaming ghosts. 30 paces. 20. 10. The lead warhorse's leg plunged into the trench. Its leg was skewered by a stake. It screamed and went down, throwing its rider, who pitched headfirst into the trench, another stake driving straight through his back. Blood sprayed across the ground. The horses behind couldn't stop in time and went down one after another into the trench. Screams, hooves, the crack of breaking stakes, all blending into chaos, like a pot boiling over. Now, I sprang up. Get in there and stab. Left side. Get his neck. My eyes swept the trench like a hawk's, and I called out the position of every nomad who climbed out of it the instant I saw him. One nomad had barely gotten his head up before my knife was already in his eye socket. The villagers popped up from behind the trench, hoes, mattocks, and shovels all raining down into the ditch together. One nomad who'd broken his leg had just gotten to his feet when old Zhang brought a hoe down on his head. He grunted and fell back in. Old Zhang's hands were shaking, but he didn't back away. He kept muttering under his breath, "Willow Gully. I'm not going to be Willow Gully." One swing of the hoe, then another. Pockface Wong crouched at the eastern gap, his shovel spinning like a windmill. A nomad climbed up and got the shovel across the face, 3 teeth flying out, the whole body tumbling back down. Come on, come on, I'll beat you to death." He shouted until his voice cracked. An arrow flew past, grazing his arm, drawing a line of blood. He glanced down, cursed, and swung the shovel backhanded to crush the skull of another climbing nomad. Zhao Tai held the western high ground. His leg was lame, but his hands hadn't lost their skill. The hunting knife in his grip seemed to have eyes of its own, every strike going for a nomad's throat or chest, not one wasted motion. Don't stab the body, go for the throat and face. His calm was almost frightening. These nomads have thick skin and hard flesh. A body wound won't kill them. The villagers learned fast. The hoes stopped aiming at chests and went for heads instead. In the first clash, 50 nomads had charged. When they pulled back, 17 were missing. 17 bodies lay scattered across the trench, blood staining the snow a dark red. Out on the snow field beyond the village, the scar-faced man watched his retreating remnants, his face iron gray. Since when do great Liang villages dig trenches? He whipped the scout beside him, and the scout tumbled off his horse. It wasn't there when I came through the day before yesterday." The scout knelt in the snow, shaking all over. The scar-faced man ignored him and looked back at the village. His eyes were sharp, and one glance told him everything about the people behind that trench. Not soldiers, villagers. People holding hoes and shovels, not even a scrap of armor among them. And yet these villagers had cost him 17 men. Switch to bows. His voice was cold. Shoot them down. The remaining riders drew their bows, hooves kicking up snow again. This time they didn't charge the trench. They circled the village at a gallop, arrows raining down on the village entrance from every direction. Cover, I shouted, shoving down the young man beside me. Arrows whistled overhead, thudding into walls, doors, woodpiles. One villager who was too slow took an arrow through the shoulder and went down screaming. Drag him back. I ordered the 2 men nearest me. Get him to Sutan. I gauged the density of the incoming arrows. Their arrows won't hold out past half an hour, I said quietly to Zhao Tai. In the village, Sutan had already boiled several pots of water. At the sound of the shouting, she ran out with her medicine box. She tore open the wounded man's clothes. The arrow was still lodged in the flesh. Her hands trembled for a moment, then steadied. Hold him down. Don't let him move. Nearby, a little girl of 7 or 8 had burst into tears of fright, clinging to Sutan's leg and refusing to let go. Sutan freed one hand and gently covered the girl's eyes, her voice tender, out of place on a battlefield. Don't be scared. Keep your eyes covered. It'll be over soon. Then she gritted her teeth, gripped the arrow shaft, and pulled it out in one motion. Blood sprayed, and the villager passed out from the pain. She didn't have time to be afraid. She grabbed a handful of wood ash, pressed it to the wound, and bound it tight with rags. Her face was drained white, but her hands never stopped. Next, her voice shook, but she didn't retreat. I stole a glance back and caught sight of her, face streaked with blood, crouched on the ground, bandaging. She didn't call out for help. She didn't cry. She didn't even look up at me. She was doing everything within her power. I turned my eyes back to the village entrance. The rain of arrows kept coming. This wasn't working. The nomads had bows. We didn't. They rode. We crouched in a trench taking hits. Their arrows wouldn't last half an hour, but the villagers wouldn't last half an hour either. My eyes fell on the woodpile at the village entrance, the pine branches cut down the day before, still draped within used rags and jars of lard. Pak Face Wong, I shouted. Light that pile of pine branches. He froze. Light it. That's our torch supply. Light it. Now. We can't wait. He didn't argue. He rolled over to the woodpile, pulled out his fire striker, and lit the oil-soaked rags. The flames shot up 10 feet. The thick smoke from the pine resin caught the north wind and rolled out toward the village entrance like a black dragon. The nomads' horses whinnied and reared against the smoke, a few riders nearly thrown. The rain of arrows thinned noticeably. Light every woodpile. I shouted. The more smoke, the better. The villagers dragged out everything that would burn, dead branches, rotten mats, torn sacks, and threw it all into the fire. Black smoke blotted out half the sky, and the nomad archers couldn't even see their targets anymore. Behind the smoke, the scar-faced man reined in his horse, his expression shifting from contempt to something graver. He stared at the smoke for a long time, and finally raised his hand. Fall back. The 100 riders wheeled their horses and vanished into the morning light. In the village, no one cheered. Behind the trench, the blood-covered villagers sat slumped on the ground, gasping for breath. Some were shaking. Some were vomiting. Some had their heads in their hands, crying. 17 nomad bodies lay scattered in the trench, the blood frozen into dark red ice. I stood up. My legs were a little unsteady, but I didn't sit down. I walked to the edge of the trench and looked toward where the nomads had retreated. Only hoofprints and bloodstains remained on the snow field. They'd vanished as cleanly as they'd come. Zhao Tai walked over on his crutch, blood still wet on his knife. They'll be back. His voice was low. Today was just a probe. Next time, it won't be 100 riders. I said nothing. I looked back at the village. Su Tan was crouched on the ground, bandaging the last of the wounded, the blood on her hands already dried, cracking in lines. She looked up and met my eyes, her lips twitching, as if trying to smile, but the smile never came. Pak Face Wong leaned against a tree, the wound on his arm still seeping blood, his pipe stem bitten out of shape. His eyes were fixed on the nomad bodies in the trench, lost in some thought. Xiao Zhao stood in the doorway, gripping my mother's hand, her eyes red, but she wasn't crying. 100 riders had come and gone. How many would come next time? That night, while I stood watch at the village entrance, I suddenly saw fire flare up on the mountain road to the north. Not one flame, not 10. Thousands upon thousands of torches, forming an endless dragon of fire that ran from the foot of the mountain all the way to the horizon. The entire night sky was stained blood red. I stood on the high slope at the village entrance, not moving. The distant dragon of fire kept stretching, burning from the foot of the mountain to the edge of the sky, as if it meant to set the whole night ablaze. Countless torches. 1,000, 2,000, more? The firelight stained half the sky red, and even the falling snow turned to dark crimson. Zhao Tai had come to stand behind me at some point, his crutch driven deep into the snow, his other hand gripping his knife so hard the knuckles had gone white. The firelight lit his face in flickers of bright and dark, the scar on it crawling like a centipede. At least 3,000 riders. His voice came out hoarse, barely his own. Back in my army days, I saw a force this size once. That time we lost 3 garrison towns. Over 2,000 soldiers and civilians. Not one left alive. I said nothing. 3,000 riders. Green Wolf Gully had fewer than 200 people counting the old and the young, and fewer than 60 who could hold a weapon. The trench was only half dug, the walls weren't fully reinforced, we were out of stakes, and the pine resin from yesterday was down to less than half a bucket. What could hold that back? Are you scared? Zhao Tai asked. Yes. I didn't hide it. But being scared doesn't help. We can't outrun horses. If we surrender, the nomads don't leave survivors. Other than holding the line, there's no other road. I turned and walked back into the village. My boots crunched on the frozen snow, each step steady, planted like a nail. In the village, everyone had seen that fire. No one was sleeping. Men, women, the old, the children, all stood outside their doors, faces bloodless, staring north at that blood-red sky. Someone was crying, very quietly, as if afraid the nomads in the mountains might hear. Someone held a child, pressing the small head hard against their chest so the child couldn't see that hellish glow. Someone was packing belongings, then set them down halfway, defeated. Where was there to run? South, and they'd starve before reaching the prefectural city. North, and they'd run straight into the nomads' arms. I walked to the old pagoda tree and stood still. Everyone, come here. My voice wasn't loud, but it cracked through the silence like a peal of thunder. Like drowning people grabbing for driftwood, they stumbled over, crowding close, their bloodshot eyes fixed on me as if I were the only god left. I looked over every one of them. Pockface Wong, the wound on his arm still seeping. Old Zhang, his hoe handle warped from his grip. Su Tan, her hands trembling slightly, hidden in her sleeves. I won't lie to you. My voice was heavy. At least 3,000 nomad cavalry are out there. Green Wolf Gully can't stop them. Even if we fight with everything we have, we can hold out an hour at most. A choked sob rose from the crowd. Someone's legs gave out, and they sank into the snow. But even if we can't stop them, we still have to try. My voice rose suddenly, cutting through the crying like a blade. The people of Willow Gully didn't fight, and in one night all 23 of them were gone. Not even a 3-month-old baby spared. If we fight, at least some of us will live longer, at least we'll drag a few nomads down with us. I'm asking you, do you want to be Willow Gully, slaughtered without a fight, or Green Wolf Gully, fighting to the last for a chance to live? No one answered, only the wind moaning through the branches. I'm asking you, I shouted again, the sound shaking snow loose from the pagoda tree. Willow Gully, or Green Wolf Gully? Green Wolf Gully. Pockface Wong roared first, the wound on his arm splitting open further, blood dripping down his fingers into the snow. He didn't even glance at it. I've lived 30-some years and bullied plenty of people, but I'm not going to die at a nomad's hand. Green Wolf Gully. A few of the idlers who'd run with him for years echoed him, gripping their shovels until they rattled. Green Wolf Gully. Old Zhang raised his hoe, tears streaming down his face, but his voice didn't waver at all. My son died under a nomad's blade. This old life of mine. It's about time I settled the score with them. Green Wolf Gully. Green Wolf Gully. The shouting grew louder, drowning out the wind, drowning out the faint whinnying of horses in the distance. In this moment, people who had lost all hope found the courage to keep living. I nodded. Good. Listen to my plan. I pulled out a crumpled sheet of coarse paper, a map of Green Wolf Gully's terrain drawn on it. While standing watch earlier, I'd sketched it in charcoal on the snow, revised it, then copied it onto paper. Every crossroad, every rise, every house marked out clearly. 3,000 nomad riders can't all charge in at once. The village entrance is only so wide. At most a few dozen can squeeze through at a time. The trench is only half dug, but it'll hold their first wave. What we need isn't to win. It's to drag this out. Drag it out until they're worn down, until they decide we're too tough a bone to chew. I moved my finger across the map. Zhao Tai, take 10 men and hold the western high ground. It's steep there, horses can't climb it, so they'll have to dismount and go on foot. Have your men stack stones and logs up top. Everyone who comes up, crush him. Don't let them circle around into the village through the high ground, no matter what. Zhao Tai nodded hard, driving his crutch into the snow. Don't worry. With me there, that high ground holds. Pockface Wong. Take 20 men and hold the trench at the village entrance. Don't move those 17 bodies. Leave them lying there. The nomads are superstitious. Seeing their own dead piled in front of them will shake their nerve, and they'll hesitate before charging. Pockface Wong blinked, then slapped his thigh hard. Damn, that's clever. I'll go get it set up right now. Everyone else, you're with me defending the village. Every household braces doors and windows with timber and piles stones and clay jars on the courtyard walls. If the nomads break through the trench and get into the village, don't go out and fight in the open. Hold your own house. When they dismount to climb the walls, drop stones and pour boiling water down on them. Every one you kill is one less. I raised my head and looked at everyone. Remember this. Nomads on horseback are unbeatable, but once they're on foot, they're mortal men with 2 legs, just like you. Their flesh is flesh too. A blade through it kills them. A stone on the skull cracks it open. No one spoke. Some tucked kitchen cleavers into their belts. Some sharpened their hose brighter. Some stuffed a few stones inside their shirts. The widow Li tucked a freshly sharpened cleaver behind her back, then took the longevity locket off her daughter's neck and tucked it into her inner pocket. Old Hunter Wong polished his family's ancestral hunting rifle again and again, then pressed the last piece of iron shot into the barrel. Sutan came out from the back of the crowd, carrying a bowl of steaming ginger soup, and handed it to me. Her eyes were red, but she wasn't crying. Everyone is looking to you. Her voice was very quiet, meant only for me. They've handed you their lives. I know. Whatever you tell them to do, they'll do it. Even facing death, no one will back down. I know. She was silent a moment, then looked up and straight into my eyes. Fear was in them, but more than that, resolve. Then what about you? Will you die? I took the bowl and drank a large mouthful. The spicy heat burned from my throat down to my stomach, driving off the cold. No. I looked into her eyes and said it word by word. I promised you I'd get you out of here. I keep my word. Her eyes reddened at once. She looked down and blinked hard, forcing the tears back. I'm going to boil more water. She turned to leave, took 2 steps, then stopped without turning back. What you said. You can't die. I won't. I watched her figure disappear around the corner and noticed she was gripping her medicine box tight, a glint of polished metal showing at the bottom. A pair of scissors, sharpened by her own hand until it was as sharp as a knife. The sky was almost light. The distant dragon of fire hadn't moved, still sitting on the snow field at the foot of the mountain. The nomads hadn't attacked through the night. They were waiting for daylight. Cavalry fighting at night grew chaotic too easily. They preferred to charge by day, crushing every resistance under their hooves. I leaned against the old pagoda tree, eyes closed, my mind never still for a moment. 3,000 riders. Green Wolf Gully could hold out an hour at most. Fighting head-on was a dead end. I needed a variable, something that could turn the tide of this battle. Zhao Tai. I opened my eyes. Here. How far is the border army's camp from here? An hour on a fast horse. Half a day on foot. If we send someone for reinforcements, will the border army come? He was quiet for a long time, then shook his head. Not necessarily. The border army itself doesn't have enough food or clothing. They've got no mind to spare for us. And that man Han Wu, he's not a bad man, but he answers to a general above him. Without the general's order, he won't dare move troops on his own. I said nothing, but I knew in my heart that Han Wu owed me a debt. That arrow yesterday had given him the most critical warning he could have gotten. If Green Wolf Gully were truly slaughtered, it wouldn't sit easy with him. My eyes drifted, unbidden, toward the depths of Green Wolf Mountain. There was a saltpeter deposit I'd discovered half a month ago, and the reserves weren't small. A different plan had already formed in my mind. A reckless one, but the only one that might actually work. A streak of pale light rose in the eastern sky. The dragon of fire dimmed slowly in the morning light, revealing its true, monstrous shape. Not torches. Thousands upon thousands of campfires. They covered the entire snow field at the foot of the mountain, packed so dense the eye couldn't find their end. Between the fires stood a dense mass of men and horses, and the whinnying of warhorses carried on the wind, enough to make one's scalp crawl. 3,000 riders. If anything more. I stood on the high slope, looking out at that endless nomad army, and drew a deep breath. Everyone, to your positions. No hesitation. Zhao Tai led his men up the western high ground on his crutch, rolling millstone-sized boulders to the edge of the slope. Pockface Wong crouched with his men behind the trench, gripping his shovel tight, eyes fixed on the village entrance. The rest returned to their own courtyards, bracing doors and windows shut tight. The women boiled pot after pot of water to a full rolling boil, steam curling into the air. The children were shut in the root cellars, wheat cakes stuffed in their mouths, the adults repeating the same warning over and over. No matter what you hear, don't make a sound. I stood at the very front of the village entrance, the knife across my knees. The morning wind carried the smell of horse dung, roasting meat, and beneath it, the faint smell of blood. The sky was fully light now. A horn sounded from the nomad camp, low and heavy, like the roar of some great beast. The earth began to tremble. The sound of thousands of horses moving at once rolled in like a flash flood. I gripped my knife tight. They were coming. The horn tore through the dawn. The earth shook. The sound of thousands of horses moving at once was a flash flood, thundering down from the north and grinding forward. Crouched behind the trench, I could feel the tremor travel from the soles of my feet all the way up to my teeth. "Hold steady," I shouted, my voice cutting over the hooves. Zhao Tai stood on the western high ground, squinting at that dense black mass of cavalry. His crutch was driven into the ground, one hand on his knife, the other gripping a stone the size of a fist. 300 paces. Pockface Wong crouched at the eastern section of the trench, the wound on his arm still seeping, his eyes wide as brass bells, his knuckles white around the shovel. Behind him were 20 villagers, some gripping hoes, some raising cleavers, some clutching stones, their lips all trembling, but not one of them backed away. 200 paces. I kept my eyes locked on the horse at the very front. The nomad on its back swung his curved saber, shrieking, a spray of snow rising behind him across the sky. 100 paces. The trench did its work. The first few dozen horses pitched headfirst into the ditch, their legs skewered by stakes, screams, and the crack of breaking bone, and cursing all blending into chaos, like a pot boiling over. But the riders behind had learned. They stopped charging the trench and split into two streams in front of it. One column circled toward the eastern gap, the other charged the western high ground. "Pockface Wong. East side," I shouted. Pockface Wong was ready. The gap was only 10 feet wide, low walls of branches and thorns on either side. The nomad's horses had to slow at the gap, and the moment a rider raised his blade, Pockface Wong slammed a shovel into the horse's face. The warhorse screamed and went down, throwing its rider, whose head struck the low wall, his neck folding at an impossible angle. "Smash them!" Pockface Wong roared until his voice cracked. Stones, stakes, hoes, shovels, everything that could strike rained down on the gap. One nomad had barely poked his head up when old Zhang brought a hoe down on his face. He didn't even get out a scream. But there were too many nomads. One fell, two charged up. Two fell, for charged up. The eastern gap was a meat grinder, bodies piled waist high, and the men behind climbed over their comrades' corpses to keep coming. Pockface Wong took another arrow in the arm. He bit down on the shaft and yanked it out, blood spraying across his face. He cursed and swung the shovel backhanded to crush the skull of the nomad in front of him. On the western high ground, Zhao Tai wasn't faring any better. Horses couldn't climb the steep slope, but men could. Dozens of nomads dismounted and charged up, blades raised. Zhao Tai held the crest with 10 men, hurling stones and rolling logs down, sending the nomads tumbling back down like dumplings poured into a pot. "Don't panic. Plant your feet before you throw." Zhao Tai's calm was almost frightening, his knife never stopping for a moment. One nomad reached the crest, and Zhao Tai drove his knife into the man's throat, blood spraying across his sleeve. He shoved the corpse aside, turned, and felled another. But the villagers behind him were breaking. A young villager took an arrow through the shin and went down screaming. Zhao Tai grabbed him by the collar and dragged him to the rear, shouting, "Press the wound. Don't move." Then he took the man's place at the gap himself, casting aside his crutch, standing on one leg, his single blade weaving an impenetrable web. 3 nomads charged at once. He slashed the first across the throat, drove a backhand thrust into the second's chest, and when the third saber came down, he twisted aside and drove a fist into the man's throat. The nomad clutched his throat and fell. Zhao Tai himself nearly lost his footing. His old wound had reopened. His lame leg hurt like it was about to break, cold sweat streaming down his forehead. "Hold on." He gritted through his teeth to himself. "Hold on." At the front of the village entrance, I held the line alone. Nomad and warhorse corpses were already piled in front of the trench, and the men behind no longer dared charge into it. They dismounted, raised their curved sabers, and edged carefully toward the trench. I crouched behind it, knife in a reverse grip, waiting. I couldn't hold off this mini alone, so I had to use every inch of terrain. Last night, I deliberately doused the inner slope of the trench with snow water, and after freezing all night it had become a layer of slick ice. The first nomad climbed the earthen slope, his feet slid out from under him, and he sprawled flat on his back. Before he could get up, I drove my knife into his thigh and kicked him back into the ditch. The second was smarter. He didn't climb the slope directly, but circled around from the side, steadying himself on a clump of dead grass. I couldn't turn in time and could only twist aside. The saber grazed my chest, tearing through my cotton coat and leaving a line of blood. I gritted my teeth and drove my knife into the man's kidney, twisting hard. The nomad's eyes went wide, bloody foam welling up in his mouth, and he crumpled. I gasped for breath and looked down at my chest. Not deep, but bleeding badly. I tore off a length of sleeve, wound it around clumsily, and gripped my knife again. Come on. My voice was so hoarse it wasn't my own. The third one hesitated. He saw the look in my eyes, a look that wasn't human, more like a wounded wolf's. He didn't fear death, but he feared that look. He took a step back, turned, and ran. I leaned against the edge of the trench, gasping. The sounds of battle still raged in the distance, the eastern gap. The western high ground, blood and bodies and dying screams everywhere. I glanced back at the village. Sutin crouched in the courtyard, hands flying as she bandaged the wounded. Her face, her hands, her clothes were all covered in blood, nomad blood and villager blood alike. She didn't cry. She didn't even tremble. She just mechanically tore cloth, applied medicine, and bound wounds, one after another. Xiao Zhao had climbed out of the root cellar at some point and stood in the kitchen doorway, gripping a fire poker. Her eyes were red, but she wasn't crying, and she'd bitten her lip until it bled. I turned my eyes back to the far side of the trench. The nomads had pulled back. Not a retreat, a regrouping. By the stone wall on the eastern side of the village entrance, old Hunter Wang lay in a pool of blood. An arrow was buried in his chest, the shaft still faintly quivering. Beside him lay a boy of 7 or 8, old Qin's grandson, untouched. Old Wang's hand still gripped that ancestral hunting rifle. He'd never gotten off a second shot. In the distant camp, the horn sounded again. This time not a charge, an assembly. The cavalry that had surged out pulled back like a receding tide, leaving only corpses and blood strewn across the ground. In the village, everyone was gasping for breath. No one dead. No, old Wang was dead, and 6 other villagers now lay forever in that blood-soaked snow. I stood at the village entrance, looking at the distant camp. Zhao Tai came over on his crutch, his knife slick with blood, his legs shaking, his back ramrod straight. Killed at least 100, he said quietly. But their main force hasn't moved yet. I nodded. I knew. What had charged just now was 500 riders at most. The real 3,000 were still waiting in the camp. Why don't they all charge at once? Pock-faced Wang came over dragging his shovel, the wound on his arm still unbound, blood dripping down his fingers. They're testing us. My eyes narrowed. They're feeling out our hand. They want to burn through our strength and our weapons, and once we're exhausted and out of everything, throw in the main force to break us in one wave. So what's our hand? Pock-faced Wang's voice took on a note of tears. I was silent for a long time before I said, "We don't have one." Pock-faced Wang opened his mouth, but no words came. Zhao Tai's face was grim. He stared at the great banner in the distance and dropped his voice very low. The Golden Wolf banner. The banner of the nomad royal court. He paused, as if recalling something he'd rather not. Wherever the Golden Wolf banner goes, not a blade of grass survives. They never leave anyone alive. They're not here to steal things. They're here to wipe out the village. My heart sank. This wasn't ordinary nomad raiding. This was the royal court. They meant to tear every person on this land up by the roots. I turned and looked at the village. Several sections of wall had collapsed. The trench was filled with bodies. We were nearly out of stones and stakes. More than half the villagers were wounded, and even the unhurt were spent. Old Wang's body still lay against the wall, and no one dared go collect it. We could barely withstand the first probe from 3,000 riders. What about the next one? I closed my eyes, my mind racing. I needed time. Even one more hour, one more quarter hour. I opened my eyes and looked at the camp. There stood a great banner, its pole twice as tall as the torches beside it, a golden wolf embroidered on the cloth, snapping in the morning wind. Just then, there was movement in the camp. A man in golden armor sat astride a snow-white warhorse, surrounded by hundreds of personal guards, moving slowly toward the front of the line. He wore a monstrous bronze mask that hid his face, showing only a pair of eyes cold as a frozen pool. His gaze crossed the snow field, crossed the mountain of corpses and sea of blood, crossed the ruined trench, and locked hard onto me. Then he slowly raised the golden saber in his hand. The horn sounded a third time, shrill and piercing, like the death god summons. The full assault had begun. The moment the golden saber came down, the earth truly began to shake. The sound of 3,000 cavalry charging at once wasn't a flash flood. It was an earthquake. Standing behind the trench, I could feel the ground beneath me convulse, dirt shivering loose from the edge of the ditch. My heart was gripped by the hoofbeats, pounded again and again. Everyone, listen well. My voice split the deafening thunder of hooves. This time is different. No probing, no retreat. They're here to grind us to dust. No one spoke. No one moved. Zhao Tai stood on the western high ground, drove his crutch into the ground, and bound his right leg to the crutch with hemp rope. This way I stand steady, he told the man beside him, his tone as flat as if he were remarking on nice weather. Pock-Face Wong crouched at the eastern gap, laid his shovel across his knees, and tore off a strip of his hem to wrap around his hands. Can't swing it if my grip slips, he explained, though no one had asked. Su Tin stood in the courtyard, tearing the last piece of cloth into bandages, folding them, and stacking them on the stone mill. Her hands shook, but every piece was folded neat and square. Xiao Zhao stood in the kitchen doorway, a fire poker gripped in one hand, a pair of fire tongs taller than she was in the other. Su Tin glanced at her and did not tell her to go back to the cellar. There was no time. The nomad's first rain of arrows arrived ahead of the cavalry, not the sparse probing volleys from before. A true storm of arrows. 1,000 shafts rose into the air at once, like a black cloud, blotting out the sun that had just risen in the east. Cover, I shouted. The arrows came down like hail, thudding into walls, doors, wood piles, and bodies. One villager who was too slow took 3 arrows through the back at once. He pitched into the snow, fingers clawing into the dirt, struggled a few times, and went still. Zhao Tai, report casualties. 1 dead, 2 wounded. Zhao Tai's voice came from the west. Too many arrows, we can't hold. I gritted my teeth. Casualties before we'd even engaged. The 3,000 hadn't even charged, and the arrows alone could shoot us all down. Everyone, into the houses. Get out of the open. The villagers scrambled inside, ducking behind the mud walls. Arrows thumped into the walls, kicking up dust. Someone cried. Someone chanted prayers to the Buddha. Someone huddled in a corner shaking with their head in their hands. I didn't go inside. I crouched by the earthen mound behind the trench, propped 2 door planks over my head. Arrows struck the planks, the impact leaving the base of my thumb numb. The arrow storm lasted a full quarter hour. As the last volley came down, the nomad cavalry was already 200 paces out. Out of the houses. To your positions. I burst out from under the planks, knife in hand, my voice like thunder. No one hesitated. Zhao Tai untied the rope binding his crutch and stood upright. Pock-Face Wong poked his head out from behind the stone mill and shook out his numbed hands. Old Zhang charged out of the kitchen gripping his cleaver. The look on his face not that of a 56-year-old farmer, but of a madman with nothing left to lose. Everyone knew this was the last stand. No road back, no reinforcements, no miracle. Only Green Wolf Gully, and the people behind Green Wolf Gully they would give their lives to protect. The nomad cavalry didn't charge the trench. They reined in 50 paces from the ditch, dismounted, raised their sabers and shields, formed into orderly squares, and advanced step by step. My heart sank. They'd learned. No more charging the trench on horseback. Now infantry squares pushing forward. Shields to the front. Hoes and shovels couldn't dent them. Stones and stakes couldn't break through. They've got shields. Zhao Tai's voice came from the west, carrying a barely perceptible note of despair. I see them. I gritted my teeth. Don't hit the shields, hit the feet. The legs. The shields can't cover below. Stones and stakes began raining down on the nomad's shins and insteps. One nomad took a hit to the top of his foot and dropped to one knee screaming, his shield tilting to expose his head. Pock-Face Wong slammed a shovel into his temple, and he went down and didn't get up. But it was too few. The nomad square was like a precision machine. The front rank fell, the rear rank filled in, treading over their comrades' corpses to keep advancing. 20 paces. 10. 5. They're going to cross the trench. Pock-Face Wong's voice broke. Let them cross. My calm was almost frightening. Once they cross the trench, they lose their shield formation. They have to come through the gaps, one at a time, and that's when we take them. The trench was 10 feet wide and a man deep. In their heavy leather armor with shields on their backs, the nomads couldn't jump it. They had to drop into the ditch first, then climb up. The first nomad jumped into the trench, his foot landing on a stake, and he went down screaming. The second, the third, the fourth. The trench was like a giant maw, swallowing the nomads one after another. But there were too many nomads. One died, another filled in. 10 died, 10 filled in. The bodies in the ditch piled waist high, and the ones who came after climbed straight up from the bottom over their comrades. "They're coming up," Pockface Wong roared, swinging his shovel in a full arc into the face of the first nomad to climb out. The battle reached white heat in an instant. The eastern gap, the western high ground, the trench at the village entrance, all three lines were torn open at once. The villagers fought the nomads hand to hand at every gap, hoe against saber, cleaver against shield, flesh and blood against iron armor and steel. The widow Lee threw herself forward and clamped both arms around a nomad's leg. She was the wife of Lee the carpenter from the east end of the village. Her husband killed under a nomad's blade 2 years ago, left to raise a 3-year-old son alone. Now she was like a mother beast, her nails clawing into the nomad's flesh, her teeth clamped on his shin, and though the saber came down on her back, she would not let go. Blood poured from her back, staining the snow red. Only when a villager beside her crushed the nomad's skull with a hoe did she release her bite and fall to the ground, a chunk of flesh she'd bitten off still in her mouth. On the high ground, Zhao Tai ran a climbing nomad through, but before he could pull his knife free, a second man's saber was already coming down at his face. With no time to dodge, he could only block it with his left arm. The saber cut into his left forearm and lodged against the bone. Zhao Tai gritted his teeth, drew his knife with his right hand, and drove it into the nomad's throat. The nomad fell, the saber still embedded in his arm. He looked down at it, blood welling out like spring water. He bit down on the back of the saber blade and wrenched it out, tearing loose a fragment of bone. His vision went black. He nearly passed out. He switched the knife to his left hand, bit down on his own hem, wounded it twice around his left arm, and tied a hard knot. Then he kept stabbing. At the eastern gap, Pockface Wong had gone berserk. His shovel had broken, and he'd switched to a nomad saber. He didn't know how to use a curved blade. He only knew how to chop, one stroke after another, like splitting firewood. One nomad's shoulder split open under his blade, blood spraying across his face. He didn't even wipe it, just turned and chopped down the next. An arrow pierced his shin. He dropped to one knee, propped himself up on the saber, stood, and kept chopping. At the front of the village entrance, I was handling 3 nomads at once. I drove my knife into the first one's belly, and with no time to pull it out, grabbed the second's wrist backhanded and snapped it, seized his saber, and cut it across the third one's throat. 3 fell, and 5 more charged up. My chest, arms, and thighs were all cut open, my cotton coat soaked through with blood, no telling anymore whose was whose. My vision began to blur, and all I could hear was my own heartbeat and the nomads' war cries. That was when I heard a voice. Liang Chun. It was Su Tan. I whipped my head around. A nomad had slipped past the line at some point, climbed over the courtyard wall, and charged into the yard. His saber was raised high, aimed at Su Tan where she crouched on the ground. Su Tan had no weapon in her hands. In front of her were several wounded villagers. Behind her was Xiao Zhao. She didn't run. She snatched the scissors off the stone mill and put herself in front of Xiao Zhao, the points of the scissors aimed at the nomad, her hands shaking, not giving a single step. My heart clenched hard. I turned and charged for the courtyard. My foot slipped and my knee cracked hard against the ground, my knife flying from my hand. I didn't even glance at it, scrambled up, and kept running, tearing toward the courtyard like a madman. Too far. Not in time. The nomad's saber came down. At that instant, a different sound of hoofbeats suddenly rose in the distance. Not the chaotic din of the nomads. The orderly iron hooves of the border army, drawing nearer, the ground trembling faintly beneath them. A gunshot. Not a hunting rifle. A firelock. A bowl-sized hole of blood burst open in the nomad's chest, and the whole body flew backward, the saber torn from his grip, clattering and spinning across the ground several times. That monstrous face was written with disbelief in its final moment. How could this poor backwater village have a firelock? I whipped my head around. On the main road at the village entrance, dust and smoke rolled. A troop of black-clad border cavalry burst through the morning mist. The man at their head sat astride a black horse, the knife scar on his face all the more savage in the morning light, a smoking firelock still leveled in his hand. Behind him, hundreds of armored, spear-bearing cavalry rode in formation, a black war banner embroidered with the character Han snapping in the wind. Reinforcements had arrived. Hanwoo didn't slow down. His black horse charged into the village entrance, hooves trampling the snow at the trench's edge, the spray of snow and blood mixing together. He'd already tossed the firelock to the deputy behind him and taken up a long spear, its point skewering a nomad banner that still dripped blood. Left camp on my order. Circle around the east and cut off the nomad's retreat. Hanwoo's voice exploded across the battlefield, carrying an iron and blood authority that brooked no argument. Right camp, charge the front with me. Grind these dogs back into the mountains. 300 border soldiers answered as one, the wave of sound drowning out the nomads howling. I stood in the courtyard gateway, watching those armored riders sweep past me. Black leather armor, iron helmets, bows and spears hanging from both sides of their saddles. They didn't tremble like the villagers, nor rage like the nomads. Their faces held only one expression: cold. The cold of men grown used to life and death. Hanwoo's horse trod over a nomad corpse, and his gaze swept across old Hunter Wong's body by the wall. Old Wong lay face up, the arrow still in his chest, that hunting rifle he'd never gotten off a second shot still gripped in his hand. Hanwoo's hand tightened hard on his spear. He split the skull of a nomad kneeling in surrender beside him with a single stroke, blood spraying across his face, and his voice came out as if forced through his teeth. "You filthy bastards." Zhao Tai came stumbling down from the high ground, the cloth on his left arm already soaked through with blood, but his eyes had lit up. It wasn't the light of hope. It was hatred. "Hanwoo." He gritted through his teeth. "He came." I nodded. I braced against the courtyard wall and steadied myself, the wound in my chest still seeping, but I didn't sit down. I had to see this clearly. Hanwoo's 300 riders stabbed into the nomad's loose formation like a knife heated red. The nomad infantry squares had already lost their shield cover in front of the trench, exposed to the cavalry sabers. Hanwoo led the way, his long spear running a nomad through the chest, the point bursting out his back. With one hand, he flicked the body off and hurled it, knocking over 2 men behind. The riders behind him followed close, sabers swinging, harvesting nomad heads like reaping wheat. The nomads panicked. They'd spent too long at the trench and lost too many men. Their infantry was pinned down by the villagers, their cavalry blocked by the trench, and now the border army struck them from the flank. Their formation collapsed in an instant. "Fall back! Fall back!" The nomad captain shouted in his own tongue, his voice cracking. But there was no falling back. Hanwoo's right camp broke the formation from the front, and the left camp had already circled to the east, cutting off the road back to the camp. The 300 riders were a moving wall of iron, trapping the nomad infantry in front of the trench with no escape. "Leave no one alive." Hanwoo's voice was like the north wind of winter. The border army began to clear the field. Blades flashed, heads fell. The nomads tried to resist, but their curved sabers couldn't reach the riders on horseback, and their shields couldn't block the downward cut of the cavalry sabers. Some knelt in surrender and were run through. Some turned to flee and were shot down by arrows. The snow in front of the trench was soaked with blood, red gone nearly black. I leaned against the courtyard gate and watched it all. There was no excitement in my mind, only cold calculation. 300 cavalry. Hanwoo had brought only 300 cavalry. There were at least 2,500 riders still in the nomad camp. Hanwoo could catch the nomads off guard, but once they came to their senses and rallied their main force to counterattack, 300 riders wouldn't hold out an hour. I had to do something. I turned and walked into the courtyard. Su Tan was crouched on the ground, her hands flying as she bandaged Zhao Tai's left arm. Zhao Tai's face was ashen, his lips bloodless, but he didn't make a sound, just gritted his teeth and stared at the battlefield beyond the village. "Zhao Tai." I crouched down and dropped my voice very low. "Hanwoo can't hold out long. He only has 300 men." Zhao Tai looked at me, a complicated emotion in his eyes. "What do you want to do?" "I'm going to the nomad camp." I narrowed my eyes, my voice as calm as if remarking on nice weather. "I never had time to make the explosives. This is the only chance. The golden armored man is in that camp. To catch bandits, take the leader first. If he falls into chaos, the nomads fall into chaos." Su Tan's hand jerked, and the bandage slipped from between her fingers. She looked up at me, her eyes red-rimmed, her lips trembling a few times, but no words came out. Zhao Tai was silent for a long time, then let out a long breath. "Go alone and you won't even get near the camp gate," he said. "I'm going with you. Your arm. It's not finished." He cut me off, propping himself up against the wall with his right hand to stand, tucking his knife into his belt. This life of mine was salvaged to begin with. Back then my brothers had their heads cut off by the men of the Golden Wolf banner, hung on the Great Wall to feed the crows. 3 years now, I've dreamed of them every night. Today the debt gets paid. I looked at him and nodded. I didn't say thank you again. Between us, those 2 words weren't needed. Sutin stood up, walked over to me, and reached out to tighten the bandage on my chest. Her hands still shook, but her movements were light and slow, as if afraid of hurting me. You said you wouldn't die. Her voice was very quiet, meant only for me. I looked down at her. Teardrops hung on her lashes, but she hadn't cried. Right? I said that. The war cries beyond the village slowly died down. Han Wu's cavalry had cleared out the nomad infantry in front of the trench. The 300 riders reformed, facing north toward the camp. The snow field was strewn with corpses, nomads and villagers alike. A few masterless war horses wandered among the bodies, their whinnying shrill and mournful. Han Wu reined in his horse and looked down at me as I ran over. His leather armor was spattered with blood, and the scar on his face was all the more savage in the morning light. I owe you a life. He swung down off his horse, his voice hoarse. You saved my son, so I've given you back a village. We're even. I didn't take up that line. I stood before him and looked up at him, my gaze as calm as still water. There are at least 2,500 riders left in the nomad camp. Your 300 men can't hold out long. Han Wu's face darkened. He knew I was telling the truth. What are you trying to say? Give me a horse, a bow, and a quiver of arrows. I said, I'll go to the camp. The golden armored man is there. If he falls into chaos, the nomads fall into chaos. Han Wu stared at me for a long time. His gaze moved from the wound on my chest to the wound on my leg, then from my leg to the knife in my hand. This hunter, covered in blood, barely able to stand, was saying he'd go alone into a camp of 2,500 cavalry. You can't even get on a horse. I can. Han Wu was silent a few seconds, then suddenly laughed. Not a happy laugh, but one carrying bitterness and respect. He turned and took a bow and a quiver of arrows off his saddle and handed them to me. Standard border army bow, a pull of 1 dan 2 do. Can you draw it? I took the bow, gripped the limb with my left hand, hooked the string with my right, drew a deep breath, and pulled hard. The string strained with a hum, my arm shaking, the veins standing out, but I drew it full. Han Wu watched me, and something more entered his eyes. The horse is yours. There are 30 arrows in the quiver. He swung back onto his horse. I'll give you half an hour. After half an hour, whether you've succeeded or not, I pull back. I can't let my brothers die here. That's enough. I swung onto the horse. I gritted my teeth and pressed down on the stirrup, and the wound in my chest split open hard, something warm running down my belly. A sweetness rose in my throat, and a mouthful of blood nearly burst out. I forced it back down and wiped the corner of my mouth with my sleeve. Zhao Tai climbed onto another horse. His left arm hung useless at his side, his right hand gripping the reins, his face ashen, but his eyes were steady. Sutin stood in the courtyard gateway, watching my back as I rode away. She didn't chase, didn't call out, didn't cry. She just stood there, gripping the blood-soaked bandage she'd changed off my chest. Xiao Zhao had run out at some point and stood beside Su Tan, the fire poker still gripped in her hand. Where did Big Brother go? Her voice cracked with tears. Su Tan didn't answer. She pulled Xiao Zhao into her arms and pressed the girl's face against her chest so she couldn't see. In the distance, 2 horses, one ahead and one behind, vanished into the morning mist. Behind me lay Green Wolf Gully, strewn with corpses. Ahead lay the mountain of blades and sea of fire of 2,500 nomad riders. Half an hour. 2,500 cavalry. 2 men. I lay low against the horse's back, listening to the wind howl past my ears. The morning mist thickened ahead, like a great mouth waiting to swallow me and Zhao Tai whole. In the distance came the faint sound of the nomads' ox horns, low and eerie. The camp was on the other side of the mist. My hand rested on the bowstring, my fingers trembling. Not from fear. From cold. The cold of blood nearly bled dry. The morning mist was too thick to burn away. I lay low against the horse's back, its hooves treading the frozen snow with a dull clop, clop. I didn't dare let it run too fast, didn't dare make too much noise. The nomad camp was less than 2 li ahead, and a patrol could emerge from the mist at any moment. Slow down. I lowered my voice and signaled to Zhao Tai behind me. Zhao Tai reined in and drew close. His left arm hung motionless at his side, his right hand gripping the reins, his face white as paper, his eyes sharper than a blade. How much farther? His voice was hoarse. 1 li. I squinted through the thick mist ahead. Past that there's no cover. Once the mist clears, we're exposed. Then we don't wait. I nodded. I swung down off the horse, my feet hitting the snow, my knees buckling until I nearly dropped. I gritted my teeth and steadied myself, tied the reins to a dead pine tree. Leave the horses here. I took the bow and quiver off the saddle and slung them over my back. We go on foot. Zhao Tai dismounted too. His left arm couldn't bear his weight, and as he swung down from the horse, he fell straight into the snow. I grabbed him by the collar and hauled him up. I won't die. He pushed my hand away, switched his knife to his right hand, and stood straight, propped on his crutch. The two of us, one ahead and one behind, vanished into the thick mist. The nomad camp was even bigger than I'd thought. A camp for 3,000 horses, spread over 100 mu at the least. Tents packed dense across the snow field, like a field of gray-white mushrooms. At the center of the camp stood one enormous gold-topped tent, twice as tall as those around it, a golden wolf banner planted on its peak, snapping in the morning wind. The golden-armored man was there. I lay flat behind a snowbank outside the camp, studying its layout through the thick mist. Zhao Tai lay beside me, right hand on his knife, his breathing heavy and rapid. There's a patrol on the perimeter, changes every quarter hour, he said in a low voice. There's a brazier at the camp gate, at least 10 men standing guard. We can't force our way in. Who said anything about forcing our way in? I narrowed my eyes, my gaze falling on a row of horse pens on the eastern side of the camp. We go in there. There's no fence behind the pens, just wooden stakes. Climb over, and you're at the fodder stores. How do you know? I sniffed and said quietly, 15 years of hunting. If I couldn't tell the smell of fodder from horse dung, I'd have starved in the mountains long ago. The wind's coming from the east, and the smell strongest there. The horse pens and fodder stores have to be together. Zhao Tai glanced at me and didn't press further. He'd long grown used to this reading with the nose skill of mine. The two of us slid down the snowbank in the gap after the patrol passed. Climbing over the stakes, the wound in my chest split open again. I gritted my teeth, forced my arms, hauled my body over the stakes, and landed in the snow behind the fodder stores. Zhao Tai came right after, pushing over with his right arm, grunting as he landed, blood shaken loose from his left arm's wound. The two of us crouched behind the fodder stores, not moving. Several hundred horses whinnied softly in the pens, the air thick with the smell of dung, fodder, and leather. A few nomad grooms bustled about the pens, speaking in a nomad tongue I couldn't understand. I drew an arrow from the quiver and set it to the bow. I drew a deep breath and pulled. My hand shook, not from fear, from blood nearly bled dry. My fingers slipped on the string. I couldn't draw it full. A pull of 1 dan 2 do, which I could manage normally, and now I couldn't even draw half a dan. Zhao Tai saw. He grabbed my hand and shook his head. Is your arm finished? I asked in a low voice. It's not finished. He let go and took the bow from my hands. But your hand is more finished than mine. I'll do it. I didn't argue. I drew 3 arrows from the quiver and handed them to him. The fodder stores, the horse pens, and that tent with the oil. I spoke fast. Knock over the oil lamp, light the fodder. When the pens catch fire, the horses spook, and the whole camp falls into chaos. Zhao Tai nodded. He gripped the bow in his right hand, his left arm hanging useless, and braced the bow limb against his knee, using the strength of his body to draw the string. The first arrow flew. It passed through the thick mist and struck the oil lamp beside the fodder stores. The lamp overturned, the oil spilling across the dry grass, and with a roar the flames leapt up. The second arrow flew right after, into the tent that held the oilcloth. The fire spread along the cloth and burst into a sea of flame. The third arrow went into the horse pens. The war horses, spooked by the firelight and smoke, whinnied and smashed through the fences and charged out. Several hundred horses stampeded through the camp, kicking over braziers, trampling tents flat. Nomad soldiers jolted awake from their sleep and rushed out bare-chested, only to be knocked down and trampled by the horses. The camp erupted in an instant. Go! I grabbed Zhao Tai and made to climb back over the stakes and run. But Zhao Tai didn't move. He crouched behind the fodder stores and drew 2 more arrows from the quiver, setting them to the bow. His eyes were fixed on the gold-topped tent at the center of the camp, a smile at the corner of his mouth uglier than crying. Go first. His voice was calm, not like a man's who stood inside an enemy camp. I've still got something left to do. I turned to look at him, and in an instant I understood. Zhao Tai. Liang Chun. He cut me off, his voice suddenly heavy. 3 years ago, The men of the Golden Wolf banner cut off my 17 brothers' heads and hung them on the Great Wall. I watched their heads sway in the wind with my own eyes, swaying for a whole month. This life of mine was salvaged, but their lives I can't give back. His gaze cut through the smoke and firelight, locked hard on that gold-topped tent. Today the debt gets paid. I opened my mouth, but no words came out. Zhao Tai and I had known each other less than 10 days. But in those 10 days, he'd taken blades meant for me, stood watch for me, staked his life for me. I had nothing to give him. Even a thank you felt too light. Live, I said. Zhao Tai didn't answer. I turned, climbed over the stakes, and vanished into the thick mist. Behind me, Zhao Tai set both arrows to the bow at once, braced the limb against his right leg and knee, bit down on the string, and drew that stiff one-dan-to-do bow with the strength of his whole body. His left arm hung at his side, blood dripping down his fingers. His eyes were red-rimmed, whether from the smoke or from something else, no one could say. His mind was full of the scene on the Great Wall 3 years ago. 17 heads, swaying in the wind. His brothers, some only 17, some who'd never married, some with old mothers still waiting for them to come home. Brothers. His voice was as quiet as talking to himself. I've come to pay you back. The string released. Both arrows passed through the smoke and firelight, flying toward the Golden Wolf banner in front of the gold-topped tent. Crack. The banner pole snapped. The Golden Wolf banner plunged from its height and crashed into the fire, burning into a ball of flame. Around the gold-topped tent, dozens of nomad guards looked up at once, frozen for a moment. That Golden Wolf banner that had flown in the wind for decades, they had never seen it fall. Now it was like a great bird with a broken wing, tumbling into the fire, and with it some part of what they carried in their hearts burned to ash. The golden-armored man threw open the tent flap and rushed out, his bronze mask reflecting the savage light of the flames. His eyes swept over the chaotic camp, over the burning fodder and stampeding horses, and finally landed on Zhao Tai behind the fodder stores. An assassin. Kill him. Dozens of nomad guards drew their sabers and charged at Zhao Tai. Zhao Tai threw down the bow. He drew his hunting knife with his right hand, stood leaning against the fodder stores, and watched the nomads charging at him. A smile at the corner of his mouth. Come on. When I ran out of the camp, the fire behind me had already turned half the sky red. I climbed over the snowbank, untied the horse's reins from the dead tree, and swung up. The motion was too much, and the wound in my chest tore fully open, blood soaking through my cotton coat and dripping down the saddle. I didn't look back. It wasn't that I didn't want to. It was that I couldn't. Zhao Tai had traded his life to get me out of that camp alive. If I looked back and died, his death would be for nothing. I gritted my teeth, lay low against the horse's back, and galloped toward Green Wolf Gully. Behind me, dense war cries rose from the nomad camp. Then a few short, sharp screams. Then, nothing at all. By the time I got back to Green Wolf Gully, Han Wu's cavalry had already formed up in a charging line. Han Wu sat astride his black horse, gripping his long spear, the scar on his face all the more savage in the morning light. He glanced at me, covered in blood, then at the nomad camp in the distance with its flames shooting to the sky, and a complicated expression crossed his eyes. Did it work? It worked. I swung down off the horse, my legs gave out, and I collapsed to the ground. Su Tan rushed out of the courtyard and knelt on the ground to hold me up. Her hands shook, and so did her voice. You promised me you wouldn't die. You promised. I leaned in her arms, gasping for breath in great gulps. Where's Zhao Tai? Han Wu asked. I didn't answer. Han Wu fell silent. He slowly tightened his grip on his spear, his knuckles white, the shaft giving a faint creak. His eyes reddened, his throat bobbed once, as if something were lodged there that he could neither swallow nor spit out. He was an old soldier. He knew what a man like Zhao Tai would choose in the end. No one asked again. In the distant nomad camp, the horns sounded in ragged disorder like a swarm of headless flies. The Golden Wolf banner had fallen. The fodder had burned. The horses had scattered. The camp was in chaos. Half an hour later, the nomad remnants began to retreat north. They didn't even come back to collect their dead. 3,000 cavalry, thrown into utter chaos by 2 men. No, by 1 man. I lay in Su Tan's arms, looking at that stretch of sky in the north still burning. My fingers moved, as if trying to grasp something, but they grasped nothing. On the horizon, the first ray of sunlight pierced the morning mist and fell on my blood-streaked face. The nomads had retreated, but Zhao Tai hadn't come back. It wasn't until the 3rd day after the nomads retreated that I truly came around. I lay on the earthen bed at home, 3 quilts piled on me, pressing down so hard I could barely breathe. Sutan sat on the edge of the bed, her hand resting on my forehead, her palm cool. The fever's broken. Her voice was as soft as if she feared disturbing something. Don't move. The wounds haven't closed yet. I didn't move. I stared up at the drafty thatched roof, my mind a blank. It wasn't that I didn't want to think, but my mind wouldn't turn. I'd lost too much blood, my body scooped hollow. Where's Zhao Tai? I asked. Sutan's hand paused. She didn't answer. I closed my eyes and didn't ask again. I remembered. I remembered all of it. Zhao Tai had told me to go first, saying he had something left to do. Then I ran, war cries rising behind me, and then there was nothing. Who collected the body? My voice was so hoarse it wasn't my own. Han Wu. Her voice was very low. The next morning, he took 10 men to the camp. The nomads took nothing with them when they left. The bodies were all abandoned in the snow. Did he find him? Sutan was silent. I opened my eyes and looked at her. Her eyes had reddened, her lips trembling a few times, and she turned her face away. No. Her voice shook. Han Wu searched the whole camp. He didn't find Zhao Tai. My heart clenched hard. No body found. What did that mean? Was Zhao Tai still alive? Or had the nomads carried him off? Or had he burned to ash, leaving nothing behind? I didn't know, but I knew one thing. Zhao Tai hadn't come back. On the fourth day, I got out of bed. Leaning on a wooden stick, I shuffled step by step into the courtyard. The sunlight stabbed at my eyes so I couldn't open them, the snow a vast white blur reflecting the harsh light. The courtyard was piled with nomad bodies dug out of the trench, frozen stiff, like blocks of dark brown stone. Pockface Wong sat on the stone mill at the courtyard gate, his leg wrapped in thick bandages, his arm bound with cloth strips too, looking like a puppet pieced back together. When he saw me come out, he opened his mouth to say something, then swallowed it back. How many? I asked. Pockface Wong knew what I was asking. 13 dead. His voice was hoarse. Old Wong, the widow Li, Zhang the cripple, Chen the carpenter, and Zhao Tai. Zhao Tai doesn't count. I said. He's not dead. Pockface Wong looked up at me, something in his eyes I couldn't name. Pity, helplessness, or something else, I couldn't tell. Right. He nodded, his voice growing heavier. He's not dead. Alive, you see the man. Dead, you see the body. No body found, so he doesn't count as dead. Neither of us spoke again. The wind blew from the north, carrying the smell of scorching and blood. Outside the courtyard, someone was digging graves. Frozen earth thudded to the ground shovel by shovel, dull as a heartbeat. The burial ground was below the earthen slope at the east end of the village. The freshly turned black soil heaped on the white snow like row after row of open wounds. A few crows perched on bare branches not far off, staring in silence, the pale, ghastly light of the sky reflected in their eyes. On the seventh day, Han Wu came. He brought a troop of cavalry, their horses laden with grain, medicine, and arrows. The 300 riders had dwindled to just over 200, but no grief showed on Han Wu's face, only the numbness of a man grown used to life and death. The order came down from above. He sat in the main room of my house, took the hot water Su Tin handed him, and drank a mouthful. The nomads have pulled back to the grasslands. They won't come again in the near term. The Golden Wolf banner has fallen, and their royal court has to choose a new Khan. Quiet for a year or two at least. I leaned against the wall, my face pale, but my eyes had returned to their old calm. And after a year or two, Han Wu was silent a moment, set down his bowl, and looked at me. What happens in a year or two, we'll deal with in a year or two. What I can do is use this time to rebuild the border army's defensive line. And you here, what are your plans? I didn't answer at once. I turned to look out the window. In the courtyard, Xiao Zhao was helping Su Tan hang bandages to dry, the washed white cloth fluttering in the wind like rows of little flags. I'm going to turn Green Wolf Gully into a fort, I said. Deep in the trench, reinforce the walls, build an arrow tower at the village entrance. When the nomads come again, we can't fill the gaps with our lives like we did this time. Han Wu looked at me, and a spark entered his eyes. And the money? I have a saltpeter deposit. My voice was calm. The border army needs gunpowder, and I can make it. You give me manpower and protection, I give you gunpowder and grain. A fair trade. Han Wu stared at me for a long time. His gaze fell on the broken arrow tucked at the back of my belt, the one Zhao Tai had left behind. The corner of Han Wu's mouth twitched slightly, his throat bobbing, as if swallowing something down. He held out his hand, the palm rough, the knuckles thick, the calluses on it heavy as a shell. Deal. Two hands clasped. One rough and strong, the palm all old calluses. One still faintly trembling, Its wounds only just scabbed over. On the 10th day, I walked out of Green Wolf Gully for the first time. Riding, following the direction of the nomad's retreat, I went all the way to the place where Zhao Tai had made his last stand. There was nothing there anymore. Snow had covered everything, so you couldn't tell where the road was, where the ditch was, where the bodies were. Only the wind, blowing down from the north, moaning like someone weeping. I dismounted, crouched, and dug the snow away with my hands. Under the snow was a broken arrow. The shaft was carved with the border army's mark. It was Zhao Tai's arrow. I picked it up and clenched it in my palm, gripping it tight. The wind grew stronger. Grains of snow struck my face like a knife's edge. I stood up, tucked the arrow at the back of my belt, and swung onto the horse. I didn't look back. "Zhao Tai," I said one line into the wind. "You owe me a drink. Come back and pay it." The wind blew, moaning, as if in answer. As I rode back to the village, I saw from a distance a figure standing under the great pagoda tree at the village entrance. The man wore a worn sheepskin coat, its hem snapping in the wind. He stood very straight, not like the villagers who'd grown used to bending over their work. His face was covered with frostbite sores, but his eyes were bright, brighter than any passing traveler in this poor place. He didn't look around. He just stood there, motionless, as if waiting for someone. When he saw me, his face showed no change, only a slight nod. "Are you Liang Chen?" I reined in and looked down at him. There was something about this man I couldn't quite name. Not a hunter, not a merchant, not a border soldier. "I am. Who are you?" The man cracked a slight smile. There was no fawning in it, and even a trace of something bitter I couldn't place. "Someone asked me to bring you a message." "Who?" The man didn't answer at once. He drew a strip of cloth from inside his coat and handed it to me. The cloth was stained with blood already gone black, its edges burned by fire, charred and curled. But the mark on it was still clear. Not writing, but a crooked, uneven mark. The mark Zhao Tai had carved into his knife handle. The blood rushed to my head. Is he still alive? My voice dropped low, but my hand shook. The man didn't nod and didn't shake his head. He just looked at me, a complicated scrutiny in his eyes. He said, "Wait for him." I clenched the blood-stained cloth, my knuckles white. "Where is he?" The man didn't answer. He turned and walked into the dusk. The wind filled his sheepskin coat like a gray bird, and he was quickly swallowed by the dark. I didn't give chase. I stood under the great pagoda tree at the village entrance, gripping that blood-stained cloth, watching the man's figure vanish into the dusk. The wind snapped the cloth loud. The bloodstain had gone black, but the crooked, uneven mark was still clear. The mark Zhao Tai had carved into his knife handle. The character Zhao. He said, "Wait for him." That line circled through my mind 3 times. Wait for him. Not save him, not find him, but wait for him. Zhao Tai was still alive, but he couldn't come back. Or rather, he'd chosen not to come back himself. I folded the cloth and tucked it inside my coat, against my heart. I didn't go in. I just stood at the village entrance until the sky went fully dark. Su Tin came out to look for me, saw my dark shape under the pagoda tree, didn't call to me, turned and went back inside, and left a lamp burning for me. The next day, I started working. I had the men reopen the half-dug trench at the village entrance and deepen it to 1.5 men. 3 rows of sharpened stakes planted in the bottom. The collapsed walls were rebuilt with stone, raised to a man's height, arrow slits left in them. The great pagoda tree at the entrance was felled, its trunk laid across behind the trench as a horse barrier, its stump dug out, and the hole filled with earth, a dozen stakes planted on top to make a crude arrow tower. Pockface Wong's leg wound hadn't fully healed, and he limped around the work site on a crutch, pointing and gesturing. His arm was still wrapped in bandages, but his mouth couldn't stay idle. "That stake's crooked. Left. Move it left. Are you deaf?" The man being scolded didn't talk back. After that bloody battle, no one said a word of no to Pockface Wong anymore. Not because they feared him, but because they respected him. That day at the edge of the trench, everyone had seen how he fought. His cursing carried the same tone as before, but his eyes had changed. No longer the bullying arrogance of a man who preyed on the weak and feared the strong, but a steadiness tempered by life and death. I crouched on the arrow tower, a rope in my hand, measuring out its height and field of fire. The wounds still hurt, but they no longer kept me from walking. Su Tin changed my dressings every day, and the wounds had begun to grow new flesh, itching maddeningly, but I never scratched. "Any word from Han Wu's side?" I called down. Pockface Wong tilted his head up. "Yeah, came yesterday. Said the grain and medicine arrive tomorrow. They also asked how many men you want." 20. I slid down from the arrow tower and clapped the dirt off my hands. Men who can do carpentry get priority, the rest can learn. Wages by Border Army standard, deducted from the saltpeter mine's earnings. Pockface Wong nodded and marked it in the mud with a twig. He couldn't write, but he had his own method. Circles. 1 circle for 1 man, 20 circles drawn in a row. On the 5th day, Han Wu's supplies arrived. 20 carts of grain, 10 of medicine, and 5 of ironware and carpentry tools. The escort was Han Wu's deputy, a dark-faced fellow surnamed Zhou, whom everyone called Zhou the Black. He saw me and cupped his hands in salute. Officer Han says use the supplies first, and he'll send more if they run short. He also asked me to pass on a message. The Border Army is short on gunpowder. Urgent need. I nodded. I walked to the last flatbed cart and lifted the oilcloth covering it. Underneath was a large iron pot and several dozen jean of saltpeter, sulfur, and charcoal powder. These were the things I'd asked Han Wu to find for me. The raw materials for making gunpowder. I crouched in front of the cart and divided the saltpeter, sulfur, and charcoal powder into 3 piles by ratio. I'd learned the black powder formula in the army. 1 part saltpeter, 2 parts sulfur, 3 parts charcoal was the saying, but the ratio was 75% saltpeter, 10% sulfur, 15% charcoal. But there was no scale now, so I had to estimate by eye. Sutan came over carrying a bowl of water, crouched beside me, and watched me work the powders. "You're making gunpowder?" she asked. Do you know how?" I glanced at her and didn't answer directly. "We'll try." I poured the saltpeter into the iron pot, added a little water, and heated it over the fire. The saltpeter dissolved in the water, the impurities settling to the bottom. I poured off the clear liquid on top, boiled it dry again, and what remained was purified saltpeter. The powder was whiter, finer, no discoloration. Then I poured the purified saltpeter, sulfur, and charcoal powder into a bamboo sieve and mixed them by hand. My movements were light and slow, like kneading dough. Sutin watched beside me, not daring to breathe. She knew what these things meant mixed together. I poured the mixed powder onto a piece of oilcloth and spread it out to dry. "How long does it need to dry?" Sutin asked. "A day." I stood and clapped my hands. "Tomorrow we'll see if it works." That night, I went to the village entrance again. I stood by the stump of that felled pagoda tree, looking north at the black bulk of the mountains. The moon was hidden behind clouds, heaven and earth a pitch black, only the brazier at the entrance burning, its light stretching my shadow long and dark. I drew the strip of cloth from inside my coat and spread it on my palm. Zhao Tai's character, Zhao, was crooked and uneven, like a mark carved by a child just learning to write. In fact, Zhao Tai had never had any schooling. He'd carved that character stroke by stroke, copying it from someone else's knife handle. "Wait for me," I said one line to the cloth, as if speaking to Zhao Tai, and as if speaking to myself. I folded the cloth again and tucked it back inside my coat. I turned and went back to the village. The next day, the gunpowder dried. I packed the powder into a length of bamboo tube, tamped it tight, and left out a cotton thread soaked in saltpeter water as a fuse. I carried the tube out to the snow field beyond the village and had everyone stand well back. "How far?" Pockface Wong asked. "The farther the better." I stood the tube beside a large rock, lit the fuse, and turned and ran. The fuse hissed as it burned, giving off white smoke. HSSS. Then a great roar. Boom. The tube burst open, fragments of stone and snow flying more than 10 feet high, clattering down to the ground. Pockface Wong lay flat with his hands over his head, muttering, "Stakes, and now gunpowder." Liang Chun means to turn Green Wolf Gully into the Hall of the King of Hell. Sutin stood at a distance, covering her ears, but her eyes stayed fixed in my direction. Her face was a little pale, but her eyes held no fear, only something I couldn't name, like trust and like worry. I stood up and walked to the blast point. The rock had split along a crack, and a basin-sized crater had been blown into the snow. The bamboo tube had shattered into fragments scattered across the ground. I crouched down, picked up a shard of the tube, and held it under my nose. The smell of gunpowder was strong. Good enough, I said to myself. This much force couldn't breach a city wall, but killing a few men was more than enough. Pack it with iron shards and gravel, and it was a crude grenade. I stood up, clapped the dirt off my hands, and walked toward the village. My mind was already on the next step. Refine the formula, increase the force, mass produce. Would the saltpeter mine's output be enough? Where could I get sulfur? Charcoal was easy. There was pine all over the mountains. Thinking as I walked, my steps were much quicker than the day before. Behind me, Pockface Wong still lay on the ground, staring at the crater, not getting up for a long while. Liang Chun, he said, in a tone I couldn't place. Just how many things are there that we don't know about you? I didn't answer. The wind blew from the north and scattered the smell of gunpowder. On the distant mountains, snow was still falling. When I reached the courtyard gate, my steps suddenly halted. On the ground just inside the gate lay a length of wooden stick. Not an ordinary stick, but a whittled length of pine, 1 inch sharpened, carved with 3 deep notches. That was Zhao Tai's habit. When he whittled a stick, he always liked to carve 3 notches at the end, saying it meant won't get lost. I crouched down, picked up the stick, and clenched it in my palm. I looked down at the snow beneath my feet. The snow just inside the gate was clean, not a single footprint. Zhao Tai had come, but he hadn't walked into the courtyard. He'd only set this stick inside the gate, then vanished like mist. How long had he stood outside the gate? Had he looked in through the crack in the door? Had he seen Su Tan waiting for me under the lamp? Seen that Xiao Zhao was already asleep? Seen that I was still alive? What had he been thinking in his heart? I didn't know. I put the stick together with the cloth and held them against my heart. He'd come. Xiao Tai had come. Just last night. When I pushed open the door and went in, Su Tan was still sitting under the oil lamp, mending clothes. She looked up at me, didn't ask what I was gripping in my hand, and only said softly, "There's porridge in the pot, still warm." I sat down at the table and set the stick on it. Su Tan glanced at it, her needle pausing, then went on stitching. "He'll come back," she said. I didn't answer. The wind outside grew stronger, rattling the paper on the window. In the distant mountains, whether it was wolves howling or the wind, something moaned and sobbed the whole night through. After the test blast, my life became 3 things: the saltpeter mine, gunpowder, and the fort walls. Every day before dawn, I went up the mountain, taking the 10 men Pakface Wong had picked out, and spent the whole day in the saltpeter mine shaft. The shaft wasn't deep, but the saltpeter reserves were even greater than I'd expected. The ore we broke off piled up at the mouth of the shaft, grayish-white, glinting with fine light in the sun. On the open ground outside, a few villagers crouched crushing or with stone mortars, while others set up large iron pots to boil the saltpeter water, steam rising. The whole hillside filled with an astringent, mineral tang. These rocks can really make that thing that goes bang. Pakface Wong crouched at the shaft mouth, gripping a piece of saltpeter, turning it over and over. They can. I loaded ore into the carrying basket without looking up. But saltpeter alone isn't enough. We need sulfur and charcoal too. We'll burn our own charcoal, but the sulfur has to be bought from outside. Bought? Bought with what? I stood and clapped the dust off my hands, looking at Pakface Wong. With gunpowder. Han Wu's side is short on it, and the border army has plenty of silver. Pakface Wong paused, then nodded. His wounds hadn't fully healed, and he walked with a limp, but he refused to lie at home. In his own words, "When I'm idle, I start thinking about the dead. Better to work." On the fort wall in the distance, several figures were reinforcing the arrow tower, the sound of hammers striking stakes ringing one after another, echoing through the valley. Green Wolf Gully was no longer that lifeless, poor village. It was coming back to life. On the 7th day, Han Wu came in person. He rode a black horse, 20 cavalry following behind, several bulging sacks laden on their saddles. He dismounted, and the first thing he looked at wasn't me, but the arrow tower under construction at the village entrance. The trench had been deepened, the stakes at its bottom packed dense as a row of upturned teeth. The wall had been raised a stretch, arrow slits opened in it. The horse barrier at the entrance had been replaced with whole logs, sharpened at both ends and nailed together with iron spikes, immovable. Nicely done. Han Wu drew his gaze back and turned to me. The gunpowder? I led him to the open ground behind the courtyard. A crude shed had been built there, several large iron pots set beneath it, along with a dozen or so woven bamboo sieves. Su Tan crouched on the ground, packing the dried gunpowder bit by bit into oil paper packets, each packet about the same weight, the openings tied tight with hemp cord, stacked in a wooden crate. Han Wu crouched down, picked up a packet, weighed it in his hand, and held it under his nose. "You made this?" How much?" "First batch, 50 gene." I pointed at the crate beside me. "I've tested it. The force is decent. No trouble blowing open a man's chest." Han Wu was silent a moment, put the packet back in the crate, and stood. He looked at me, and something more had entered his eyes. Not gratitude, not surprise, but a kind of recognition. "I want 100 gene," Han Wu said. "Within half a month. Can you make it?" "I can." I didn't hesitate. "But I'm out of sulfur. The bit you gave me is used up." Han Wu turned and walked to his horse, untied a sack, drew out an oilcloth bundle from inside, and tossed it to me. I caught it and opened it. Inside were blocks of bright yellow sulfur, of a purity too high to be crudely refined. Where'd you get this? I asked. The prefectural city, Hanwu said. There's a merchant who deals in it, shipped up from the south. However much you have, he can supply. My eyes lit up. What price? Gunpowder price. Hanwu looked at me, the corner of his mouth turning up slightly. You put up the gunpowder, I put up the silver to buy sulfur. Whatever gunpowder is left over, the border army takes all of it. You earn yours, I get mine. The two of us exchanged a glance and said nothing more. The wind blew from the north, carrying the smell of gunpowder and snow. When Hanwu left, he took those 50 jin of gunpowder. He rode a few steps on his horse, then reined in and turned back. Liang Chun. His voice wasn't loud, but it was heavy. That merchant in the prefectural city, his surname's Shun. His daughter is Shun Qinglan, the apple of the prefect's eye. If you go to the city to do business, drop my name. It'll help. I nodded. Hanwu said no more and rode off. I stood at the village entrance, watching the troop of cavalry vanish into the morning mist. Hanwu's words turned over in my mind. A merchant surnamed Shun, shipping sulfur up from the south. A daughter who was the apple of the prefect's eye. This road was open. That night, I called Pockface Wong and a few nimble villagers to my house, gathering around the stove for a meeting. We'll make gunpowder, but we can't only make gunpowder. I spread a sheet of coarse paper on the ground, a crooked diagram drawn on it. The saltpeter mine is ours, but selling gunpowder alone won't make real money. We have to use the saltpeter for something else too. Pockface Wong scratched his head. What else can saltpeter do? Make soap, I said. Make what? Pockface Wong's eyes went wide as brass bells. I didn't explain. I turned and took a blackish lump out from behind the stove. It was the soap I'd made a few days back from wood ash and animal fat, very rough, but it could wash the bloodstains and grease off your hands. What's this? Pockface Wong took it and sniffed it, then licked it, frowning. Salty. Soap. For washing hands. I took the soap back and set it on the table. The rich folk in the city use this for bathing and washing. What's sold on the market is all shipped up from the south, dear as anything. We can make it ourselves, at less than 1/10 of the market cost. Pockface Wong went quiet. He looked down at that blackish lump of soap as if looking at a lump of gold. Sutin sat by the stove, saying nothing the whole time. Only when I finished did she ask softly, "You're going to the prefectural city?" I glanced at her. Sutan's hands rested on her knees, her fingertips unconsciously plucking at the hem of her clothes, once and then again. Her voice was calm, but that small motion didn't escape my eyes. I said. Once the fort's finished and the gunpowder supply is steady, I'll go. Sutin lowered her head, her fingers releasing the hem, resting on her knees, not moving again. Late in the night, everyone had dispersed. I sat alone in the courtyard, looking at the stars in the sky. The moon was down to a thin sliver, and the starlight seemed especially bright. The northern sky was black as ink, no firelight, no wolf howls, unreasonably quiet. I drew the strip of cloth and the pine stick from inside my coat and spread them on my knees. The Zhao character Zhao Tai had carved was hazy in the moonlight. I gripped the cloth and the stick in my palm and closed my eyes for a while. Half a month, I said, as if speaking to Zhao Tai, and as if speaking to myself. In half a month I go to the prefectural city. If you're still alive, come to Green Wolf Gully and find me. I won't move away. The wind blew from the north, cold. No one answered. I stood up, tucked the cloth and stick back inside my coat, and turned to go back inside. The lamp was still lit. Sutan sat under it, needle and thread in hand, mending an old cotton coat. The stitches were dense, running even and fine. She didn't look up, but the corner of her mouth moved slightly, as if she wanted to say something, then swallowed it back. I sat down at the table and made no sound. The wind outside grew stronger, rattling the paper on the window. Sutan folded the mended coat, set it at the head of the bed, and blew out the lamp. In the dark, the two of us lay to the left and right, neither speaking. After a long while, Sutan said softly, "Be careful on the road." I made a sound of assent. The lamp was out, but outside the courtyard, moonlight fell on the snow, bright as day. Toward dawn, I was startled awake by a faint sound. Not the wind, not a cat's cry. Someone had knocked lightly 3 times on the door plank outside the courtyard gate. I bolted upright and reached for the hunting knife by my pillow. Sutin woke too, gripping the quilt, holding her breath. There was someone outside, but that someone didn't come in. I threw on my coat and rushed out, pulled open the courtyard gate. The gateway was empty, the morning mist not yet cleared, nothing visible beyond 10 paces. The snow was clean, no footprints. But leaning against the door frame was a sheathed hunting knife. The sheath was sewn from ox hide, worn to an oiled sheen. The handle was wrapped in hemp cord, the cord soaked through with sweat and blood, gone black and hard. At the end of the handle were carved 3 deep notches. Zhao Tai's knife. I picked it up and drew it partway. There was still unclean blood on the blade, dried to a dark red. But the edge had no nicks. It had been carefully sharpened, keen as new. I held the knife to my chest and stood in the gateway, looking at the vast white morning mist. Zhao Tai, I called into the mist. No one answered. The wind blew from the north, scattering a patch of the mist, which then gathered again. In the distant mountains, whether wolves howling or the wind, something moaned and sobbed. I stood in the gateway a long while. The mist cleared, the sky brightened, and Zhao Tai didn't appear. But the knife had come back. The man couldn't be far. When I turned to go back inside, Su Tan was already up, standing behind the door, gripping the cotton coat she'd just mended. She looked at the hunting knife in my arms, said nothing, and only held out the coat, saying softly, "It's cold. Put it on." I took the coat and draped it over myself. On the inner collar was embroidered a small character, Liang, the stitches fine and dense. Every stroke worked with the greatest care. Zhao Tai's knife hung at the head of my bed, side by side with my own hunting knife. 2 knives, one with a nicked edge, one polished bright. Sutan wiped them down every day, never skipping. She said an unwiped knife rusts, and a man forgotten rusts too. I didn't know who she meant had forgotten whom, and I didn't ask. On the 8th day, the second batch of gunpowder came out of the shed. 120 jin, 20 more than Han Wu had asked for. I divided the gunpowder into 2 kinds. One packed into oil paper packets, supplied to the border army. The other packed into bamboo tubes, tamped tight, fuses left out, hidden in the courtyard's root cellar. Sutan asked what I was storing these for, and I said, "The nomads will come again. They'll be of use then." Sutan asked nothing more. Han Wu sent Zhou the Black to collect the goods. He took all 120 jin and left behind 3 carts of sulfur and 2 of ironware. As Zhou the Black was leaving, he drew a letter from inside his coat and handed it to me. Officer Han asked me to pass this on. He said, "You'll understand once you read it." I opened the letter. The paper was crumpled, the writing on it crooked and uneven, as if written by someone and used to holding a brush. The Shun family in the prefectural city, reliable. Drop my name when you go. Han. I folded the letter and tucked it inside my coat. On the 10th day, the fort walls were finished. The trench was a man and a half deep, 12 feet wide. The stakes at its bottom increased from 3 rows to 5. The wall was raised to 10 feet. An arrow slit every 3 paces, the field of fire covering every direction from the village entrance. The arrow tower was built 3 stories, the top able to hold 4 men, its view reaching to the mountain foot 5 li to the north. Pakface Wang leaned on his crutch at the base of the arrow tower, gazing up at this wooden tower that had cost him 10 days of labor, muttering, "If we'd had this that day, old Wang and the others might have." He didn't finish. He coughed once, turned, and walked away. I stood atop the arrow tower, the north wind snapping my coat hem loud. My wounds had scabbed over. Walking no longer hurt, but running still left me winded. Sutan said I needed at least another month to recover. I didn't listen. I had to reach the prefectural city before spring came. After spring, the snow would melt, the roads would open, and the nomads' horses could run. I was out of time. Looking down from the arrow tower, cooking smoke rose from the households of the village one after another. Old Zhang split firewood in his own yard. Chen the carpenter's wife patched the roof pierced by arrows. A few half-grown boys helped the adults haul stone toward the village entrance. Green Wolf Gully was no longer that poor village waiting to die. Everyone had their own work, and everyone had their eyes fixed on the same direction. On the 12th day, I began teaching the villagers to make soap. A large iron pot was set up in the courtyard, pine burning beneath it. Sutan poured wood ash into the pot, added water and boiled it, and filtered out the lye. I poured animal fat, pork fat, mutton fat, wild boar fat, into another pot and heated it to melt. The lye and fat were mixed together and stirred, stirred, stirred without stopping. Pakface Wang watched beside me, not blinking. "How long do you stir?" he asked. "Until it thickens." My arm already ached, but my hand didn't stop. Half an hour later, the liquid in the pot began to thicken, its color slowly turning from dark brown to grayish-white. I poured in the lye and kept stirring. Another half hour, and the stuff in the pot became a lump of grayish-white paste. Pour it into the molds. I directed Su Tan to bring over the wooden boxes. We poured the paste into the boxes, smoothed the surface, and covered it with oilcloth. Wait 3 days, I said. In 3 days we cut it, then dry it a month, and it can be used. Pak Face Wong crouched by the box, poked the surface with a finger, sticky, and got a handful. He held it under his nose and sniffed, frowning. Smells of grease. It's fine once it dries. I wiped the grease off my hands. Add a bit of fragrance then, and it's fine scented soap. 1 box sells for 2 taels of silver. Pak Face Wong's eyes went wider than brass bells. 2 taels? For 1 box of this? In the prefectural city shops, scented soap shipped from the south goes for 5 taels a box. Pak Face Wong went quiet. He started counting on his fingers. I paid him no mind and turned to go inside. On the 15th day, I decided to set out. The road to the prefectural city was 3 days by horse, 7 on foot. I'd ride and cut the time to the shortest. Pak Face Wong got a horse ready for me. Not the army horse Han Wu had left. That horse was too conspicuous and would draw trouble in the city, but an ordinary pack horse bought from the town, brown, short-legged, but with good endurance. Su Tan prepared a bundle for me. Inside were a change of clothes, dry rations, a water skin, and a small packet of broken silver. She tied the bundle tight and handed it to me. Didn't say don't go. Didn't say come back soon. Said only, be careful on the road. I took the bundle and hung it on the horse's back. I turned to glance at the wooden boxes in the courtyard. The first batch of soap had already been cut, stacked neat on a wooden rack to dry, grayish-white squares, their surfaces beginning to harden. You keep an eye on the soap, I told Su Tan. Once it's dried, don't sell it yet. Wait until I'm back. Su Tan nodded. I swung onto the horse and tugged the reins. The horse snorted and turned a circle in place. Pak Face Wong stood in the gateway, leaning on his crutch, looking up at me. His lips moved, but in the end he said only 1 line. Come back soon. I rode off. As I left the village, I glanced back once. Su Tan stood in the gateway, the sun shining from behind her, stretching her shadow long. Pak Face Wong stood beside her, propped on his crutch like a crook-necked tree. Xiao Zhao poked her head out from behind Su Tan and waved at me. I turned my head and didn't look back again. Out of Green Wolf Gully, the road grew wider, the snow thinner. The northern mountains were still white, but on the southern slopes you could already see black earth. The wind was still cold, but not the biting cold of winter. As the sky was darkening, I reached a place called Willow River Town. The town wasn't big, a dirt road running through it, shops, eateries, and inns on either side. I reined in at the door of an inn called Old Yang's Inn and dismounted. The inn's hand came out to greet me, took the reins, and asked with a smile, "Guest, a bite or a bed?" "A bed, a room, a pot of hot water, and a bowl of noodles." Right away, I walked into the main hall and picked a spot against the wall. There weren't many people in the inn. 2 middle-aged men who looked like merchants sat in a corner, talking in low voices. I caught an earful, couldn't make it out, and paid it no mind. When the noodles came, the inn's hand said one thing too many. "Guest is headed to the prefectural city?" "How'd you know?" "This road going south. There's nowhere but the prefectural city." The hand smiled. "But if you're going to the city, you'd best be careful. The roads haven't been peaceful lately. Word is there are bandits about, targeting lone travelers." My hand paused over the noodles. Bandits? That's right. Last month a cloth peddler got robbed on the road. They didn't even leave him his trousers. The hand dropped his voice. "If you trust my word, set out tomorrow morning with the caravan ahead. Safety in numbers." I nodded. "When does the caravan leave?" "Hour of the rabbit, gathering under the big pagoda tree at the town entrance. Old Lou who runs the caravan is a decent sort. Go find him, say I sent you, and he'll take you along for sure." I fished a few coins from my coat and set them on the table. "Thanks." Late in the night, I lay on the inn bed, tossing and turning, unable to sleep. It wasn't the bed. Something weighed on my mind. Zhao Tai's knife still hung at the head of my bed at home, but no one knew where the man was. Whether the Shin family in the city could be trusted, whether Han Wu's word was reliable, whether the soap would sell, whether the gunpowder could be traded for more sulfur, when the nomads would come again. My mind was a tangle. I sat up, fished the strip of cloth from my bundle. Zhao Tai's Zhao character, hazy under the dim oil lamp. "Where are you?" I said to the cloth. The cloth didn't answer. I folded the cloth, tucked it back into the bundle, lay down, and closed my eyes. Half dreaming, I heard footsteps outside the window. Very light, very quick, like someone striding through the alley. The footsteps paused beneath my window, then started up again, gradually receding, vanishing into the depths of the night. I opened my eyes with a start, rolled up and sat, my hand already on the hunting knife by my pillow. I pressed against the window and listened a while. Outside there was nothing, only the wind and a dog barking once somewhere far off. I lay back down, but didn't sleep again. At the hour of the rabbit the next day, I led my horse to the big pagoda tree at the town entrance. Old Lou of the caravan was already waiting. He was a fat old man of around 50, round-faced, with a booming voice, his eyes narrowing to slits when he laughed. He glanced at my horse, then at the hunting knife at my waist, and said with a smile, "Young man, traveling far with a knife on you? The roads aren't peaceful." I didn't smile. My eyes were fixed on the last flatbed cart at the rear of the caravan. On the cart sat a man wrapped in a worn sheepskin coat, head down, face hidden. The sun shone from the east, stretching the man's shadow long. He huddled in the corner of the cart, as if sheltering from the wind, and as if hiding from people's eyes. My gaze fell on the man's left hand hanging at his side, motionless, like a length of dead branch. Leading my horse, I walked step by step toward that flatbed cart. Old Lou called from behind, "Young man, wrong way, the caravan's horses are up front." I didn't look back. My eyes never left the man wrapped in the sheepskin coat. The man on the cart seemed to sense something and slowly raised his head. The morning light fell on his face, a face covered in frostbite sores, eyes sunk deep, so thin the cheekbones jutted high. But those eyes, I knew them. Those eyes, I would never mistake them in my whole life. Zhao Tai's eyes weren't black, but a deep brown, like the bark of an old pine in the mountains. Usually they looked at everything mildly, lighting up only when he killed, like light reflected off a blade's edge. Now those eyes looked at me, mild, without light. I stood before the flatbed cart, motionless. Old Lou was still calling from behind, "Young man, wrong way. The caravan's over here." I didn't look back. My gaze moved from those eyes to that face. Frostbite sores, scars, cheekbones jutting high, lips cracked. The old Zhao Tai had been thin, but big-framed, and standing there he was a wall. Now he huddled in the corner of the cart like a bundle of discarded firewood. His left arm hung, motionless. I crouched down to his eye level. "Zhao Tai." The man on the cart didn't respond. His lips moved, as if saying something, but the sound was too faint, swallowed by the wind. I brought my ear close. "You've got the wrong man." The voice was so hoarse it was nearly inaudible, like two pieces of sandpaper grinding together. I didn't move. I reached into my coat and drew out the strip of cloth, the crooked Zhao character carved on it, the bloodstain gone black. Then I unfastened the hunting knife from my belt, the oxhide sheath worn to an oiled sheen, the 3 notches carved at the end of the handle. I set the cloth and the knife on the cart, in front of the man. "These are yours." My voice wasn't loud, but it was steady. "I sharpened the knife for you. No nicks in the edge. The blood on the cloth won't wash out, but the character's still there." The man on the cart lowered his head and looked at the things. His eyes reddened. "You've got the wrong man." He repeated it, his voice fainter, carrying a tremor. I stood and turned to old Lou. "Steward Lou, I know this man. I'll pay his cart fare and haul his things. When does the caravan leave?" Old Lou looked at me, then at the man on the cart, and scratched his head. "You two know each other? Then it works out." This fellow flagged the cart down on the road, said he was going to the prefectural city, didn't have a copper on him. I figured empty is empty, so I brought him along. I fished a small piece of broken silver from my bundle and handed it to old Lou. "Enough." Old Lou's eyes lit up. He took the silver and weighed it. "Enough, enough, too much even. Let me get you change." "No need. Buy him a thick cotton coat." I pointed at the man on the cart. "And some food. I'll pull his cart." Old Lou paused, then nodded and turned to see to it. I tied my reins to the cart and swung onto my own horse. I glanced back at the man on the cart. He'd already turned his face away, pulling the collar of his sheepskin coat up with his right hand to cover half his face. But he hadn't pushed away the cloth or the knife. They lay right by his hand, next to his right hand. The caravan set out. Old Lou's caravan wasn't big, 5 flatbed carts, a dozen or so hands, hauling cloth and tea from the north to the prefectural city. I led Zhao Tai's cart at the rear, following at a middling distance. The whole way, the man on the cart didn't speak. I didn't speak either. I didn't need to ask how Zhao Tai had survived, didn't need to ask where he'd been these dozen-odd days, didn't need to ask what had happened to his left arm. Zhao Tai was still alive. That was enough. The rest, he could tell me when he wanted to. The sun climbed higher, the snow glaring under the light. The wind stopped, and there was a smell of thawing earth in the air. At the midday rest, I took the dry rations and waterskin from my bundle and walked over to the cart to hand them across. Zhao Tai, he wouldn't admit it, but I knew it was him, didn't take them. I set the rations and water on the cart, turned, and walked away. A few steps off, I heard the sound of dry rations being torn into behind me, fast, as if fighting someone for them. I didn't look back. A dull ache ran through my chest, the gash the nomad's curved saber had opened. A day of jolting on horseback, and the wound had begun to seep again. I told no one, just tightened the bandage while no one was watching. As the sky darkened, the caravan stopped for the night in front of an abandoned earth god shrine. Old Lu directed the hands to circle the carts and build a fire in the middle. I pulled Zhao Tai's cart to the innermost spot, against the earthen wall, to block the wind. I took out the cotton coat Su Tan had prepared, not the one I wore, but another, the spare she'd packed, saying, in case it gets cold on the road. At the time I'd thought it unnecessary. Only now did I understand why she'd packed a spare. She'd thought of everything. I tossed the coat to Zhao Tai. Put it on. Zhao Tai caught the coat with his right hand and looked down at it. The coat was new, gray coarse cloth on the outside, wadded with fresh cotton inside, soft to the touch. He didn't say thank you, but he put it on. I sat down by the fire and warmed myself. Old Lu was off to the side boasting to the hands, saying he'd seen the prefect himself in the city last year, riding a tall horse, majestic and imposing. The hands listened, rapt, and no one noticed me and the man on the cart. Late in the night, the fire slowly dimmed. Old Lu went off to sleep, yawning, and the hands each found a spot to lie down. I leaned against a cart wheel, eyes closed, but not asleep. The moon rose. Moonlight leaked in through the ruined window lattice, spilling onto the earthen floor of the shrine like a thin layer of frost. I heard a stir behind me, very light, like something scraping against the earthen wall. Then a very low groan, as if enduring pain. I didn't move. I knew Zhao Tai's wounds hadn't healed. That pain that seeps from the bone, I understood it. I had 7 or 8 wounds on my own body, and had to endure them every night. The deepest one on my chest itched maddeningly whenever the weather turned overcast. Liang Chun. A hoarse call came from behind. Not, you've got the wrong man, but Liang Chun. I opened my eyes, didn't turn. Your knife? I used it. I was silent a moment. That hunting knife was the one I'd always used, nicked but handy. Zhao Tai had used another, the curved saber he'd seized from a nomad. But my hunting knife, Zhao Tai hadn't touched. The knife was always yours to use, I said. You didn't take it when you left, so I sharpened it for you. Behind me, a long silence. My left arm's finished. Zhao Tai's voice was flat, as if remarking on nice weather. Cut by the curved saber, the bone snapped, won't join back. From now on I'm one-armed. I didn't look back. My eyes reddened, but I let no one see. One arm can still kill nomads, I said. Your right hand's still there. A low laugh came from behind. Not a happy laugh, one carrying bitterness. Right, Zhao Tai said. The right hand's still there. In the small hours, the moon rose to the center of the sky. The moonlight grew brighter, lighting the open ground behind the shrine like daytime. I opened my eyes and found the cart empty. I bolted upright and looked around. In the moonlight, Zhao Tai stood by a dead tree behind the shrine, his back to me, his right hand gripping a knife, not my hunting knife, but his own, the 3 notches carved on the handle. The moonlight fell on the blade, reflecting a cold, clear light. He was practicing, stroke by stroke, cutting the air. His left arm hung, motionless, like a superfluous tree branch. But his right hand was steady. Every stroke fell along the same line. I leaned against the cart and watched that one-armed figure for a long while. I thought of the first time I'd seen Zhao Tai. That night, the village bully had brought men to make trouble, and Zhao Tai had vaulted over the wall and flipped 3 men off their feet with a red-tasseled spear. His left leg had been lame then, but both hands still worked. Now the left arm was gone too, but the man was still alive. That was enough. I closed my eyes again. This time, I slept deeply. At dawn the next day, the caravan set out again. I led the cart, Zhao Tai sitting on it, and the 2 of us still didn't speak. But passing a fork in the road, Zhao Tai suddenly spoke. The Xun family in the prefectural city, I've been there. I reined in hard. That Xun daughter. Zhao Tai's voice was hoarse. She's not simple. I turned and looked at Zhao Tai. Zhao Tai didn't look at me, his eyes fixed on the road ahead, his right hand gripping the knife with the 3 notches. You'll know once you go, he said. The wind blew from the south, carrying the smell of thawing earth. The prefectural city, still 2 days off. 2 days later, the prefectural city arrived. The walls were even higher than I'd imagined. Gray bricks stacked 3 or 4 zhang high. The crenellations at the top arrayed neat as a row of teeth. The gate stood open, merchants and commoners going in and out in 2 lines. the guards checking each one's travel pass and goods. Old Lu bade me farewell at the gate, cupping his hands. Brother Liang, if you run into any trouble in the city, come find me at Lu's cloth shop in the East Quarter. Just give my name, Old Lu, and it'll do. I nodded and led the cart into the city. The prefectural city was more than 10 times the size of Willow River Town. The main street was wide enough for 6 horses abreast, both sides lined with 2- and 3-story wooden buildings, signs and banners fluttering in the wind, cloth sellers, grain sellers, medicine sellers, sundry sellers, one shop against the next. The passers-by jostled shoulder to shoulder, silk-clad merchants, coarse-cloth commoners, and a few armored border soldiers riding through the main street, their hooves clopping. Zhao Tai sat up straight on the cart, his right hand gripping the knife handle, his eyes constantly scanning the surroundings. "Don't be tense," I said in a low voice. "No one here knows you." "I'm not tense." Zhao Tai's voice was hoarse. "It's habit." I said no more. I led the cart along the main street for the better part of an hour and stopped at the door of an inn called Peace Inn. The inn wasn't big, a 2-story wooden building, red lanterns hanging at the door. The inn's hand came out, saw the hunting knife at my waist, and Zhao Tai wrapped in his sheepskin coat on the cart, paused, but still asked with a smile, "Guest a room?" "2 rooms. One on the ground floor, facing the rear yard." I handed over broken silver. "How many days will this cover?" "5. The hand took the silver, his smile widening. "This way, guest. I'll drive the cart to the rear yard for you." I shook my head. I turned and walked to the cart and helped Zhao Tai down. As Zhao Tai's feet reached the ground, his knees buckled and he nearly fell. I caught his right arm and didn't let go until he'd steadied himself. "I can walk on my own." Zhao Tai pushed my hand away, propped himself on the hunting knife like a crutch, and walked step by step into the inn. I followed behind him and said nothing. Once settled, the first thing I did was go to the Shin family. Han Wu's letter was still tucked in my coat, crumpled. I asked the inn's hand where the Shun family was, and he pointed the way. "Out of the inn, turn left, follow the main street to the end, then turn right. The biggest vermilion lacquered gate is it. The Shin family has run a medicine shop in the city for decades. Rich as anything." I changed into a clean cotton coat, tucked the letter away, and went out. Zhao Tai sat at a window seat on the inn's ground floor, holding a bowl of hot soup in his right hand. When he saw me leave, he didn't follow. He only said one line, "Be careful." I glanced back at him and nodded. The Shun residence was even bigger than I'd imagined. Vermilion lacquered gate, 2 stone lions, Shin Manor, and 2 gilded characters hanging over the lintel. The gatekeeper was an old man of around 50 in a blue cloth robe. Seeing me approach, he looked me up and down, an unruffled calm in his eyes, the calm of a man used to all comers. "This guest, who are you here to see?" "Steward Shun. Please announce me. Say I've come from the border, with a letter from Officer Han Wu." Hearing the words Han Wu, the gatekeeper's eyelid twitched. He took the letter and glanced at it, and his manner changed at once. "Wait a moment, I'll go announce you right away." I stood at the gate and waited. The gatekeeper wasn't gone long before he came trotting out, his face wreathed in smiles. "Steward Shin invites you in." The Shin family's parlor was large, set with rosewood tables and chairs, calligraphy and paintings on the walls, incense burning in a corner, the scent of sandalwood. I'd barely stepped through the door when I saw someone. Not Steward Shun, but a woman. She stood by the window in a pale moon-white gown, her hair pinned up with a single silver hairpin, her features delicate, a natural coldness between her brows and eyes. She looked under 20, but those eyes weren't a 20-year-old's, too heavy, as if gazing at something very far away. Seeing me enter, she nodded slightly. "Master Liang, please sit." I didn't sit. I stood in the middle of the parlor, looking at her, waiting for her to speak first. The woman paid no mind to my coldness. She turned and walked to the table, picked up the letter, unfolded it, and read it through. Then she folded it and set it back on the table and looked up at me. "I've read Uncle Han's letter. He says you're a hunter from the border, that you have a saltpeter deposit and can make gunpowder. He also says you saved his son's life." "That was on the way," I said. The woman looked at me, the corner of her mouth moving slightly, whether meaning to smile or something else I couldn't tell. "I'm Shin Qinglan," she said. "The Shin family's business is in my hands now. My father is unwell and no longer manages affairs." I nodded. I'd heard Han Wu mention the name, the apple of the prefect's eye. But Han Wu hadn't said the Shin business was hers to run. "Master Liang, the things you've brought, the gunpowder, the soap, I'm interested in all of them." Shin Qinglan walked to the table, picked up the teapot, poured 2 cups, and pushed one toward me. "But I have a few questions I'd like answered first." Ask. First, your saltpeter deposit. Are the reserves enough for long-term supply? Second, your gunpowder formula. Who knows it besides you? Third, your soap. Can the quality match the goods from the south? 3 questions, every one striking the mark. I looked at Shin Qinglan and reassessed this woman before me. Not an ordinary rich girl. A real businesswoman. The saltpeter deposit will last 10 years, I said. Only I know the gunpowder formula. The soap's quality is better than the southern goods. Shin Qinglan lifted her teacup and took a sip, her gaze crossing the rim to look at me. That gaze carried no feeling, like a ruler measuring something. As she set the cup down, the corner of her mouth curved slightly, faint and quick, as if confirming something, and as if hiding something. Better than the southern goods? You're sure? I'm sure. How do you prove it? I drew a bar of soap from my coat and set it on the table. Not from the first batch, which was still drying in Green Wolf Gully. This was a sample I'd made specially before setting out, sifted 3 times through a fine sieve, scented with added pine resin. Its surface ground smooth and even, grayish-white, no bubbles. Shin Qinglan set down her teacup, picked up the soap, held it under her nose and sniffed, then ran a finger over the surface. You made this? Yes. Shin Qinglan was silent a few seconds, set the soap back on the table, and looked up at me. Master Liang, I'll take your goods. Gunpowder, 500 jin for the first batch. Soap, 200 boxes for the first batch. You name the price, but there's one condition. What condition? You deliver the goods yourself. Shin Qinglan's voice was flat, as if speaking of something quite ordinary. Every time, you come in person. I looked at her and said nothing. Shin Qinglan met my gaze without flinching. There was something in her eyes, not probing, but control. Why? Because no one else can make what you make, Shin Qinglan said. I don't trust others. I only trust you. I was silent a moment, then held out my hand. Deal. Shin Qinglan looked at my hand and didn't take it at once. She lifted her teacup and drank another sip before slowly extending her hand and shaking mine. Her fingers were cold, slender, as if carved from jade. But the instant her hand gripped mine, her thumb pressed once, very light and very quick, on the web of my hand, as if feeling for something, the thickness of the calluses on my palm, the scar of the old wound at the web. Then she let go, her expression unchanged. One more thing. Shin Qinglan drew her hand back and pulled another letter from her sleeve, handing it to me. This is my reply to Uncle Han. Trouble you to pass it on. I took the letter and tucked it inside my coat. I head back to Green Wolf Gully the day after tomorrow, I said. The first batch of goods, delivered in half a month. Shin Qinglan nodded. I turned to leave, and as I reached the door, Shin Qinglan called after me. Master Liang. I stopped. You're wounded. Shin Qinglan's voice came from behind, neither light nor heavy. Be careful riding on the road. Don't let it split open. I didn't look back and strode out of the Shin Manor. When I got back to the inn, Zhaotai was still sitting at the window seat. His right hand held the bowl, the soup gone cold, not a mouthful drunk. His eyes were fixed out the window, on what I couldn't tell. I sat down across from him and looked him over carefully. Zhaotai's color was a little better than yesterday, but his left hand still hung motionless, the sleeve hanging empty. The hunting knife lay by his hand, the 3 notches on the handle worn deeper, as if someone had touched them over and over. Deal done. Zhaotai didn't turn his head. Done. Zhaotai was silent a moment, set down the bowl, and turned around. He looked at me, an emotion in his eyes I couldn't name. What did Shin Qinglan say to you? Wants goods. 500 jin of gunpowder, 200 boxes of soap. Condition is I deliver it myself. Zhaotai nodded, as if he'd long known it would be so. She didn't say anything else to you? I picked up the bowl of cold soup on the table, drank it down in one gulp, wiped my mouth, and looked at Zhaotai. You said she's not simple. What did you mean? Zhaotai didn't answer at once. He turned to look out the window, the crowd on the street bustling, no one paying attention over here. Shin Qinglan isn't an ordinary merchant. Zhaotai's voice dropped low. 3 years ago, when the nomads first came south, grain prices in the city shot up, and the Shun family took the chance to hoard 100,000 dan of grain, then turned around and sold it at 5 times the price. That year, 3,000 people starved to death in the city. My brow furrowed. Does Han Wu know? He knows, Zhaotai said. But Han Wu can't touch her. Her father is the prefect, and the prefect is the emperor's brother-in-law. Lay a finger on her, and you're setting yourself against the emperor. I was silent a long while. Then why does she want to do business with me? Zhaotai looked at me, a bitter smile at the corner of his mouth. Because you have what she wants, Zhaotai said. Gunpowder, soap, and Han Wu's favor. The sky outside the window darkened. Oil lamps were lit in the inn's main hall, the dim yellow light falling on the two men's faces, one lit, one in shadow. I drew the reply letter for Han Wu from my coat, set it on the table, and stared at it for a long while. Tell me, does Han Wu know Shin Qinglan's true colors? Zhao Tai didn't answer, but I already had the answer in my heart. That night, I lay in bed tossing and turning. From the alley outside the window came the watchman's clapper, the third watch. I suddenly heard the door of the next room creak softly, Zhao Tai's room. Then very light footsteps, heading toward the inn's rear yard. I sat up and pressed against the wall to listen. The footsteps stopped in the rear yard. Then came Zhao Tai's voice, very low, as if speaking to someone. She's looked into you. Be careful. I didn't move, didn't go out. I leaned against the wall, listening to the night wind squeezing in through the window crack, moaning. Who was this person Zhao Tai had gone to meet? An old subordinate from the border army, or a hidden contact in the city? I didn't know, but I knew one thing. The waters of the prefectural city ran far deeper than I'd thought. I didn't sleep all night. I lay in bed, staring at the roof beam overhead, Zhao Tai's words turning over and over in my mind. Hoarded 100,000 dan of grain. 3,000 starved to death. The prefect is the emperor's brother-in-law. And one thing I couldn't work out. Han Wu clearly knew Shin Qinglan's true colors, so why introduce me to her? For the border army's gunpowder, or was there another reason? Outside the window, the sky went from black to gray, from gray to white. When the watchman struck the fifth watch, I sat up. The door of the next room stood open. Zhao Tai wasn't there. I threw on my cotton coat and walked out of the inn. The morning city hadn't woken yet. Only a few sweeping hands and water-carrying porters on the street. I walked a stretch along the main street and saw a familiar figure at the mouth of an alley. Zhao Tai leaned against a pagoda tree, his right hand gripping the hunting knife, eyes narrowed at the sky just whitening in the east. Out all night. I walked over and stopped beside him. Zhao Tai didn't look at me, his eyes still on the horizon. Saw a friend. Old border army man. Does small trade in the city now. He says the Shun family's been stockpiling ironware lately, in bulk. No telling what for. My brow furrowed. Ironware? The border army doesn't step in. Can't. The Shun family has the prefect's authorization. Says it's civilian use. Zhao Tai turned to look at me. You believe that? I didn't answer. Did Han Wu know these things? He must have. But he'd still push me in front of Shin Qinglan. An answer I didn't want to admit formed in my heart. Han Wu was gambling. Betting I could come out of the Shun family's game alive, and hook the line up for the border army along the way. As for what price I'd pay, Han Wu couldn't spare the thought. The two of us stood under the pagoda tree, silent a long while. The passers-by on the street slowly grew, someone pushing a flatbed cart past, loaded with firewood and charcoal hauled in from outside the city. I leave tomorrow, I said. The city's business, we'll discuss back home. Zhao Tai nodded and didn't ask why. In the morning, I went to the market. The city's market was far bigger than Willow River Town's, selling everything. I made a round of the stalls and bought 3 carts of sulfur, 2 of iron nails, 1 of coarse cloth. The sulfur was from the Shun family shop, 20% cheaper than what Han Wu had given before. The clerk said Steward Shun had instructed it, when Master Liang buys, charge cost price. I didn't refuse. I paid the silver and had the clerk deliver the goods to the inn's rear yard. Coming out of the shop, I noticed a man standing across the street. Gray robe, a bamboo hat, face hidden. The man seemed to sense my gaze, turned, and walked into an alley. I noticed the way he walked. Shoulders broad, but the left leg dragging slightly, as if from an old wound. That was a veteran's habit. I didn't give chase. I fixed that man's build in my memory. He and the man who'd asked about me at the inn last time should be the same person. In the afternoon, the inn's hand delivered an invitation. Bright red and gilded, it read, "At the hour of the monkey, the Shun Manor sets a banquet, respectfully inviting Master Liang to attend." Signed with Shin Qinglan's name, the hand elegant but the strokes hard, as if carved with a knife. I set the invitation on the table and looked at Zhao Tai. Go or not? Zhao Tai asked. Go. I stood, unfastened the hunting knife from my belt, and set it on the table. No knife. The Shin family won't make a move in their own manner. Zhao Tai didn't stop me. He only said one line. Shin Qinglan's inviting you to eat, not to eat food. I glanced at him, turned, and went out. At the hour of the monkey, I arrived at the Shun Manor on time. The gatekeeper led me into a garden hall in the rear yard. The hall wasn't big, a round table set with a white cloth, several exquisite dishes laid out. Shin Qinglan sat at the table, changed into a pale green gown, her hair let down over her shoulders, softer than when I'd seen her by day. Master Liang, please sit. I sat down across from her. There was wine on the table. Shin Xinglan poured 2 cups and pushed one toward me. Master Liang leaves tomorrow? Shin Xinglan lifted her cup and took a sip. So soon? There must be plenty of places in the city you haven't seen. Matters at home. I didn't touch the cup. Shin Xinglan set down her cup and looked at me. Her gaze was different from the daytime. No longer that feelingless scrutiny, but a probing that carried warmth. At Master Liang's home, who else is there? My mother, my sister, my wife. Shin Xinglan's fingers paused on the rim of her cup, an infinitely small pause, and then she nodded. Master Liang is a man with a family. No wonder he's in a hurry to get back. I said nothing. Shin Xinglan lifted a bite of food with her chopsticks and set it on the plate before me. Try it. This is my cook's specialty, the best in the city. I glanced at the food on the plate and didn't move. Steward Shun, I'm not a man who goes in circles. I set down my chopsticks and looked at Shin Xinglan. Whatever you have to say it plainly. Shin Xinglan paused, then laughed. It was the first time I'd seen her laugh. Not the slight curve of the mouth, but a real laugh out loud. The laugh was short, but genuine. Fine. Shin Xinglan set down her chopsticks, folded her hands on the table, and grew serious. Master Liang, what I want isn't gunpowder and soap. What I want is you. My eyes narrowed. Hanwu mentioned you to me. He said you're a talent the border hasn't seen in 100 years. Shin Xinglan's voice was neither light nor heavy, but every word was like a nail. Hunting, fighting, business, gunpowder, soap. You understand everything, and do everything better than anyone. My Shin family has been in the city for decades. We don't lack money, we don't lack connections. What we lack is a man like you. So I want to work with you. Not the trade of buying and selling goods, but a lasting partnership, bound together. Shin Xinglan looked into my eyes. You produce, I distribute, profits split 50-50. The city connections, the sales channels, the relations with the officials, all handled by me. You need only do one thing. Turn Green Wolf Gully into your own domain, one no one can touch. I was silent a long while. Steward Shun, do you know what kind of place Green Wolf Gully is? I know, Shin Xinglan said. The poorest village on the border, just slaughtered by the nomads. But you held it. Do you know the nomads will come again? I know. That's why I want to position myself early. Shin Xinglan's voice was calm. When the nomads come again, the border army won't hold, and the city won't hold either. Then, who survives comes down to whose ford is hard enough, whose grain is plentiful enough, whose weapons are vicious enough. Master Liang, you hold a saltpeter deposit, a gunpowder formula, and the skill of war. These things are worth more than gold. I looked at her, my mind racing. Shin Xinglan spoke the truth, at least part of it was truth. When the nomads came again, the border truly wouldn't hold. Then, whoever's fist was hardest called the shots. But Shin Xinglan wanted more than partnership. She wanted control. She wanted to use money, connections, sales channels to bind me to her war chariot. Steward Shun, your terms are tempting. I stood, but I need time to consider. Shin Xinglan stood too, looking into my eyes. No hurry. Whenever you've decided, come find me anytime. I nodded and turned to leave. Master Liang. Shin Xinglan called after me, her voice much lighter than before. That cup of wine, you didn't drink a drop. Afraid I'd poison it. I didn't look back. No. I promised someone at home I wouldn't drink outside. Shin Xinglan was silent an instant, then laughed softly. Men like you, Master Liang, there aren't many left. I strode out of the Shin manor. By the time I got back to the inn, the sky had darkened. Zhao Tai sat at the window seat on the ground floor, a bowl of noodles in his hand, the noodles long gone soggy, not a mouthful touched. Seeing me come in, he set down the bowl and waited for me to speak. Shin Xinglan wants to work with me. I sat down across from him. Not buying goods, but bound together. She provides the connections and channels, I provide the domain and force, profits split 50-50. Zhao Tai was silent a long while. Did you agree? No. I said I'd consider. Zhao Tai nodded. As you should. Shin Xinglan is the kind who eats people and doesn't spit out the bones. Agree to her, and Green Wolf Gully won't be yours anymore. I leaned back in my chair and closed my eyes a while. You said she's stockpiling ironware, true or false? True, Zhao Tai said. My friend saw it with his own eyes. The Shin family has a warehouse in the East Quarter, hundreds of iron pots and farm tools piled inside. But the scale of that warehouse is far more than a few hundred. I opened my eyes and looked at Zhao Tai. She's stockpiling weapons. Zhao Tai didn't nod and didn't shake his head. He only said one line. Her father is the prefect. 300 li around the city, no one dares inspect the Shun family's warehouses. The night wind blew in through the window, setting the oil lamp's flames swaying. The two of us sat face to face, neither speaking again. The next day, before dawn, I was up. Zhao Tai and I tied down the 3 carts of goods, harnessed the horses, and prepared to leave the city. As the inn's hand helped us load, he said one thing too many. "Guess Liang, someone came asking about you last night." My hand paused. "Who?" "Don't know him. Gray clothes, bamboo hat," spoke very low. "Asked which room you were in when you were leaving." I said I didn't know, and he left. I glanced at Zhao Tai. Zhao Tai's face darkened. "Move." I swung onto my horse. Now, 2 horses hauling 3 carts of goods, out the north gate of the city. The sky wasn't fully light, the official road hazy with mist, the distance unclear. Zhao Tai rode beside me, his right hand gripping the hunting knife, his eyes constantly scanning the surroundings. "Someone's following us." Zhao Tai dropped his voice. I didn't look back. My ears were listening. About 100 paces behind, there were hoofbeats. "Not 1 horse, 2. I said. "They've been following since we left the city." "What do we do?" "Let them follow." I drew something from my coat, a bamboo tube, plugged with a fuse, packed with gunpowder and iron shards. "We'll deal with it when they make their move." Zhao Tai glanced at the tube, the corner of his mouth turning up slightly. "When did you make that?" "Last night." Neither of us spoke again. We went north along the official road, unhurried. Behind us, 2 horses, 2 men, following at a middling distance. The mist grew thicker. Using the chance of a turn, I glanced back over my shoulder. Gray clothes, bamboo hat, the left leg hanging slightly in the stirrup, exactly like the veteran I'd seen at the market yesterday. When we reached the edge of a wood, the hoofbeats behind suddenly sped up. I didn't look back, but I heard the sound of curved sabers leaving their sheaths. "Zhao Tai," I said. Ready." Zhao Tai drew the hunting knife from his saddle, the 3 notches on the handle glinting dark in the mist. "Been waiting a long time for you to say it." The sound of curved sabers leaving their sheaths was especially harsh in the mist. I didn't look back, but my right hand had already released the reins, reaching for the bamboo tube hanging at the side of the saddle. 3 in all, made through the night, gunpowder and iron shards. The fuse soaked in saltpeter water, a foot of cotton thread, about 5 breaths from lighting to explosion. "Zhao Tai, the one on the left is yours. I'll take the right." Zhao Tai swung down from his horse, his movements much slower than before, the empty sleeve of his left arm fluttering in the wind. As he landed, his knee bent, but he didn't fall. The hunting knife held level before him, tipped down, waiting. The hoofbeats behind grew closer. I dismounted too, tossed the reins to Zhao Tai, and retreated behind a cart, crouched down, and drew a fire starter from my coat. The gray-clothed men charged out of the mist. 2 horses, 2 men. The one in front wore the bamboo hat, gray cloth robe, a curved saber raised in hand. The one behind wore a black short jacket, his face masked with black cloth, features hidden. Seeing that Zhao Tai and I had already dismounted, they seemed to pause. Clearly they hadn't expected the prey not to run, but to set up a formation and wait for them. "You two have followed a long way." I stood, gripping the fire starter, my voice low. "Aren't you tired?" The gray-clothed man reined in, stopping 10 paces off. He took off the bamboo hat, revealing a gaunt face, cheekbones jutting high, eye sockets sunk deep, an old knife scar on the chin. "Master Liang, someone asked us to bring you a message." "Say it." "The city's business. What isn't yours to meddle in? Don't meddle in." The gray-clothed man's voice was flat, not a threat, more like stating a fact. "Go home, hunt well, live your days well. Don't come to the city again." I looked at him, the corner of my mouth moving slightly. "That's all. That's all. Then you can go." I brought the fire starter to the tube's fuse, but didn't light it. "Message delivered. No need to see you off." The gray-clothed man didn't go. He glanced at the tube in my hand, then at Zhao Tai crouched beside the cart. "Master Liang, since we've come, we can't go back empty-handed." "Then what do you want to take?" "Your head." When the gray-clothed man said it, his tone was still that flat, as if remarking on nice weather. I lit the fuse. The cotton thread hissed as it burned, white smoke rising. The gray-clothed man glanced down at the smoking tube, and his face changed. "Go." Before the word was out, I flung the tube. The tube drew an arc through the air and landed between the 2 horses. Boom. The gunpowder burst. Iron shards and powder dregs sprayed everywhere. Both horses spooked at once, rearing up with shrill whinnies. The gray-clothed man was thrown from his saddle and slammed hard into the ground. Black Jacket reacted a little faster, leaping down from his horse, curved saber held level, but his ears were bleeding, stunned by the blast. Zhao Tai moved. He charged out from behind the cart, the hunting knife going straight for the gray-clothed man's neck. The gray-clothed man rolled once on the ground, dodging the first stroke, but Zhao Tai's second was already following, a cut to the wrist of his knife hand. Ah! The curved saber flew from his grip, and the gray-clothed man howled, clutching his severed wrist. Zhao Tai gave him no second chance, driving the knife into his chest. The gray-clothed man's eyes went round, blood foam welling from his mouth, and he crumpled limply to the ground. On the other side, I'd already engaged with Black Jacket. His curved saber came down, I sidestepped it, gripped my knife in reverse, and drove it toward the small of his back. Black Jacket pulled his blade back to block, the two knives clashing, sparks scattering. The web of my hand went numb from the shock, but I didn't retreat. My strength was less than his, but my knife was faster. Black Jacket's saber came down again, and instead of retreating I pressed in, slashing at his belly. Black Jacket scrambled back, the blade grazing across his stomach, tearing his clothes but not cutting the flesh. You? He meant to say something, but Zhao Tai was already coming from the flank. A hunting knife flew out of the mist, and Black Jacket had no time to dodge. The tip lodged in his thigh. He screamed and dropped to his knees. I slammed the flat of my knife against the back of his head, and he passed out on the spot. Zhao Tai walked over, picked up his own knife, and glanced at the unconscious Black Jacket on the ground. Keep him alive? Keep him. I crouched and searched Black Jacket over. Inside his coat was a wooden token, palm-sized, a Shun character carved on the front, a string of numbers on the back. I put the token away and stood. Zhao Tai looked at the token, his face darkening. Shin family men. I blew out the fire starter and tucked it back in my coat. Failed to win me over and silence me. Or, not silence, warn. Warn what? Warn me not to cross the Shin family. I swung onto my horse and tugged the reins. Move. This won't be the only wave of pursuers. Zhao Tai glanced at the gray-clothed man's corpse on the ground, then at the unconscious Black Jacket. What about the live one? Leave him here. He'll go back and report when he wakes. My voice was cold. Let Shin Qinglan know I'm not so easy to kill. 2 horses hauling 3 carts of goods took to the official road again. The mist hadn't fully cleared, the road ahead flickering in and out of sight. Behind us, the gray-clothed man's corpse lay in the snow, blood already staining it red. After about an hour, I stopped by the roadside to rest. I took the dry rations from my bundle, handed Zhao Tai half, and sat down against a large tree, chewing the hard flatbread, my eyes on the road we'd come. Tell me, will Shin Qinglan send more men? Zhao Tai sat down beside me, tearing the bread with his right hand, stuffing it into his mouth piece by piece. She will. I swallowed a mouthful of bread. But they won't chase this far. Out of the city's territory, her men can't easily act. Farther north is the border army's defensive zone, and Han Wu's men patrol. You trust Han Wu? I was silent a moment and didn't answer. Did I trust Han Wu? Han Wu had saved Green Wolf Gully, owed him a life. But Han Wu had also pushed me to Shin Qinglan, knowing the Shun family's true colors and pushing me over all the same. What unsettled me more was another thought. Had Han Wu known all along that the Shun family would move against me? Maybe what Han Wu needed wasn't my gunpowder, but for me to die at the Shun family's hands. The dead don't talk, don't threaten anyone, and the border army could still get gunpowder from the Shin family, or more. I shook my head and pressed the thought down. Now wasn't the time for this. No, I said. But he doesn't dare touch me right now. Why? Because I hold what he wants. I looked at Zhao Tai. Gunpowder. Without gunpowder, the border army can't hold the line. Can't hold the line, the nomads come south. The nomads come south. The first to suffer isn't me. It's him. Zhao Tai nodded and asked no more. As the sky was darkening, we reached a place called Black Wind Gap. It was a gorge wedged between 2 mountains, the road narrow enough for only 1 cart to pass. Steep rock walls rose on both sides, overgrown with dead grass and brambles. I reined in and looked up at the walls on either side. What is it? Zhao Tai asked. This place is too treacherous. My eyes swept every shadow on the rock walls. If someone set an ambush here, neither of us gets out. Then what? Go around. Going around adds 3 days. Zhao Tai said nothing. He drew the hunting knife and laid it across his saddle, ready to act at any moment. I drew the last bamboo tube from my coat and set it by my hand. Move. Quickly. We spurred the horses to speed, the carts jolting over the gravel road, the goods rattling loud. The gorge wasn't long, about a li. But that 1 li felt longer to me than 10. My eyes stayed fixed on the rock walls on both sides, my ears listening for movement overhead. The wind blew through the gorge, moaning. A few birds flew up from the walls, wings flapping, and were gone. No one. No ambush. Out of the gorge, my back was already soaked through. Xiao Tai glanced at me and said nothing. His color wasn't good either. 2 more days, and Green Wolf Gully arrived. From a distance, I saw the arrow tower built over the half-month. 3 stories of wood, a man standing on top with a brass gong in hand, gazing north. Liang Chen's back. The man on the tower struck the gong, the sound echoing through the valley. The village gate opened. Pock-Face Wong stood at the gate leaning on his crutch, a dozen or so villagers behind him, some helping lead the horses, some helping unload, all asking questions in a clamor. How was it? Is the city big? Did the soap sell? Is stewardship a good sort? I didn't answer any of it. I swung down from the horse, tossed the reins to Pock-Face Wong, and strode toward my own courtyard. My gaze swept the village. Old Zhang dried animal hides at his door, chatting and laughing with the man beside him. Chen the carpenter's wife hung laundry in the yard, a few children chasing about beside her. A few women gathered around the stone mill at the village entrance, stitching shoe soles and chatting, letting out laughter now and then. Cooking smoke rose from every rooftop, mingling together like a thin veil draped over the village. Everything was settled, no different from before I left. But I knew this peace was false. The blade outside was already at our throats. Su Tin stood in the courtyard gateway, gripping a bar of soap. Not the dried kind, but freshly cut, still soft. Seeing me, her eyes reddened a moment, but she didn't cry. You're back. I'm back. I walked into the courtyard, set the bundle on the table, drew the wooden token carved with Shun from my coat, and set it on the table. The Shin family sent men to intercept and kill us. Su Tan's face went white all at once. Xiao Tai followed in, hung his hunting knife on the wall, and sat down at the table. Not to kill, Xiao Tai said. To warn. What's the difference? I turned the token over, looking at the string of numbers on the back. Fail to warn, and it becomes killing. Su Tin picked up the token and turned it over and over. What is this? The Shin family's token, I said. Searched off the men who came to kill us. Su Tan set the token down and looked at me. Why does she want to kill you? Not to kill me. To make me obey. I leaned back in my chair and closed my eyes a while. She wants Green Wolf Gully. Wants the gunpowder, wants the saltpeter deposit, wants me. I don't do as she says, so she talks with the knife. Su Tan was silent a long while. Then will you still go to the city? I will. I opened my eyes. But next time I go, it won't be alone. That night, I sat in the courtyard cleaning my knife. Xiao Tai came out from inside, crouched beside me, and drew a crumpled note from his coat, handing it to me. My friend sent word again. The Shin family's been recruiting lately, secretly training a private army, at least 300 men. I took the note, glanced at it, held it to the oil lamp, and burned it to ash. 300 men, I said, plus the prefect's official troops. The whole city is in her hands. Xiao Tai nodded. What are you going to do? I slid the knife back into its sheath and stood. Train soldiers. Green Wolf Gully needs its own men too. The moon emerged from behind the clouds and shone on my face. My gaze was calm, but Xiao Tai knew that what lay hidden beneath this calm was more terrible than rage. The night wind of Green Wolf Gully blew past the arrow tower, moaning. In the distant mountains, whether wolves howling or the wind, sound came one after another, as if answering something. The next day, before dawn, I was up. I called Pock-Face Wong to the courtyard and drew a sheet of coarse paper from my coat. Crooked human figures and arrows drawn on it. Gather the men. 18 and up, under 50, anyone who can walk and run and hold a knife. All of them assemble at the village entrance. Pock-Face Wong took the coarse paper, turned it over twice, didn't understand it, but didn't ask. After all that had happened, he'd learned one truth. Whatever I said, just do it. How many? How many men does Green Wolf Gully have left now? Pock-Face Wong counted on his fingers. 13 dead defending the village, 7 crippled from bad wounds. The rest still able-bodied, old and young together, under 40. Call them all. In less than half an hour, the ground under the big pagoda tree at the village entrance was full of people. 37, old and young. The oldest was old Zhang, 56, unable to straighten his back. The youngest was Chun the carpenter's son, Chen Shirtu, just turned 16, thin as a bamboo pole. I stood atop the arrow tower, looking down on these people. From today, every day before dawn, assemble here. Run drills, practice the knife, learn formations. Keep at the farm work, but the training doesn't stop. My voice wasn't loud, but everyone heard it clearly. Anyone who can't hold up can stay away. But when the nomads come again, I won't send men to save him. A stir ran through the crowd. Old Zhang coughed and asked in a hoarse voice, Liang Chun, at my age, you want me to practice the knife? You can stay away. I didn't look at him. But you've seen it too. The nomads won't spare you just because you're old. Old Zhang went quiet. Chen Shirtu raised his hand, his voice still boyish. Brother Liang Chun, if we train, can we beat the nomads? Not necessarily, I said. But without training, we definitely can't. No one asked anything more. I came down from the arrow tower, drew my hunting knife, and scored a line in the ground. Today's first lesson, forming ranks. Everyone, line up in a row by height. 37 men, tall, short, fat, thin, shoving one another, took a quarter-hour of struggling to barely form a crooked line. Pockface Wong watched from the side on his crutch, stamping his foot in frustration. Liang Chun, can this really be trained up? It can. I walked to the front of the line, facing everyone. From today, you're not villagers, you're soldiers. I say left, you don't go right. I say charge, you don't retreat. Anyone who won't follow orders, leave on your own. I won't beat you or curse you. No one left. I nodded. Good. Now start running. Run around the village until I call stop. The line started running raggedly. I rode behind on my horse, watching those panting figures. I thought of my own days in the recruit company in the army. The first day, a 5-kilometer run, and I threw up halfway. But I knew these people had no choice. The nomads wouldn't give them one. Before the first lap was even done, old Zhang was bent double, propped against the wall, his face white as paper, gasping in great gulps as if to pour out all the air in his lungs. Chen Shirtu, running just a few steps ahead of him, his legs already trembling, his strides growing smaller and smaller, but he gritted his teeth and didn't stop. A young man named Zhao Dazhuang suddenly crouched down halfway around and vomited a mouthful of sour water onto the ground. Pockface Wong moved to help him up, and I stopped him with a glance. Get up on your own. My voice held no feeling. On the battlefield, no one helps you up. Zhao Dazhuang wiped his mouth with the back of his hand, stood, and kept running. Zhao Tai sat on the stone mill at the village entrance, watching the line run past, a bowl in his right hand, the porridge in it gone cold. How do you plan to train them? He asked me. Conditioning first. Can't run, can't do anything. I swung down from my horse and sat beside Zhao Tai. Once the conditioning's up, then teach knife work and formations. You know knife work? I do. I drew my hunting knife from my belt and made 2 motions in the air. A scout's knife work, no flourishes, only killing in 1 stroke. Stab the throat, pierce the heart, cut the thigh artery. 3 moves, enough. Zhao Tai was silent a moment, drank the cold porridge in 1 gulp, and set the bowl down. I can teach too. The border army's knife work is better suited to the battlefield than yours. I glanced at him. Your left arm. Finished, but my mouth is still here. Zhao Tai stood, drew his hunting knife with his right hand. I can still demonstrate. You have them do conditioning, I'll teach them knife work. One man can't teach it all, the 2 of us teach together. I nodded. Starting tomorrow, I said. By day you teach knife work, by night I teach formations. Neither of us spoke again. In the distance, the line finished its 2nd lap and came straggling back. Chen Shirtu ran at the very front, and though his legs shook, his color was a little better than after the first lap. Old Zhang ran at the very back, all but walking, but at least he hadn't fallen. I stood and walked to the front of the line. Rest a quarter hour. Then continue. Chen Shirtu gasped, bent double, both hands braced on his knees. Brother Liang Chun, until when do we run? Until you're not out of breath. Chen Shirtu asked nothing more. He straightened, wiped the sweat from his face, and stood up straight. In the afternoon, I went to check on the soap and gunpowder production. Su Tan had turned an empty room in the courtyard into a soap workshop. 2 rows of soap were stacked on a wooden rack, grayish-white squares, their surfaces already hardened, slick to the touch. This batch will be usable in another half-month. Su Tan stood by the rack, her finger lightly tapping the surface of a bar. That sample bar you took, what did Steward Shin say? I was silent a moment. The deal's done. But that Shin person isn't simple. Su Tan glanced at me and didn't press. It wasn't that she didn't want to know, but that she knew if I wanted to tell her, I would. Then we still sell the soap? Sell it. I picked up a bar from the rack and held it under my nose. Pine resin, faint. Business is business, people are people. The Shin family wants soap, I'll sell it to her. But the Shin family wants Green Wolf Gully, no. Su Tan nodded and turned to flip the soap on the rack. Her movements were light and slow, as if tending to something very fragile. Watching her bent back, I suddenly said, Su Tan, if one day I have to break with the Shin family, will you be afraid? Su Tan's hand paused, then went on flipping the soap. Afraid, she said. But with you here, I won't be afraid. I said nothing more. I walked out of the soap workshop and went to the gunpowder shed in the rear yard. The gunpowder shed was one Zhao Tai had helped me build, of planks and oilcloth, damp-proof and windproof. Several large iron pots stood under it, dried gunpowder in the pots, gray-black, fine, like ground earth. I crouched down, pinched a little gunpowder between my fingers, and held it under my nose. The astringent tang of saltpeter, the sour of sulfur, the scorch of charcoal, the ratio just right. I stood and clapped the dust off my hands. Enough. At night, I called everyone to the big pagoda tree at the village entrance, lit several fires, and had them gather in a circle. Tonight, no conditioning, no knife work. I'm going to tell you one thing. Everyone pricked up their ears. Why can the nomads beat us? Not because their knives are faster than ours. Not because they're stronger than us. My voice was clear in the night wind. It's because they know, lose and they die. Win, and they can seize grain, seize women, seize territory. I paused, my gaze sweeping every face. You must remember one thing. You're not fighting for me, not fighting for Han Wu. You're fighting for yourselves. The nomads come, and your houses, your grain, your wives, your children, all gone. You win, and these things are yours. No one spoke. The firewood crackled, sparks spraying into the air and dying. Chen Shirtu was the first to stand, his voice still carrying a boy's innocence, but firm. Brother Liang Chun, I'll train, until I can kill nomads. Old Zhang stood, coughing, still unable to straighten his back, but there was light in his eyes. These old bones of mine, I can stab one, that's one. Pock-face Wang stood on his crutch, said nothing, only rapped the crutch against the ground. I looked at these people, the corner of my mouth moving slightly. Not a smile, but an expression I couldn't name. Good, I said. Starting tomorrow, we practice the knife. Late in the night, everyone had dispersed. I sat alone in the courtyard, cleaning my hunting knife. Zhao Tai came out from inside, sat beside me, and handed me a whetstone with his right hand. A knife needs frequent sharpening, Zhao Tai said. My old master used to say a knife is like a man. Don't sharpen it, and it goes dull. I took the whetstone, set the knife on it, and sharpened stroke by stroke. The edge glinted in the moonlight, brighter and brighter. Zhao Tai, your left arm, it really can't be joined back. Zhao Tai was silent a long while. Can't, his voice was flat. The bones shattered, the sinews severed too. The doctor said even joined back, it couldn't hold anything. Better to do without. I said nothing. I held up the sharpened knife and looked at the edge against the moonlight. The right hand's still there, I said. Zhao Tai paused, then laughed. Not a bitter laugh, a real one, though short. Right, Zhao Tai said. The right hand's still there. In the distance, the sentry's brass gong sounded from the arrow tower. 3 short, 1 long, meaning all was well. I slid the knife back into its sheath and stood. Starting tomorrow, we practice the knife, I said. You teach them how to kill, I'll teach them how to survive. Zhao Tai nodded. The wind blew from the north, carrying the smell of gunpowder and pine resin. The night of Green Wolf Gully was no longer quiet. In the small hours, I was startled awake by an urgent knocking. It was Pock-face Wang, his voice shaking. Liang Chun, get up quick. On the mountains to the north, there's firelight. I rolled off the bed, grabbed my hunting knife, and rushed out. Atop the arrow tower, the sentry pointed at the northern horizon. On the black ridgeline, points of firelight joined into a thin thread, moving slowly. Not nomad torches. Han Wu's border army. They were retreating in force. My heart sank hard. Days ago, I'd heard the northern line was strained, that the nomads had massed twice the force of last time, that 2 of the border army's 3 battalions were encircled, Han Wu's left battalion, the only one still more or less intact. But I hadn't thought even Han Wu couldn't hold. How many? I asked. The sentry's voice shook. Can't tell. Dense as anything. 1,000 at least. Coming this way. I stood atop the arrow tower, watching that dragon of fire draw nearer, my hand unconsciously gripping the hunting knife tight. The border army had withdrawn. Green Wolf Gully was now the wall at the very front. As the sky whitened, the border army column reached the village entrance. Han Wu rode a black horse, his armor caked with dried blood, the knife scar on his face especially savage in the white light. Fewer than 300 cavalry followed behind, everyone filthy, the horses too exhausted to lift their heads. He swung down from his horse, walked to me, and said in a voice so hoarse it was nearly inaudible, "The whole north is lost. The nomad's main force arrives in 3 days." I looked at him and didn't ask why he couldn't hold. I only asked one thing. "How many men do you have left?" Hanwoo was silent a long while. "Fit to fight, under 300. Having said that, Hanwoo spoke no more. He leaned against the stone mill at the village entrance, his armor not removed, his knife not sheathed, just sitting there, his eyes fixed on a half-burned fire on the ground. The firelight played on his face, that knife scar flickering bright and dark, like a live centipede. I stood beside him, saying nothing too. Dawn was near, a fish-belly white rising in the eastern sky, sketching out the ridgeline in the distance. The northern sky was overcast gray, no firelight, no wolf smoke signals, nothing. But this unsettled me more than anything. 300 men. I finally spoke. "Your soldiers, can they still fight?" Hanwoo raised his head and glanced at me. The look was complicated, weary, helpless, and a trace of an emotion I'd never seen on his face. "Guilt. They can fight. But there's no morale left." Hanwoo's voice was hoarse. "We held Black Wind Ridge 7 days and 7 nights. The arrows ran out, the grain ran out, the gunpowder was long gone. The brothers cut with knives, smashed with stones, bit with teeth. In the end, the general gave the order. Retreat. And the general? Dead." When Hanwoo said it, his voice didn't waver, as if speaking of a man unrelated to himself. A stray arrow through the throat, gone on the spot. We couldn't even recover his body. I was silent a moment. "How many nomads died?" "At least 2,000. Hanwoo stood and worked his stiff shoulders. "But they still have at least 5,000. The main force hasn't moved, and their vanguard alone can cripple us." 5,000. I repeated the number silently. "Last time Green Wolf Gully faced 3,000. 13 died, 7 crippled. This time it was 5,000, and Hanwoo's border army was already broken, the gunpowder gone too." "How much gunpowder do you have left?" Hanwoo asked. 100-odd gene. I didn't hide it from him. "Enough for one use, but not enough to fight a whole battle." Hanwoo nodded and asked no more. He turned to glance at his own soldiers slumped on the ground. Some had fallen asleep against the carts. Some sat clutching their knives blankly. Some washed wounds with snow melt. Some wept in low voices. "Liang Chun." Hanwoo dropped his voice low. "This time is different. The nomad's royal court has a new Khan, a madman. He's put out word to slaughter every village on the border, leave not one alive. Why? Because he needs to establish his authority." A bitter smile hung at the corner of Hanwoo's mouth. "A new Khan takes the throne, needs heads to prove he's stronger than the old Khan. Border heads are the easiest to come by." I said nothing. I turned to look north. The sky was more than half bright now, the ridgeline in the distance clearly visible. The snow was beginning to melt, revealing the black earth and withered yellow grass roots beneath. Spring had come. The nomad's horses could run. Shin Qinglan's face suddenly flashed through my mind. She hoarded ironware, recruited a private army, and when winning me over failed, drew the blade. Now the border army routed and the nomads bearing down. What would the city's reaction be? Would she swallow the border army's arms amid the chaos? Would she use the nomad's blade to purge everyone who wouldn't obey? I shook my head and pressed the thought down for now. There was enough in front of me. The city's business could wait until we survived. After dawn, I called everyone to the village entrance. On one side were Green Wolf Gully's villagers, 37, the old, and the young, some still gripping half-eaten flatbread. On the other were Hanwoo's border soldiers, under 300, filthy, their armor caked with mud and blood. I stood atop the arrow tower, looking at these two groups. I won't waste words. 5,000 nomad horse, arriving in 3 days. Green Wolf Gully can't hold, the border army can't hold. But run, and you can't escape either. No one spoke. So there's only one way. Stall. Stall until the nomads can't hold out themselves. 5,000 men need to eat and drink and feed their horses. They can't afford to stall. Every extra day we stall, the chance of them withdrawing grows a fraction. Hanwoo listened below and didn't argue. He knew what I said was right. The trench, the fort walls, the arrow tower, we already built them when the nomads came last time. But it's not enough. My gaze swept the border army crowd. Your border soldiers, you've fought, you've killed. What I need from you isn't to die for Green Wolf Gully. It's to teach the villagers what you know. How to dig trenches, how to defend, how to dodge when a knife comes down. Someone in the border army crowd stirred. A young soldier stood, a still unscabbed scar on his face, his voice carrying a stubborn edge. Why should we take orders from a hunter? Han Wu turned and looked at that soldier, saying nothing. I came down from the arrow tower, walked up to the soldier, and looked into his eyes. You don't have to. When the nomads come, you go hold the front. The soldier opened his mouth, and the man beside him tugged his sleeve, and he sat down. I didn't look at him again. I turned and walked back to the arrow tower, my voice not loud, but everyone could hear it. 3 days. Do as much as you can, and that's what counts. In the morning, Han Wu and I laid out the defense line anew in the courtyard. A sheet of coarse paper spread on the ground, a terrain map of Green Wolf Gully drawn on it. The village entrance, the trench, the fort walls, the arrow tower, the gaps on the east and west sides. Han Wu crouched on the ground, gesturing over the map with his finger. The nomads suffered from the trench last time. They won't charge it head-on this time. They may split their forces, one detachment pinning the front, one going around the flank. The flank is mountain, I said. There's snow on it, horses can't climb. But they can dismount. On foot, they're infantry. 500 infantry creeping down from the mountain. Can you hold? I was silent a moment. I couldn't. There were no fort walls on the mountain, no trench, only a few trees and rocks. Last time the nomads hadn't attacked from the mountain because they'd judged Green Wolf Gully not worth the effort. This time was different. They'd come with 5,000 men and had time and manpower to spare. The mountain needs defenses, I said. Bury gunpowder on the slope and set it off when they climb up. Han Wu glanced at me. How much gunpowder do you have? 100-odd gene. If it all goes on the mountain, there's none for the front. Then split it in half. I nodded and drew a few circles on the map with a charcoal pencil. The second defense line, inside the village. My pencil tip pointed at the rows of houses. Every household's courtyard walls, doors, and windows, all reinforced. The border army falls back into the village and fights the nomads in the alleys. They have numbers, but once inside the village they can't spread out. Only a few dozen can squeeze in at a time. We have houses, walls, rooftops, better than fighting in the open. Han Wu was silent a long while. Liang Chun, do you know what fighting in the alleys means? I know. My voice was flat. Many will die. You're not afraid? Afraid. But does fear help? Han Wu asked no more. In the afternoon, I moved out every bit of stock in the gunpowder shed. 130 gene, divided into 2 parts. One part 60 gene, wrapped in oil paper, packed into wooden crates, hauled up the mountain. The other 70 gene, kept in the village, packed into bamboo tubes, made into crude grenades, hidden behind each household stove. Zhao Tai helped pack the gunpowder with his right hand, his movements slower than a normal man's, but steady. He scooped the powder bit by bit into the tubes, tamped it with a wooden rod, inserted the fuse, then sealed the mouth with wax. Back in the border army, did you ever see this kind? I asked him. Zhao Tai didn't look up. I saw it. But the force wasn't as great as yours. Because the formula's different. I put a sealed tube into the crate. The gunpowder the border army used, the saltpeter wasn't pure enough. The ratio was wrong too. Mine is purified. Zhao Tai glanced at me and didn't press. He'd long grown used to the things I somehow just knew. Su Tan carried a bowl of hot water out of the kitchen and handed it to me, then carried another to Zhao Tai. She said nothing, turned back to the kitchen, and went on boiling water, cooking, washing bandages. Watching her back, I suddenly remembered what she'd said. Afraid. But with you here, I won't be afraid. I drank the hot water in one gulp and went on packing gunpowder. As the sky was darkening, Han Wu's soldiers began digging trenches at the village entrance. The original trench was 1.5 deep, 5 feet wide. Han Wu had them dig it to 2 men deep, 10 feet wide. The stakes at its bottom increased from 5 rows to 10. The stakes were sharpened, hardened by fire, driven into the frozen earth, then packed tight with stones. I stood watching and didn't intervene. The border army worked far more efficiently than the villagers. These men had dug trenches, built fort walls, knew how to do the most work in the shortest time. Meanwhile, inside the village was also a bustle of activity. Chen the carpenter, with a few men, reinforced every household's doors and windows with planks and iron nails, nailing 2 more layers of crossbeams behind the main gate, braced dead from inside. Old Zhang piled stones on the rooftops, stacking them one by one, kept for dropping on people. A few women filled the household water jars and hauled them behind the courtyard walls. Not for drinking, for putting out fires. The nomads would use fire arrows, so the water jars were set in the most conspicuous places. Hawkface Wong watched from the side on his crutch, an expression I couldn't name on his face. He'd once thought the border army were freeloaders, unable to hold the border, letting the nomads break through. Now, seeing these men filthy, covered in wounds, digging trenches through the night, the resentment in his heart slowly dispersed. Pockface Wong, I called to him. Here, take the villagers to cut trees, the more the better. Pine, cypress, elm, any tree will do. Cut them and bring them back. Sharpen them. Use them as horse barriers. Cut how many? As many as you can cut. Pockface Wong nodded and turned to go. At night, I stood alone atop the arrow tower. The moon rose, round, hanging over the mountain top in the east. The moonlight fell on the snow, a vast white expanse, as if the whole world had been washed once over. The northern horizon was very quiet. No firelight, no wolf smoke signals, nothing. But I knew that beneath that quiet were hidden 5,000 men, 5,000 knives, 5,000 horses that had gone hungry a whole winter. I drew the strip of cloth from my coat, the Zhao character Zhao Tai had carved, hazy in the moonlight. This time, I said to the cloth, no one dies. The wind blew from the north, moaning, as if in answer. On the mountain road in the distance, a figure was walking toward Green Wolf Gully, walking very slowly, limping, as if he'd walked a long way through the snow. I narrowed my eyes and looked carefully by the moonlight. The man wore a worn border army uniform, his armor gone, his knife gone, covered head to foot in mud and blood. But that walk, I knew it. Hanwoo knew it too. He rushed up from below the arrow tower, his voice shaking. That's my deputy. I thought he was dead. The deputy all but crawled into the village entrance. Hanwoo rushed down from the arrow tower and caught him. The deputy's lips were cracked and full of bleeding splits, a wound running slantwise from his forehead to his chin, the flesh turned outward and already beginning to blacken. His left arm hung at an impossible angle, like a snapped-off branch. Water, give me water. Sutan came running with a bowl of water. The deputy took it, his hand shaking too badly to hold it steady, half the water spilling. He drank it down in one breath, smashed the bowl on the ground, and gripped Hanwoo's arm, his nails digging into the flesh. The general wasn't killed by a stray arrow. The deputy's voice was so hoarse it was nearly inaudible, but every word was like a nail driven into the ground. He was killed by his own men. Hanwoo's face changed. What are you saying? The 3rd Battalion didn't withdraw. They fled early, exposed the general's flank to the nomads. The deputy's eyes were bloodshot, whether with blood or tears I couldn't tell. The general didn't know to his death that there was no one behind him. I crouched and looked at the deputy. Who gave the order? Don't know. The deputy shook his head. But the 3rd Battalion's commander, Zhao Guang, is a Shun family man. The Shun family long ago sided with the nomads. His words didn't finish. His head lolled and he passed out. I stood and looked at Hanwoo. Hanwoo's face was white as paper, his lips trembling, but he couldn't get a word out. His hand gripped the knife handle, the knuckles white, the cord wrapping on the handle creaking under the string. I'd never seen Hanwoo like this. Always it was him directing others. Always it was him saying, hold, defend to the death, charge with me. Now his hand was shaking. The Shun family again. I turned and walked toward the arrow tower, my steps steady, but my heart pounding faster than at any time before. Shin Qinglan's face turned over in my mind, that delicate, cold face that smiled like a knife. She'd said she wanted to work together, said she'd make Green Wolf Gully my domain, said profits split 50-50. But in the city she'd hoarded ironware, recruited a private army, won over border army commanders. And now, the 3rd Battalion's Zhao Guang was her man too. A whole battalion of lives, thrown away just like that. So she'd had everyone calculated from the very start. Hanwoo, the border army, the nomads, Green Wolf Gully, all pieces on her board. What she wanted wasn't partnership, wasn't mutual gain, it was to take it all. Liang Chun. Hanwoo caught up, his voice pressed low. You heard what he said. I heard. What are you going to do? I stopped, turned, and looked at Hanwoo. Finish this battle first, I said. The Shin family's business, after the battle. Hanwoo stared at me a long while, then nodded. After dawn, the deputy woke. Sutin cleaned his wounds, applied medicine, and wrapped his face and arm tight with bandages. He leaned against the Kong holding a bowl of porridge, drinking it down mouthful by mouthful. Halfway through he suddenly stopped, raised his head, and looked at me. The nomads' main force isn't all coming for Green Wolf Gully. My brow furrowed. What do you mean? Their target is the prefectural city. There was light in the deputy's eyes, the peculiar brightness of a dying man. Green Wolf Gully is just a village on the way. They pull up Green Wolf Gully, the next is Willow River Town. Pull up Willow River Town, The next is the city. Push all the way through and leave not a blade of grass. You're sure? I saw it with my own eyes. The deputy set down the bowl, his hand still shaking. Their scouts went south in several parties, and what they drew was all terrain around the city. In their eyes, Green Wolf Gully is no different from a rock on the roadside. I was silent a long while. I understood. What the nomads wanted wasn't Green Wolf Gully, it was the city. Green Wolf Gully was only the first rock in the road. A rock in the way, you kick aside. Can't kick it aside, you grind it to dust. Han Wu. I stood. Can your men still fight? Han Wu leaned against the door frame, gripping his knife, no expression on his face. They can fight, but they can't win. We don't need to win, I said. We only need to stall. The longer we stall, the more time the city has to prepare. Han Wu looked at me, the corner of his mouth moving. Not a smile, an expression I couldn't name. You think the city will prepare? I didn't answer. Shin Qinglan wouldn't prepare. She wished for nothing more than the nomads to attack, for the border army to die to the last man, for everyone to come begging her. Then she'd have ironware in hand, a private army, granaries, and the whole city would be hers. Han Wu knew this. I knew it too, but we had no other choice. How long can we stall? Han Wu asked. 3 days, I said. Use all the gunpowder, we can stall 3 days. After 3 days, we hold even when we can't. In the morning, I divided everyone into 3 groups. The first group, led by Han Wu, held the front at the village entrance. The border army's elite, under 100, all veterans who'd fought and killed. Their task was to hold the nomads' first charge and inflict as many casualties as possible. The second group, led by Zhao Tai, held the eastern gap. Green Wolf Gully's villagers, plus the border army's remaining walking wounded, under 50. Their task was to hold the gap and keep the nomads from filtering through the flank. The third group, led by me, held the mountain slope. 30 men, all Green Wolf Gully hunters and young men. Their task was to set off the gunpowder buried on the slope and blow the nomads' infantry to pieces halfway up the mountain. Pokface Wong's leg was lame. He couldn't take the field. I had him lead the women, children, and old into the root cellar behind the mountain. The cellar had been dug just days before, a zhang deep, covered over with planks and earth, able to block arrows and flying stones. You watch over them, I told Pokface Wong. No matter how it goes out front, don't come out. Pokface Wong's eyes reddened, but he didn't cry. He nodded and turned to go. Su Tin stood in the courtyard, folding the last batch of bandages and stacking them into a wooden crate. She didn't ask what I was going to do, only carried the crate to the cellar entrance, then walked back and stood before me. You promised me. Don't die. I looked at her, reached out, and tucked a stray strand of hair at her temple behind her ear. My fingers paused by her ear, then I lowered my hand. I won't. Su Tin lowered her head and said nothing more. She turned toward the cellar, walked a few steps, then stopped. Liang Chun. When I come out, you'd better be alive. I didn't answer. I watched her back vanish into the cellar mouth, then turned and walked toward the mountain slope. In the afternoon, I led the men up the mountain. 30 men, each carrying a dozen-odd jean of gunpowder, spread out in a line along the slope. I had them bury the gunpowder at the steepest parts of the slope, a pile every 10 paces, wrapped in oil paper, pressed under stones, then covered with snow. The fuses ran out of the piles, buried under the snow, all the way up to the summit. When you light it when you see my signal, I told the hunters beside me. Not too early, not too late. Too early, and it won't reach them. Too late, and you blow yourself up with them. No one spoke. Every face was white, but not one man drew back. Chun Shirtu crouched by a gunpowder pile, gripping a fuse, his hands shaking, but his eyes bright. He was only 16. Last time the nomads came, he'd hidden behind the stove, not daring even to lift his head. This time, he held a fuse, waiting to light the fire. I walked to his side and crouched down. Afraid. Chun Shirtu swallowed. Afraid. Good that you are. I clapped his shoulder. The ones who aren't afraid are all dead. As the sky was darkening, firelight rose on the northern horizon. Not one torch, but several thousand. From the ridgeline it stretched all the way to the invisible edge of the sky, like a vast dragon of fire moving slowly south. I stood atop the mountain, watching that dragon of fire, my hand unconsciously gripping the hunting knife tight. Han Wu stood at the village entrance, watching that dragon of fire, and turned to glance at the soldiers behind him. Brothers. His voice wasn't loud, but everyone could hear it. This battle, there's no relief coming. When it's done, whoever survives, drinks are on me. No one laughed. But no one drew back either. Zhao Tai sat on the low wall at the eastern gap, his right hand gripping the hunting knife, the 3 notches on the handle glinting dark in the firelight. He glanced at his left arm hanging at his side, the empty sleeve fluttering in the wind. The right hand still there, he said to himself, the corner of his mouth turning up. Su Tin crouched in the cellar, her back against the earthen wall, Xiao Zhao in her arms. Xiao Zhao had already fallen asleep, tears still on her face. Su Tin didn't cry. Her eyes were fixed on that small patch of sky at the cellar mouth, waiting. I stood atop the mountain, 30 hunters behind me, 5,000 nomad horse before me. The wind blew from the north, fiercer and fiercer. The dragon of fire drew nearer. Ready. My voice wasn't loud, but everyone could hear it. 30 hands gripped their fuses at once. The first arrow shot out of the darkness and nailed into the wooden post of the arrow tower, humming. Then the second, the third, the 10th, the 100th. A rain of arrows blotted out the sky, like a plague of locusts passing. Han Wu crouched behind the trench and shouted, "Light the fires." On the slope, 30 fuses burned at once, hissing, sparks flickering in the darkness like fireflies, brighter and brighter, faster and faster. The sound of burning fuses hissed along the slope, like countless venomous snakes flicking their tongues. I crouched at the highest point, my eyes fixed on the nomad infantry below the slope. Those men were climbing up along the slope, dense as black ants. They thought Green Wolf Gully's defenders were all huddled behind the fort walls at the village entrance, never imagining gunpowder was buried on the slope. A little closer, I murmured in my heart. I needed the nomads to enter the core kill zone of the gunpowder piles. Too early, and it wouldn't get many. Too late, and the fuses would burn out for nothing. 30 paces. 20. 10. Light. 30 hunters lit their fuses at once. Chen Shida's hand shook, but the fire starter still caught the cotton thread steadily. The thread hissed as it burned, sparks spreading fast across the snow, like fire snakes boring into the earth. The nomads noticed the strangeness underfoot. Someone looked down and saw firelight glowing beneath the snow, his face changing utterly, opening his mouth to shout. Boom. The first gunpowder pile burst. Stones, iron shards, powder dregs sprayed everywhere. 5 or 6 nomads were blown into the air, severed limbs falling on the snow, smoking. Then the second pile, the third, the 10th. The explosions joined into one, the whole slope trembling. The nomads' infantry formation was blown to scattered pieces, some flung over by the blast wave, some with half their heads sheared off by iron shards, some ablaze head to foot, screaming as they rolled down the slope. I charged out from my hiding place, hunting knife in hand, and roared, "Kill!" The 30 hunters scrambled up from the snow, raised their knives, and charged down the slope. Their knife work wasn't fine, their strength wasn't great, but they had the advantage of terrain. Charging down from above, the nomads climbing up from below, one meeting, and it was a knife stroke. Chen Shirtu was the first to reach a fallen nomad. The man's leg had been blown off, and he lay clutching the stump, screaming. Chen Shirtu raised his knife, his hand shaking, the blade pausing an instant in midair, then chopping down hard. The nomad's scream cut off short. Chen Shirtu stood there gasping, looking at the blood on the knife, his face white, but the light in his eyes brighter than before. He instinctively glanced back toward the village entrance, where I'd been standing. The firelight played on the arrow tower there, dim and indistinct. He couldn't see my face, but he knew I was there. That was enough. Next, he said to himself. When the sound of the explosions on the slope reached the village entrance, Han Wu was crouched behind a trench, waiting for the nomads' cavalry charge. The nomads didn't charge. They were stunned by the explosions on the slope. 5,000 men had never seen such a thing. The earth suddenly bursting open, men flying into the sky, severed limbs raining down. The cavalry's horses whinnied without stop, spooked by the blasts, some throwing their riders outright and scattering in flight. "They're panicking," the deputy beside Han Wu said in a low voice. Han Wu said nothing. His eyes were fixed on the Golden Wolf banner in the nomad ranks. The banner still stood, meaning the commander hadn't lost his nerve. Sure enough, the horns sounded again. The nomads' cavalry began to reform, no longer sending infantry up the slope, but splitting into 2 streams, one bearing down on the trench at the front, one swinging toward the eastern gap. "Officer Han," the sentry shouted from the arrow tower. "The east. They're going for the east." Han Wu gritted his teeth. Zhao Tai was on the east with under 50 men, most of them wounded and villagers. "Don't split the force." My voice came from the direction of the slope. I didn't know when I'd come down from the mountain, covered in snow and powder dregs, a bloody gash from a flying stone across my face. Zhao Tai can hold, I said. You just hold the front. Han Wu looked at me and didn't ask why. He knew I never joked with lives. At the eastern gap, Zhao Tai heard the hoofbeats. He sat on the low wall, his right hand gripping the hunting knife, his eyes fixed on the black shapes surging out of the darkness. The one arm kept him from charging into the fray as he once had, but sitting and holding the wall didn't need two hands. Everyone, crouch down, don't show your heads. Zhao Tai's voice wasn't loud, but it was steady. Wait till they're close, then strike. The black shapes drew nearer. Not cavalry. The nomads had wised up, knew the gap was narrow and horses couldn't pass, so they dismounted and charged as infantry. A dozen-odd men in a row, raising curved sabers and shields, bearing down on the gap. Zhao Tai waited. 10 paces. 5. 3. Strike. Stones, stakes, rolling logs came smashing down from the low wall, and the nomads were knocked staggering. Zhao Tai stood up from the low wall and drove his hunting knife into a nomad's neck, pulled it out, and drove it into the next. His left arm hung motionless, but his right hand was faster than anyone's. The border army's knife work had no flourishes, just the stab at the vital points. Throat, heart, eye, one man per stroke. The nomads were cowed by his ferocity. Some drew back, pushed forward by the men behind. Zhao Tai retreated a step, leaned against the low wall, gasping. His right arm was shaking, the old wound beginning to hurt. Zhao Tai, someone shouted from behind. Pockface Wang. Wasn't he supposed to be in the cellar? Zhao Tai turned. Pockface Wang came limping from the village on his crutch, a kitchen cleaver in his left hand. What did you come for? Zhao Tai bellowed. Couldn't sit still in the cellar. Pockface Wang grinned, showing a mouthful of yellow teeth. My woman said, all the men have gone to fight. What kind of thing is it for a grown man to hide in a cellar? Zhao Tai wanted to curse him, but the nomads charged up again. Pockface Wang threw away his crutch, leaned against the low wall, the cleaver gripped in his hand, and waited. Zhao Tai, tell me, will we die? We will. Zhao Tai stabbed down a nomad climbing up. But not today. At the village entrance front, the nomads' cavalry began their charge. Han Wu crouched behind the trench, gripping a spear, watching those hooves draw nearer. 500 paces. 300. 100. Crossbow carts. Han Wu shouted. 3 crossbow carts fired at once. Bolts thick as an arm shot out, punching through the warhorses' bodies. The horses screamed and fell, the nomads on their backs flung off, slammed into the ground, trampled to death by the horses behind. But there were too many nomads. One wave fell, another charged up. The trench was soon more than half filled with corpses, the nomads behind trampling their comrades' bodies and charging straight through. Draw blades. Han Wu stood, his spear running through the chest of the first nomad rider to reach him, the point bursting out the back. With one hand he flicked it up, flinging the corpse away, knocking over 2 men behind. The border army's veterans charged out from behind the trench and mixed into the melee with the nomad cavalry. Flashing blades, spraying blood, screams, all merged into one. Han Wu's spear broke, and he switched to a curved saber. The saber's edge rolled, and he switched to a dagger. He was covered in blood, no telling whether his own or the nomads. Officer Han, the deputy shouted from behind. The gunpowder on the slope is almost out. Liang Chun says half an hour more at most. Han Wu gritted his teeth and cut down the nomad before him. Half an hour's enough. On the slope, I crouched beside the last gunpowder pile. 30 piles, 29 had blown. At least 200 nomads dead, the slope all corpses and blood. But the remaining nomads had drawn back, not a retreat, a regrouping. They'd come again. Brother Liang Chun. Chun Shirtu ran over, his face all black soot, his eyes bloodshot. 1 pile of gunpowder left. Use it or not. I looked down the slope. The nomads' infantry were reforming at the mountain's foot, 300 at least still. Use it. I handed Chun Shirtu the fuse. You light it. Chun Shirtu took the fuse, his hand very steady, no longer shaking at all. He glanced back toward the village entrance. In the firelight, the arrow tower's shadow leaned crooked. I told him to run, but he didn't want to run. This was the last pile of gunpowder. Once it was lit, he'd have no reason left to stay. Light it when they climbed to the middle. I clapped his shoulder. Once it's lit, run, don't look back. And you? I'm going to the village entrance. Chun Shirtu looked into my eyes and nodded. He didn't say, I won't run. He knew I wouldn't agree. But in his heart he'd already decided. I turned and ran down the mountain. Behind me, Chun Shirtu crouched by the gunpowder pile, gripping the fuse, his eyes fixed on the nomads climbing up the slope. His hand was steady. By the time I ran to the village entrance, Hanwoo was nearly at his limit. The trench was filled level with corpses, the fort wall smashed open in several gaps. Half the border army's veterans dead, the rest wounded all over. Hanwoo leaned against a felled pagoda tree, an arrow lodged in his leg, bleeding. Can you still fight? I crouched down, tore off a length of sleeve, and bound it around Hanwoo's leg. I can. Hanwoo gritted his teeth and pulled out the arrow, blood spurting across the ground. But the gunpowder's gone, the arrows are gone, the men are nearly gone too. I stood and looked at the nomad cavalry outside the village. They were still reforming, hadn't launched the all-out attack. Not because they didn't want to, because they didn't dare. The gunpowder on the slope had frightened them. They didn't know how many more of these weapons that go bang Green Wolf Gully had. They're waiting, I said, waiting for daylight. Once it's light and they can see our hand, then they'll make the all-out attack. Hanwoo glanced at the eastern horizon. Dawn was near, the fishbelly white already showing. When it's light, we're finished. No. I drew something from my coat and handed it to Hanwoo. A bamboo tube, bigger than any used before, packed full with gunpowder and iron shards, the fuse as long as an arm. The last card, I said. I'll carry it. When the nomad's leader comes up close, I'll take him down with me. Hanwoo stared at me a long while. What about Sutan? My hand paused. She'll live. Hanwoo said nothing more. He leaned against the pagoda tree and closed his eyes, as if waiting for something. On the distant slope came a great explosion. The last pile of gunpowder had blown, the firelight reddening half the sky. Chinshir too had lit the fire. I stood at the village entrance, gripping that bamboo tube, looking at the northern horizon. Daylight came. The nomad's horns sounded again. Beneath the golden wolf banner, a nomad commander riding a white horse walked slowly to the front of the ranks. He wore golden armor and a bronze mask, only a pair of cold eyes showing. Exactly like the last time. I gripped the bamboo tube tight. Come on. The white horse halted before the trench. The golden-armored man took off the bronze mask, revealing a gaunt face. Not a nomad, but the face of a man of great Liang. He looked at me, the corner of his mouth turning up slightly, his voice not loud, but every word crystal clear. Master Liang, I trust you've been well. The blood rushed to the top of my head all at once. That was a Shen family man. Hanwoo leaned against the pagoda tree, the knife dropping from his hand to the ground, his eyes gone round. His lips trembled, his face white as paper, his whole body as if nailed in place by something. The border army's chief commander dead at the nomads' hands. The border army's defense line torn open by the nomads. The border army's brothers slaughtered by the nomads. And in the end, it wasn't that the nomads were too strong. It was that his own people were too vicious. His hand shook, not from fear, but from hatred. Hatred beyond words. I stared at that face, my hand unconsciously gripping the bamboo tube tight. Not a nomad. A Shen family man. The nomad's golden wolf banner, held aloft in a Han man's hand. The golden-armored man sat on his white horse, looking down at me. The morning light fell from behind him, stretching his shadow long, like a black spearhead thrust straight at the entrance of Green Wolf Gully. I gripped the bamboo tube, my finger pressed to the fuse, and didn't move. Master Liang, we could have been friends. The golden-armored man's voice wasn't loud, but every word was crystal clear, carrying a composure that chilled the spine. You provide the gunpowder, I provide the distribution, profits split 50-50. You hunt your hunt, I do my business. Well, water doesn't intrude on river water. He swung down from his horse, his boots crunching on the snow. He walked 2 steps toward me, stopped, and removed his helmet, revealing hair bound neatly back. But you insisted on crossing me. His voice suddenly turned cold, like the north wind of winter. Wouldn't sell me gunpowder, wouldn't let my men into Green Wolf Gully, and killed my subordinates too. So you defected to the nomads? My voice was flat, but my hand didn't leave the fuse. 100 years of the Shun family's foundation, and for one Green Wolf Gully, you'd toss aside even your ancestors? The golden-armored man laughed. Not the humiliated fury of a man whose sore spot had been touched, but the laugh of one looking down at ants struggling. You think this is about Green Wolf Gully? He shook his head. Master Liang, you still underestimate the Shin family. What is Green Wolf Gully? A poor village that can't even feed the border army's horses. What I want isn't Green Wolf Gully. It's this whole realm. Hanwoo picked his knife up off the ground and pushed himself upright. His legs still bled, but he stood straight, his eyes fixed on the golden-armored man. Zhao Guang is your man? Hanwoo's voice was hoarse, carrying a calm pressed down to its utmost limit. Zhao Guang. Oh, that worthless thing. The golden-armored man glanced at Han Wu as if looking at a dead man. He thought I didn't know he was border army. He worked for my Shin family 3 years, sent your border army intelligence for 3 years. I knew it all. I didn't touch him because he still had his uses. Han Wu's hand shook. That battle at Black Wind Ridge, you had Zhao Guang retreat. I did. The golden-armored man didn't deny it. The general's flank was exposed. The nomads charged in. The general died. The border army was routed. Everything went according to plan. Why would you do this? Han Wu's voice was all but squeezed out from between his teeth. The golden-armored man looked at him, a mocking smile hanging at the corner of his mouth. Because as long as Great Liang's generals don't die, the nomads can't break through. If the nomads don't break through, the court won't panic. If the court doesn't panic, it won't grant my Shun family military authority. See, it's a simple thing. Why can't you soldiers ever work it out? Han Wu gripped his knife tight and stepped forward. I put out a hand to stop him. Don't act rash. My voice was low. He's brought thousands of men. Charge at him, and you're throwing your life away. Han Wu stopped, but didn't retreat. His eyes were bloodshot, his chest heaving violently, like a beast trapped in a cage. The golden-armored man paid Han Wu no mind. His gaze fell back on me, carrying a kind of scrutiny. Master Liang, I don't like killing. He said it in a tone as flat as remarking on nice weather. But I'm not afraid of killing either. Green Wolf Gully has 300-odd people, the border army 300-odd, together under 700. I'll give you half an hour to consider. Join me and live. Refuse and die. No need for half an hour, I said. I can answer you right now. The golden-armored man looked at me, a trace of surprise entering his eyes. Join me or die? Neither. I raised the bamboo tube, letting the golden-armored man see it clearly. This tube holds 3 gene of gunpowder, hundreds of iron shards. I let go, and within 10 paces of you and me, no one lives. However many men you have, none can save you. The golden-armored man's face changed slightly. His gaze fell on the tube, lingered an instant, then returned to my face. You dare? You can try me. The two of us stared each other down. The wind blew from the north, curling up snow dust off the ground, striking our faces like flying gravel. No one spoke, no one moved. Han Wu stood to the side, the knife in his hand creaking under his grip. Behind us, the border soldiers and Green Wolf Gully's villagers all held their breath. The golden-armored man looked away first. He stepped back, swung onto his horse again, and looked down at me. Master Liang, I've changed my mind. His voice recovered that spine-chilling composure. I won't kill you. Alive, you're more useful to me than dead. What do you mean? I mean, from today, your days won't be easy. The golden-armored man tugged the reins, turning his white horse around. I want to watch Green Wolf Gully rot away bit by bit. Watch the people around you leave you one by one. Watch you left with nothing, and then come begging me. You can dream on, I said, not loud, but every word like a nail. The golden-armored man didn't look back. Withdraw, he shouted, his voice echoing in the morning wind. The nomad's horns sounded again, this time not a charge, but a retreat. 5,000 cavalry turned their horses and withdrew like a receding tide, leaving only corpses and bloodstains covering the ground. The golden-armored man rode at the very back, his personal guard beside him holding up that golden wolf banner, snapping in the morning wind. He rode slowly, as if out for a stroll, as if telling everyone he wasn't fleeing, he'd chosen to leave on his own. That composure chilled the spine more than any threat. Han Wu watched those retreating backs, the knife falling from his hand to the ground. He leaned against the pagoda tree, slowly sliding down to sit, and closed his eyes. Why did he withdraw? Han Wu's voice was hoarse. He clearly could have won. I said nothing. I pulled the fuse from the bamboo tube, tucked it back in my coat, and looked at the direction the golden-armored man had vanished. Not because he couldn't win, because he didn't want to fight. What he wanted wasn't Green Wolf Gully, it was me. A living, cornered Liang Chun with no way out, forced to beg him. Liang Chun. Han Wu's voice came from behind. Why do you think the Shun family defected to the nomads? I didn't answer. I'd already guessed. The Shin family's ambition ran far bigger than Green Wolf Gully. In the village, everyone slumped down on the snow. Some wept, some laughed, some clutched dead kin and wailed. Border soldiers and Green Wolf Gully villagers sat mixed together, no telling who was who. Blood had stained the snow at the village entrance dark red. Corpses piled at the edge of the trench, too many to gather. My gaze swept the whole village. The arrow tower had collapsed on one side. the fort walls carrying marks of blades and arrows everywhere, the trench filled level with corpses, bloody water trickling down the sides. Old Jang's roof had a great hole burned through by a fire arrow, still smoking blue. Chen the carpenter's courtyard wall had fallen, crushing 2 sheep dead. Pokface Wang's door had been split in 2, hanging swaying on its frame. A voice in my heart said, this debt would be settled sooner or later. Zhao Tai walked over from the eastern gap, covered head to foot in blood, the edge of the hunting knife in his right hand rolled, the 3 notches on the handle smeared with blood. His left arm hung, the empty sleeve soaked through with blood, sticking to his body. How many dead? I asked. Zhao Tai was silent a moment. Don't know about the border army's side. Ours, 9 dead, a dozen odd wounded. His voice was flat, as if speaking of something quite ordinary. Chen Shirtu didn't die. After he lit the last pile, the blast waved through him, and he fell on the snow, broke his left leg. But he didn't die. I nodded and turned toward the cellar. Sutan had already come out of the cellar, standing at the door, Xiao Zhao in her arms. Xiao Zhao was still crying, her face covered in tears and snot. Sutan didn't cry. She watched me walk toward her, covered in blood, my face all black soot and wounds, a great stretch of my left sleeve burned away. She opened her mouth, meaning to say, are you all right? But what came out instead was, you promised me. You kept it. Sutan lowered her head, pressing Xiao Zhao's face into her chest, not letting me see her cry. I stood before her and reached out to touch Xiao Zhao's hair. Xiao Zhao lifted her head, her eyes red, a bubble of snot at her nose. Brother, you're bleeding. It's nothing. Uncle Zhao Tai's bleeding too. He's fine too. Xiao Zhao reached out a small hand, touched the wound on my face, then drew it back and buried her face in Sutan's chest. I turned and looked at the village. The arrow tower half collapsed, the fort walls fallen in several places, the trench filled level with corpses. In the houses, in the courtyards, against the walls, people sat or lay everywhere. I looked at these people, some I knew, some I didn't. Some still alive, some already dead. Some crying, some laughing, some staring blankly. My hand gripped the hunting knife tight. From today, I wasn't just defending Green Wolf Gully. I was storing up a breath, waiting for the day I could pay it all back to the Shin family in full. I stood at the cellar door, my hand pressed to my chest, where Zhao Tai's strip of cloth was still hidden. This time, I said to the cloth, no one dies. No one answered. The wind blew from the north, carrying the smell of blood and gunpowder. Day had broken. The nomads were gone. But Green Wolf Gully was no longer the Green Wolf Gully of before. As I turned, I saw a figure walking out of the snowfields to the north. Walking very slowly, limping, a wooden staff in his right hand, his left hand. No, he had no left hand. The empty sleeve fluttered in the wind, like a tattered banner. The blood rushed to the top of my head all at once. Zhao Tai walked up behind me, his voice shaking. That's. The man reached the village entrance and stopped, raising his head. In the sunlight, a face crisscrossed with scars. Not a nomad. Border army. The general who died at Black Wind Ridge. The man stood at the village entrance, motionless. Sunlight fell on his face, scars crossing every which way, some already faded white, some still fresh pink. His left arm was gone from the shoulder, the sleeve knotted, hanging empty. His right leg had clearly been injured, his body tilting rightward with every step. But he stood straight. Hanwu scrambled up from the ground and stumbled toward the man. His leg still bled, each step leaving a bloody footprint. He reached the man, stopped, his lips shaking, unable to get out a single word. The general looked at him, the corner of his mouth moving, something like a smile. Hanwu, you've gotten thin. Hanwu dropped to his knees with a thud, tears bursting from his eyes. 20 years a soldier, from 16 to 36, he'd never cried before anyone. But now he knelt on the ground, weeping like a child. General, I thought you were dead. I saw with my own eyes the arrow hit you. You fell in a pool of blood. I was hit by an arrow indeed. The general's voice was hoarse, as if he hadn't drunk water in a long time. But it didn't strike anything vital. The arrow went through here. He pointed to a sunken scar below his right shoulder's collarbone, and out the back. I lost too much blood and passed out. Who saved you? The general didn't answer at once. He raised his head and looked at the village, his gaze sweeping the collapsed arrow tower, the corpse-filled trench, the blood-covered villagers and soldiers. His eyes were calm, but beneath that calm I saw something. Not grief, not rage. Hatred. A hatred pressed down so long it was near to breaking free. A nomad shepherd, the general said. When he found me, He thought I was dead. Later he found I still breathed and hid me secretly in a cellar, bringing me food and water and changing my dressings every day. He knew I was a great Liang general, but he didn't inform on me. Why? Because his son serves in the border army. The general lowered his head, looking at his severed left arm. He said he couldn't read, couldn't write letters, didn't know if his son was dead or alive. But he felt if someone on the battlefield had saved his son, he ought to save someone else too. Han Wu wiped away his tears and stood. He didn't ask the general why he hadn't come back sooner. Some questions don't need asking. I stepped forward and stood before the general. The two of us looked at each other, neither speaking first. You're Liang Chun. The general spoke first. I am. Han Wu mentioned you in his letter. Said you're a talent the border hasn't seen in 100 years. The general's gaze fell on the hunting knife at my belt, then moved to my face. Seeing it with my own eyes today, it's more substantial than what the letter wrote. I didn't pick up that thread. Looking at the general's empty left sleeve, I asked an unrelated question. Your left arm, cut by the nomads? No. The general's voice was flat. I cut it myself. My eyes narrowed. After the arrow, the wound rotted, bred maggots. The general's tone was as flat as remarking on nice weather. Don't cut it off, and the whole body rots to death. I used the nomad shepherd's woodcutting hatchet, cut it off stroke by stroke. Took half an hour. No one spoke. Zhao Tai stood behind, his right hand gripping the hunting knife, his knuckles white. He'd lost one left arm, and the general had lost one left arm too. Two crippled old soldiers, gazing at each other across a ground of corpses and blood. Zhao Tai remembered the night he'd lost his own arm, the moonlight, the snow, the curved saber, gritting his teeth and sawing stroke by stroke. He'd thought he was the only one in the world who'd endured such pain. Now he knew he wasn't alone. Su Tan covered Xiao Zhao's eyes. I was silent a long while before saying, General, come into the village. It's cold out here. The general sat in the main hall of my house, a bowl of hot water in hand, drinking it down mouthful by mouthful. Su Tan brought a bowl of hot porridge from the kitchen and set it before him. The porridge had minced meat in it, leftover wild boar from before. The general glanced down at it, lifted the bowl, and drank it down in one breath. Another bowl. Su Tan served another. The general finished the second bowl, set it down, leaned back in the chair, and let out a long breath. Half a year, he said. Half a year since I've had a bowl of hot porridge. Han Wu sat across from him, bandages wrapped around his leg, his face still pale, but the light back in his eyes. The general lived, and his sky hadn't fallen. General, that battle at Black Wind Ridge. Han Wu started to say something, but the general raised a hand to cut him off. I know. The general's voice went cold. Zhao Guang is a traitor. The Shin family was the one behind it. The 3rd Battalion withdrew early, exposing my flank to the nomads. You know all this? After the shepherd nursed me back, he told me the man commanding under the Golden Wolf banner was a man of great Liang. A smile uglier than crying hung at the corner of the general's mouth. I knew right then who it was. The Shun family has operated on the border for decades. There are men everywhere in the border army. I should have moved against them long ago. General, why would the Shin family do this? The general was silent a long while. He lifted the 3rd bowl of porridge, took a sip, and set it down. Because the Shun family's daughter is to become empress. My hand paused. Shin Qinglan. That woman in the pale moon-white gown, cold-fingered, whose laugh was like a knife. She hadn't been doing business. She'd been laying out a scheme. From the first move to the last, everything calculated. Stockpile ironware, recruit a private army, court the border army, collude with nomads to sell out the front line, enter the palace to be made consort. Every piece falling on the most precise square. A chill ran down my back. If I'd agreed to work with the Shun family back then, would I now be the Shun family's blade or the Shun family's corpse? Shin Qinglan has already entered the palace. The general's voice was low, but every word fell heavy as stone. Half a year ago, in those very days I was under siege, she was sent to the capital, made a consort of the emperor. The Shun family presented 100,000 dan of grain, 50,000 taels of silver, 3,000 warhorses, saying it was to relieve the court's burdens. The emperor was overjoyed and on the spot named Shin Qinglan noble consort, granted the Shun family a title, granted the Shun family military authority. Han Wu's face changed. Military authority? What military authority? The garrison of the prefectural city, from today, answers to the Shun family's command. The general closed his eyes, as if enduring something. I may be alive, but the border army has scattered. The Shin family now holds the city's official troops, their own private army, and the nomads at their back. Within 500 li of the city, no one can touch them. I leaned back in my chair and said nothing. General, I spoke. What do you plan to do? The general opened his eyes and looked at me. Survive first, he said. Gather whoever can be gathered. Repair what forts can be repaired. Store what grain can be stored. The Shin family won't move against us now because their forces aren't stable enough yet. Once they're stable, they'll come to wipe us out. By then, we need to have something worth fighting with. I nodded. How long? At most half a year, the general said. In half a year, the Shin family will move first against the powerful families around the city, absorbing their forces. Once the whole city is in their hands, we're next. Half a year. I repeated the number silently in my heart. In half a year, how many soldiers could be trained? How much gunpowder could be stored? How thick could the fort walls be built? I didn't know, but I knew one thing. I had no other choice. Night fell. The general took up residence at my house. Han Wu, with the remaining border soldiers, camped at the village entrance. 200-odd men crowded into a dozen-odd tents, warming themselves by fires, eating porridge, some laughing, some crying, some silently cleaning their knives. In the village, torchlight dotted here and there. Chen the carpenter, with a few men, patched the burned-through roof, the sound of planks and nails ringing crisp in the night. Old Zhang crouched in his own courtyard, patching the gap in the wall with stones and mud, patching a section, stepping back to look, then patching the next. A few women gathered around the stone mill at the village entrance, spreading wet gauze to dry, murmuring to each other as they worked. No one was idle. Everyone knew the nomads would come again, and the Shun family too. For Green Wolf Gully to survive wasn't a matter of one person, but of everyone. I stood alone atop the arrow tower. The tower had collapsed on one side, but the remaining half could still bear a man's weight. I stood on it, looking at the northern horizon. There was nothing there now. No firelight, no wolf smoke signals, no 5,000 cavalry. Only a stretch of dark sky and stars scattered dense across the heavens. I drew that strip of cloth from my coat, Zhao Tai's carved Zhao, hazy in the starlight. Half a year, I said to the cloth. Is it enough? The wind blew from the north, moaning, as if in answer. Footsteps sounded behind me. Very light, but steady. I didn't turn. The footsteps stopped beside me. It was the general. What are you looking at? The north. What's in the north? 5,000 wolves. The general was silent a moment, then said one thing, his voice not loud, but every word crystal clear. Liang Chun, if one day I ask you to fight your way back into the city with me, will you go? I didn't answer. I looked at the horizon in the northern darkness and gripped the strip of cloth in my hand tight. Having said that, the general spoke no more. The two of us stood atop the half-collapsed arrow tower, neither speaking, just standing there, looking at the dark northern horizon. The wind blew from the north, fiercer and fiercer. The general's severed sleeve snapped in the wind like a tattered banner. My hunting knife hung at my belt, the sheath swaying gently in the wind. I won't force you. The general spoke first, his voice low. Things like this, forced out, don't last. I didn't pick it up. The general turned and walked, limping, down from the arrow tower. He went a few steps, stopped, and didn't look back. Liang Chun, I'm not asking you to fight for me. His voice wasn't loud, but every word was clear. I'm asking you to fight for yourself. The Shen family destroyed Green Wolf Gully once. They'll destroy it a second time. You can dodge today, you can't dodge tomorrow. I watched his back vanish into the darkness. Only I was left atop the arrow tower. The wind grew stronger, setting the tower's remaining beams creaking, as if they'd collapse at any moment. I didn't go down, just stood there, looking north, standing a long while. When day broke, I walked down from the arrow tower and knocked on the general's door. I'll form an alliance with you. I stood at the door, the blood on me already dried, the wounds on my face scabbed over, the thing in my eyes different from the day before. Not hesitation, but resolve. But you don't give me orders. Green Wolf Gully's affairs, I have the say. The general leaned against the Kong, the wound of his severed arm still hurting, his forehead covered in cold sweat. He looked at me, silent a long while, then smiled. Not a general smile at a hunter, but an ally smile at an ally. Done. The two of us extended our hands and clasped them together. One rough and strong, the palm all calluses and old wounds. One with several fingers missing, a freshly scabbed knife cut on the back of the hand. The two hands held long, neither letting go. What's the first step? The general asked. Train the soldiers. I let go, sat down at the table, drew a sheet of coarse paper from my coat, and spread it on the table. Your men plus mine, fit to fight, under 300. Half of them new recruits, half wounded. Within 3 months, I want these 300 turned into soldiers who can fight. 3 months isn't enough. Not enough or not, it has to be. My finger moved across the course paper. The Shin family won't give us half a year, 3 months at most before they move. Within 3 months, I want to turn Green Wolf Gully into a porcupine. Bite it and you bleed. The general looked at the crooked lines and arrows on the course paper, a flicker of light crossing his eyes. What's this? Green Wolf Gully's defense map. Trench, fort walls, arrow tower, tunnels, gunpowder placement points, all on it. I raised my head and looked at the general. Your soldiers are all veterans who fought. I need them to help me train the villagers. That works. Also, I need sulfur. Without enough sulfur, the gunpowder can't be made. I'll get it from the city. The general said it in a flat voice, as if it were a simple matter. The Shin family may have their hand over everything in the city, but my 20 years in the border army weren't for nothing. I still have my people in the city. I glanced at the general and didn't ask who. Some things, knowing too much isn't necessarily good. After dawn, Green Wolf Gully began its true preparation for war. The general's 300 remnant soldiers and my 37 villagers were mixed into 3 teams. The first team handled training, led by Han Wu, up before dawn every day to run, practice the knife, practice formations. The second team handled fortifications, led by Pak Face Wong, reinforcing the fort walls, deepening the trench, building tunnels. The third team handled supplies, led by Su Tan, stockpiling grain, medicine, and gunpowder. I handled everything. Training, fortifications, supplies, gunpowder, defense layout, patrols, all pressed onto me alone. Up before dawn every day, only able to lie down in the small hours. When Su Tan brought me food, she often found me asleep slumped over the table, the porridge in the bowl untouched. She'd warm the porridge, set it by my hand, then quietly close the door and leave, without waking me. The first time the general took part in training, everyone was stunned. He had only one arm left and was short a leg. Though the wound on his right leg had healed, he walked with a limp and ran even slower. But he stood on the training ground, raising his knife, chopping stroke by stroke, chopping for a full 2 hours without stopping. General, your leg. Han Wu tried to urge him to rest and was glared back into silence. My leg's finished, but my knife isn't yet. The general's voice was cold. A general of Great Liang may lose a hand or a foot, but must not lose his knife. No one urged him further. Zhao Tai stood at the edge of the training ground, his right hand gripping the hunting knife, his knuckles white. His left arm's empty sleeve fluttered in the wind, like 2 banners gazing at each other from afar, his and the general's severed sleeve. He watched the one-armed, one-legged old man chop stroke by stroke, and murmured to himself without meaning to, the right hand still there. The general seemed to hear it, glanced at him, and the corner of his mouth moved. Not a smile, an expression only a man who'd lost an arm could read. From that day, the training ground had one more one-armed, one-legged old soldier, raising his knife, chopping stroke by stroke. His movements weren't fast, but every stroke was precise and forceful, as if telling everyone that as long as the knife was still there, the man hadn't lost yet. I stood atop the arrow tower, looking at the training ground. The general chopping his knife, Han Wu leading laps, Xiao Tai teaching the villagers knife work, Pak Face Wong on his crutch calling out cadence at the work site, Su Tan drying bandages in the courtyard. Xiao Zhao crouched at the kitchen door, helping Su Tan tend the fire, the smoke making her cough, but she didn't run off. The whole of Green Wolf Gully was in motion. I drew that strip of cloth from my coat and spread it on my palm. Zhao Tai's Zhao, crystal clear in the sunlight. 3 months, I said to the cloth. It's enough. The wind blew from the south, carrying the smell of thawing earth. The snow was nearly gone, the mud on the ground growing thicker, squelching underfoot. Spring had come. The nomads' horses ran faster. The Shin family's blade was sharpened faster. But Green Wolf Gully's blade was being sharpened too. I folded the cloth and tucked it back in my coat. I walked down from the arrow tower toward the training ground. 100-odd soldiers were waiting there. Not the general's soldiers, not villagers, but Green Wolf Gully soldiers. My soldiers. I walked to the middle of the training ground, and everyone stopped and looked at me. Keep practicing, I said. Until dark. No one spoke. The flash of blades on the training ground shone from morning all the way to night. In the small hours, I was startled awake by an urgent knocking. It was the sentry, his voice shaking. Liang Chun. On the mountain road to the north, more people are coming. Not nomads, a merchant caravan. flying the Shun family's banner. I rolled off the calm, grabbed my hunting knife, and rushed out. In the moonlight, a train of carriages was coming slowly from the north, Shun family banners planted on them. Walking at the very front was a woman in a moon-white gown. Shin Qinglan. My heart sank hard. So she couldn't wait after all. 3 months, and the Shin family wouldn't even give 3 months. The carriages halted at the village entrance. In the moonlight, Shin Qinglan stepped down, wearing a plain white cloak, her hair coiled with a single jade hairpin, no makeup at all on her face. She didn't look like a noble consort, more like a traveler who'd come a long way. Her guards followed behind, sabers at their belts, but their hands not resting on the handles. Not here to fight, at least not now. I stood under the big pagoda tree at the village entrance, my hunting knife at my belt, my hand not touching the handle. I watched Shin Qinglan walk over, the moonlight on her face, that face thinner than the last time I'd seen it in the city, faint shadows below her eyes. A long road traveled, little sleep. Master Liang, we meet again. Shin Qinglan stopped before me, a faint smile at the corner of her mouth. Not mockery, not flattery, a smile hard to name, carrying weariness. Steward Shun. No, I should call you noble consort now. My voice was flat. A deep night visit, something the matter? Shin Qinglan didn't answer. Her gaze went past my shoulder to the village behind me. The collapsed arrow tower, the corpse-filled trench, the burn-through roofs, the arrow holes dense across the walls. Her gaze lingered a long while on these broken sites, then withdrew and settled back on my face. How many died? You don't need to know. Shin Qinglan was silent a moment, then nodded. She wasn't angry, didn't even show any displeasure. She just stood there, looking at me, as if looking at something she badly wanted but couldn't get for now. Master Liang, I'm not here to quarrel with you. Her voice dropped, low enough that only I could hear. I'm here to save you. I said nothing. A thought flashed through my mind. The Shin family's assets seized, was it real or staged? If it was a ruse of self-injury, with Shin Qinglan coming to Green Wolf Gully in person to go undercover, then what she'd wagered was the whole clan's lives. But if it wasn't, then she truly was at the end of her road. I pressed the thought down and listened first to what she'd say. Shin Qinglan drew a letter from her sleeve and handed it to me. The envelope was yellow, stamped with a red official seal, the prefect's seal. My father was arrested 3 days ago. Shin Qinglan's voice was calm to the point of being unnatural. The charge is collusion with the enemy. Someone reported he'd conspired with the nomads and sold out the border. The emperor ordered the family's assets seized. All the Shin family shops, warehouses, and land in the city, all confiscated. I took the letter and unfolded it. The paper was dense with characters. I read it through, then raised my head and looked at Shin Qinglan. This is a court document. It is. You've come to me for this. Shin Qinglan didn't answer directly. She turned and looked at the dark northern horizon, silent a long while. Master Liang, I know you don't trust me. Her voice was light. I don't ask you to trust me. I ask only one thing of you. She turned and looked into my eyes. Let me into Green Wolf Gully. I stared at her, saying nothing. The Shun family has fallen. My father is arrested. I have no foothold left in the city. Shin Qinglan's voice finally carried a ripple, not a sob, but the calm of one driven to the end of the road. The nomads won't spare me. The court won't spare me. And those powerful families in the city I've offended won't spare me either. Within 500 li of the city, only Green Wolf Gully dares to take me in. How do you know Green Wolf Gully dares? Because you have the general. When Shin Qinglan said this, the corner of her mouth moved. A general risen from the dead, a border army beaten but not yet scattered, a fort that could hold off 5,000 nomad horse. In all the border, only you have the standing to bargain with me. I was silent. I saw many things in Shin Qinglan's eyes. Calculation, weighing, the all-or-nothing gamble of one with no way out. But of all things, no lie. When you were in the city, you sent men to ambush and kill me. My voice was cold. Yes. Shin Qinglan didn't deny it. Back then I thought you a stumbling block. Just kick it aside. Now I know I was wrong. Wrong how? Wrong to have underestimated you. When Shin Qinglan said this, her tone was earnest. Master Liang, in this life I, Shin Qinglan, have misjudged few people. But you're the only one I misjudged and don't regret. I looked at her, silent a long while. You enter Green Wolf Gully. I guarantee your safety. But on one condition. What condition? All the Shun family's connections, channels, and intelligence, handed over in full. Once you enter Green Wolf Gully, you can't do business again, can't contact people outside again, can't reveal Green Wolf Gully's strengths or weaknesses to anyone. If you can do that, you stay. If you can't, leave now. Shin Qinglan was silent a long while, the moonlight on her face, her expression unclear. I agree, she finally said. I turned and walked toward the village. Keep up. Don't wander. There's gunpowder buried in the village. Step on it, and no one can save you. Shin Qinglan followed behind me, her steps light but steady. Her 4 guards moved to follow, and she stopped them with a raised hand. Stay at the village entrance. Don't come in. The guards exchanged a glance and drew back. I brought Shin Qinglan to the general's room. The general leaned against the Kong, and when he saw Shin Qinglan enter, his eyes narrowed. His hand found the knife under the pillow, but he didn't draw it. General, long time no see. Shin Qinglan stood at the door, not stepping inside. You should have died in the city. The general's voice was cold. I thought I would too. Shin Qinglan's voice was calm. But I didn't. My father took on all the guilt for me, told me to go, the farther the better. So you came to Green Wolf Gully? In all the border, only here can let me live. The general was silent a long while, then drew his hand out from under the pillow. Liang Chun, you've decided to keep her? You know what kind of person she is. I know. I sat down at the table. But she's useful now. The Shun family's connections, channels, intelligence, we need them. The general stared at me a long while, and at last closed his eyes. What you decide, I won't block. But she doesn't touch anything to do with military matters. I know. Shin Qinglan stood at the door, listening to the two of us settle her fate in a few brief words. She didn't speak, showed no dissatisfaction. She just stood there, like a criminal awaiting judgment. Su Tan brought a bowl of hot porridge from the kitchen and handed it to Shin Qinglan. Shin Qinglan took the bowl and looked down at the porridge in it, very thin, a few leaves of wild greens in it, and a few grains of coarse grain. This wasn't something she'd have touched before, but she lifted it and drank it down mouthful by mouthful. The general leaned against the Kong, eyes unopened, but the corner of his mouth moved slightly. It wasn't a smile, nor a frown, but a complicated, indefinable micro-expression. A man who'd hated the Shin family half his life, seeing with his own eyes the Shun family's eldest daughter crouched under her enemy's eaves, drinking a bowl of wild greens porridge a dog might not even touch. The hatred in his heart suddenly turned less than pure. Thank you. Shin Qinglan returned the bowl to Su Tan. Su Tan looked at her, opened her mouth to say something, then swallowed it back. She turned and left. I stood, walked to the door, and looked at Shin Qinglan. You sleep in the cellar tonight. All right. I turned and left. Shin Qinglan stood in the courtyard, raising her head to look at the moon in the sky. The moonlight was bright, lighting the whole courtyard like daytime. Her hand pressed to her chest, where a dagger was hidden. Not for killing others, for killing herself. She prepared it before entering Green Wolf Gully. If I wouldn't take her, she'd die outside. But I'd taken her. Shin Qinglan lowered her head, drew the dagger from her coat, and threw it into the dry well in the corner of the courtyard. The dagger fell, and a long while passed before a muffled sound came. The well was deep. She turned and walked toward the cellar. The moment the cellar door closed, I stepped out from the shadows. I walked to the dry well and looked in. The moonlight couldn't reach the bottom, pitch black, nothing visible. I crouched down, drew a stone from my coat, and threw it into the well. The stone fell, struck the well wall, bounced a few times, and finally dropped into the water with a plop. That dagger had already sunk to the bottom of the well. I stood, turned, and left. Su Tan stood at the kitchen door, watching my back, saying nothing. She knew what I was thinking. This woman, friend or enemy, still couldn't be told. But at least for now, she wasn't a blade. Shin Qinglan lived in the cellar 3 days without coming out. Su Tan brought her food every day, a bowl of porridge in the morning, a flatbread at noon, a bowl of vegetable soup at night. Shin Qinglan said thank you each time, took the bowl, closed the door, and by the time Su Tan came again, the bowl was empty, set neatly at the door. On the 4th day, she came out on her own. I was on the training ground teaching the soldiers knife work when I saw her walk over, and I stopped. Everyone's eyes gathered on her. A woman in a moon-white gown standing among a crowd of mud-covered soldiers, like a flower blooming in the wrong place. Something the matter? I asked. I can do one thing for you. Shin Qinglan's voice wasn't loud, but everyone heard it. The officer guarding the city's north gate is my man. I can have him let your people into the city. My eyes narrowed. You want me to send men into the city? Not now. Shin Qinglan crouched down, picked up a twig, and drew a simple map of the city on the ground. When your soldiers are trained up, when you've stored enough gunpowder, when the general's old subordinates have all returned, on that day, I'll open the city's north gate for you. Han Wu walked over from the side. his knife not yet lowered. He glanced down at the map on the ground, his eyes suddenly going wide. That wasn't a casual sketch. Streets, gates, arrow towers, wells, stables, even the widths of the alleys marked out clearly. In his dozen-odd years in the border army, none of the city defense maps he'd seen were this detailed. This is the city's defense map. Han Wu's voice tightened slightly. It is. When my father was prefect, all the defenses were arranged by my own hand. Shin Qinglan's voice was flat. I know how many defenders are at each gate, how many archers at each arrow tower, how wide each street is, which alley a carriage can pass, and which only people on foot. Han Wu crouched down, his finger tracing along the streets on the map, his throat bobbing once. He raised his head and looked at Shin Qinglan, something more in his eyes. Not trust, but shock. What this woman held was intelligence the border army had spent 10 years and failed to get. On what grounds should we trust you? Han Wu's voice sank. Shin Qinglan raised her head and looked at Han Wu. Her eyes were calm, no anger at being questioned, no eagerness to prove herself. You don't have to trust me, she said. But you have no better choice. Han Wu gripped his knife tight, but said no more. The general walked out from the room, limping, and stopped before Shin Qinglan. He looked down at the map on the ground, looking a long while. Why do you want to help us? Shin Qinglan stood and met the general's gaze. Because the Shin family is already gone. My father's in prison, no telling how many days he has left. My mother died when I was 12, and I have no brothers or sisters. Her voice was calm, as if speaking of someone else's affairs. The only thing I can do now is make their deaths worth something. The general was silent a long while, then asked an unrelated question. Do you hate me? Shin Qinglan paused. Hate you for what? Hate me for not dying at Black Wind Ridge. The general's voice was cold. If I died, the Shin family wouldn't have fallen. Your father wouldn't have been arrested. You'd still be noble consort, the Shin family still masters of the city. Shin Qinglan lowered her head, silent a long while. I hated it, she finally said. I hated why you didn't die sooner. But you came back alive, and the Shin family fell anyway. That shows it wasn't because you lived that the Shun family fell. It's that the Shun family was due to fall. No one spoke. I stood and looked at Shin Qinglan. The city north gate business, we leave it for now. When the time comes, I'll find you. Shin Qinglan nodded and turned to leave. She walked back to the cellar door, stopped, and glanced back at the training ground. Those mud-covered soldiers, those broken fort walls, that general with one arm gone, that hunter with the perpetually cold face. She crouched down, crawled into the cellar, and closed the door. On the 5th day after Shin Qinglan entered the village, Zhao Tai came to find me. I don't trust her. Zhao Tai sat on the stone mill in the courtyard, cleaning his hunting knife with his right hand, his voice low. She's too calm. A woman whose whole family just died shouldn't be this calm. I stood beside him, looking at the soldiers on the training ground in the distance. I know. Then why keep her? She's useful. I drew a slip of paper from my coat and handed it to Zhao Tai. She gave me this yesterday. The names, addresses, and contact methods of all the Shun family's hidden agents in the city, all on it. Zhao Tai took the slip, glanced at it, and his brow furrowed. Is it real? The general had people verify it. 5 of the hidden agents already checked out. All real. Zhao Tai was silent a moment, then handed the slip back to me. She still can't be trusted. I know. Then you're still using her intelligence? Using it. I tucked the slip back in my coat, but not trusting all of it. Her intelligence, verify first, then use. Trust the man you use, don't use the man you doubt. That's a principle for peaceful times. Now, no one can be fully trusted. Zhao Tai said no more. He slid the hunting knife back into its sheath, stood, and walked off limping. I stood in the courtyard, watching Zhao Tai's back vanish. Su Tang came out from the kitchen with a bowl of water and handed it to me. What are you thinking about? About Shin Qinglan. I took the bowl and drank a mouthful. She's too clever. Clever enough that I can't tell which of her words are true and which are false. Su Tang was silent a moment. Then why keep her? Because she has nowhere to go now. I returned the bowl to Su Tang. A person with no way back is the most dangerous person, and the safest. Su Tang looked at me, saying nothing. She turned back to the kitchen and went on tending the fire. On the 7th day after Shin Qinglan entered the village, the general's men sent back a batch of sulfur from the city. 3 cartloads, 300 jin in all. The one escorting the carts was one of the general's old subordinates, a black-faced man of around 40, surnamed Ma. Everyone called him Old Ma. When he saw the general, he dropped to his knees with a thud and wept like a child. General, I thought you were dead. I'm not dead. The general crouched down and clapped his shoulder. Get up, don't cry. Great Liang's soldiers, don't cry. Old Ma stood, wiped his tears, drew a letter from his coat, and handed it to the general. This is news just sent from the city. The court has dispatched a new prefect, surnamed Wang, a mortal enemy of the Shin family. The first thing he did on taking office was settle accounts with the Shun family's remnant faction. The city has already arrested over 100 people, seized a dozen-odd shops. The general took the letter, read it through, and handed it to me. The new prefect is a mortal enemy of the Shin family. The general's voice was low. Will he trace his way to Green Wolf Gully? He will. I folded the letter and tucked it into my coat. But not now. He's busy settling accounts with the Shin family. No time to spare for us. Once he's got the city stabilized, he'll turn his blade on us. How long? 2 months at most. The general was silent a long while. 2 months, is it enough? I looked at the soldiers on the training ground practicing the knife. Their movements still weren't fast enough, their strength not great enough, their coordination not smooth enough. But compared to 7 days ago, already much better. Not enough or not, it has to be, I said. That night, I called everyone to the big pagoda tree at the village entrance. Green Wolf Gully's villagers, the border army's remnant soldiers, the general's old subordinates, 300-odd people, crowded together, listening to me speak. The Shin family has fallen. My voice wasn't loud, but everyone heard it. But the newly arrived prefect is more vicious than the Shin family. The Shin family wanted money. He wants lives. Within 2 months, he'll come to wipe us out. No one spoke. So, within 2 months, we must be ready. My gaze swept every face, the old, the young, men, women. Some trembling, some gritting their teeth, some staring blankly. I won't force you, I said. Those who want to leave, you can leave now. I'll give you dry rations and water, and won't stop you. No one left. I nodded. Good. Then starting tomorrow, training doubles. Up before dawn, only lie down after dark. Train till you vomit, and after you vomit, train again. Chun Shurdu stood in the middle of the crowd, his fists clenched tight, nails digging into his palms. His left leg was still wrapped in bandages, and he walked with a limp, but his eyes were frighteningly bright. A boy of 16, he'd been through the battlefield, killed men, nearly died in the gunpowder blast. He hadn't drawn back. He clenched his fists a little tighter. No one spoke, but everyone's eyes had lit up. That light wasn't hope. It was resolve. After the gathering broke up, I stood alone atop the arrow tower. In the moonlight, the cellar door opened a crack. Shin Qinglan poked her head out, watching those dispersing soldiers, watching those lit torches, watching this village, broken but still breathing. There was something indefinable in her eyes. Not guilt, not being moved, something even she hadn't expected. She said softly, her voice too small for anyone to hear. So this is what a village is like. Then she closed the door.